Why, hello there. Welcome to a very special stream here at the BrightSydeBill something. I didn't have anything for that. Today, we are doing a marathon stream for the legendarily hard game, well, legendary grueling, I wouldn't call it hard, game Desert Bus from the Penn and Teller SEGA CD game Smoke and Mirrors. We're also going to be doing some pack rips, which we're going to get into shortly. We're gonna load up the game. We're gonna watch some of the intros, and then we are going to rip some packs. So I hope you're excited. I'm going to stall just a little bit to give people time to show up, which may or may not happen if I'm being completely honest. But we're not going to let that get us down. We're going to jump right into this. So yeah, let's get started. Oop, oop, wrong button. All right, I think we're good. I had to, for some reason, I had to mess around with OBS stuff. It's all good though. And this kind of takes a second. So the story behind this game is that it was completely finished by Absolute and then canceled right before release. So this is technically a non-commercially produced game, but like many canceled games, it found its way onto the internet, and we are playing it today. God, I love 90s CGI, and I love it even more when it's highly compressed for a 90s console. It's pure nightmare fuel. I love it. And there's just abrupt stoppage there.
Hi, I'm Penn and this is my partner, Teller. Welcome to our video game, Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors. This is Absolute Entertainment's top secret Ultramat testing center, where Teller and I have spent the last year or so. We've been holed up in here designing, drawing, and programming every single aspect of this game all by our lonesomes. Now, if you know anything at all about Penn and Teller, you'll know this isn't going to be your typical shoot 'em, kick 'em, jump 'em video game. So if you're, let's say, looking to goof around with short immigrant piping engineers with lots of facial hair, or some hyperactive nocturnal insectivorous mammal, or a couple of guys pounding each other's brains out, that's it. Come on, go. Yeah, just move. Finish up. Death, move, death, move, death, move, death, move.
Pounding each other's brains out. A couple of guys pounding each other's brains out.
Kill him!
I know someone who would love that.
Kill him! The winner and still champion! I will be back to kill again. If you like any of that sort of stuff, you're playing the wrong video game. We've got some great things here. I mean, there's Mofo, the psychic gorilla, a mind-reading monkey that'll just kill you dead. Sun Scorcher, that uses amazingly intense and dangerous graphics that Teller and I invented. Just the best, isn't he? It's all sleight of hand. Amazing. There's Desert Bus.
That's what we'll be playing.
Bus simulator available on any Sega platform. Buzz Bombers, a sneak preview of a brand new Absolute game that introduces two super cool characters. What's your sign? Teller and I will figure out which sign of the zodiac you are with the help of our patented personometer device. And, of course, smoke and mirrors, featuring yours truly and Teller doing things no one's ever done in a game before. Yep, you really got to be impressed with all the work we put into this game. I mean, this baby was ours from beginning to end. We poured our heart and our soul into it. Man, the nights we spent. Teller, remember?
Hey,
Just
guys,
pulling
how you
these-
doing?
Hi, buddy. The pizzas. Oh, sure,
Yeah.
the pizzas.
Oh, that's like a Chinese food box. I thought
Good. Well, why don't you just here's the money.
I thought the
got
in the kind of bottom leftist corner in front of Penn,
Did
there's
you
like a
get more ideas
box
today?
with stuff on it.
How'd that
That's like a
go?
Chinese food
The idea of
box.
having anchovy pizza was really good.
Did Desert Bus go over?
Why don't you just
How about those
why
bits
don't
of smoke
you
and mirrors?
we got the pizzas. We
You
got
need any
the
more jokes?
Sure
You
do
like the
love
one about the
pizzas.
bear.
sometimes when you're working all night, it's nothing like having a nice slice of
And
pizza.
then even do another
Helps you
take.
get ideas.
All right, and here's the menu, and let's get Desert Bus started. I really hope the controller mappings are correct.
You've played simulators before. We all have. Tanks, planes, race cars, submarines, hedgehogs. Heck, Absolutes even put out a few of them themselves. But let's face it, how many of us are ever actually going to use these valuable skills in our everyday lives? Sure, I guess there's a chance you'll be on a major commercial airliner and have to take over for an unconscious pilot, or maybe after all those years of expensive schooling your parents worked so hard to put you through, you'll decide to chuck it all to enter the Indianapolis 500. It could happen. But for most of us, the chances are slim to none. Teller and I want to prepare you for the real world. We want to show you what life is really like. Desert Bus is the first in our line of what we like to call Vera simulators, games stupefyingly like reality. 360 miles from Tucson, AZ to Las Vegas, NV. 45 miles per hour maximum. Teller! 8 hours if you do it right. Don't let go of the controller and watch that little pull to the right. It's not glamorous. It's not pretty. It's not exciting. It's
This might have been a mistake.
Details on our Desert Bus contest. Wow. Just watching Teller race through that dry, sandy, endless desert sure does leave me parched.
Me too. I'm gonna take a sip of my beverage.
Don't go to the controller. Not let. You don't wait. You don't want 4 hours of hard driving to go right down the drain, do you? No. Besides, I wouldn't drink too much water if I were you. It's 200 miles to the next rest area. Desert Bus.
All right. So that was a pretty good explanation, obviously. But the thing they don't tell you is that if you crash or if you stop for too long and you die, you are picked up by a tow truck. And that is loud. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. All right. Maybe not that much. It's really loud in my ears, and I can't change it. Okay, so what they don't tell you is that when you get picked up by the tow truck, it takes as long as it took you to drive to get all the way back. Yeah, I honestly don't know if I'm gonna finish this. All right, my mappings might be fucked. Nope, they're not good. Hang on a second. Okay, good. Okay, hold the fuck on. 1 sec. I need to turn this down. Okay. I'll maybe turn that back up. God, that was loud as shit in my ears. Okay, now I can hear myself think again. Turn it down even more. Alright, so we'll put our name in. I the volume mixer open too. I'll put it on the other monitor. All right. Oh, and also, when you enter your name, shit. The last letter that's still flashing and not entered yet counts towards going in. Oh shit, I gotta turn this back on. All right. So there's our name, Bill. And since we are now in the game, we are going to do our first pack rip. I just gotta fiddle with OBS settings a little bit. Aha, all right. So be prepared to see my awesome desk. In 3, 2, 1. Boop. All right. And so what kind of super rare and expensive Pokemon cards do we have? We have the set known as MetaZoo. Now these are very rare, very expensive, not in print anymore. Do not check the price on eBay, just trust me that they're very expensive. I paid about $23,000 for this box right here. It has 35 cards in it, I think. And you can tell it's real. I turned off autofocus. You can tell it's real because it has the MetaZoo cellophane over it. So we're going to be very careful in opening this. Ready? There we go. And then we just got to get our fingers in very delicately. Look at that. Well, the cards are not oriented how I thought they would be. I don't know why I thought they'd be in the long way. I thought the knife would just slide in between them, so we may have damaged our very rare and very expensive Pokemon cards. Look at that! That is a treasure trove of mediocrity. So, because I'm very serious about my hobby that I've been doing for, geez, at least a week at this point, we're going to put on our very, very serious gloves so we don't damage these cards. All right? This is what all the professionals do on their card ripping streams, is they put on their very serious gloves for their very serious hobby. Because I spent some very serious money on here. So, here are our very serious gloves. And let's get started. Do I have 2 packs or what? Let's get started opening these with our very serious hobby. Just give me a second here. I can just get my thumb under. Yeah, there we go. Come on, motherfucking piece of shit. This is very intense music for a very intense pack opening. She's like, all right, so to be honest with you, this bit, I really didn't think I'd be able to do it. I can't believe I just opened that with fucking oven mitts on. But you know what? I was just joking about the gloves. Nobody wears gloves when they do this, and I am not going to wear these for the rest of it. Hey, what's up, dude? Good to see ya. So here are our MetaZoo Pokemon cards. So let's see what we got. First we have Cosmic Aura. I'm gonna turn autofocus back on. I don't know why I turned that off. 1 second. This is a very poorly planned out operation. Configure video. Camera control. Autofocus. Apply. There we go. Now we're banging on all cylinders. So this is Cosmic Aura. And I thought these would have like text on them to tell you what it does. So yeah, whatever. Cosmic Aura. Desert. Oh, you know what? Desert. That's perfect for Desert Bus. And look, there's a little cactus guy in the corner. I guess if you tap this, you get 1 cactus mana. I don't know. But that deserves to be preserved. So what we're going to do is we're going to take out our plastic sheet. I'm going to very carefully pop it open and slide it in. Am I opening the wrong side? No. There we go. I'm going to hold it open with my big, clumsy fucking gorilla fingers. All right, you know what? I see a little gap. I can sneak it in. There we go. And then we very delicately slide it in. So 3, 2, 1. Oh shit, I just knocked all the other cards over. And there we go. That is going in our Wall of Fame desert. Shit, I knocked a lot over. Don't worry, I'm just gonna scoop them up with my feet. They might be covered in hair and such. I don't have any pets, I just have a big beard and I shed a lot. Alright, well I just spoiled all the cards that were turned upright for myself, but it won't be spoiled for you at home. So, okay, good, they do have text on them. Just make sure they're all going the same way. So we screwed up the order. Our super awesome poll is may or may not be at the end anymore. But we have ectoplasm token, and it looks like a clown made of ice cream. I'm gonna maybe adjust the light a little bit. Look at that ectoplasm token. It's like clown ice cream. And then we got Glacial Demon. Look at that. Glacial Demon, it costs 60 something. I assume that's Pokemon points that it costs. And let's see. If there is a sled within eyesight, this beastie enters the arena awakened. And then Strangle. Discard a page from your chapter to inflict target beastie with a little hand. Can you focus, you fuck? Little hand sprinkling stars. 4. Cool. Alright, and our next card, it's a shiny Glacial Demon. We got our pull. This is, I assume, the rarest card in the game. You can see that it's sparkly and shiny. We did it. Now, people are going to say that I just planted this card here, that I bought this card on eBay and put it into a pack and resealed it. And I understand why you say that, because I'm often a lying piece of shit. But that is not what happened. We got what I assume is the rarest card ever. I'll scan it later and see how much it's worth. But for now, we're going to put it in our special vault. Just gotta crank it in there. There we go. Nice and safe inside the vault. Oh, almost showed you. I almost ruined the surprise by showing you the bottom side. And now we have EVP 2 per spellbook. You must say, "I can't hear you" to contract this page. I can't hear you. I'm not reading the rest. Oh, I let a card go in upside down. That's my fault. I'm sorry, I let you all down. All right, not deer. I almost thought I said hot deer, because you know what? That's a hot deer right there. Oh, I'm definitely going to be able to retire with cards. Don't you worry about it, because I did spend my entire 401k, well, what I had left after penalties, to buy this $28,000 pack of boosters of the best Pokemon cards ever. Hot deer. You know what? I'm not going to read the flavor text of you either. I don't like you. Cement worm. This is a worm that makes cement. It appeared in... These are all first and second gen Pokemons, I think. I don't know. Or maybe this all comes from Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, I didn't do any research into my very serious hobby. I just, you know, started going wild. So cement worm. Beasties with boots with wings on it enter the arena fatigued, and then crumble. Target page loses guy flexing. I don't know how well you can see this, because when I bring it up close, it won't focus. This is a oh, there you go. You can kind of see it. This is a pretty shitty webcam. All right, you know what? I'm feeling saucy. I like cement worm. We're gonna put it in a plastic sleeve. It's gotta be very gentle. Very gentle. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfect. And this is not going in the Wall of Fame, though. This is just gonna go on the floor, I guess. All right. And now we have the kind ghost. There is no such thing as a ghost that is kind. So this is a very rare card, because ghosts, as we all know, are all mean, just like our detractors are. So this one's also going in the vault. Boom! Look at that. Our vault is overflowing almost with rare, awesome cards. All right. I almost ruined the surprise again by showing you the bottom card, which is our poll. Black Mass. Now, I could say something very racist about this card, but I'm not going to, because I'm better than that. But as you can see, there's some women in bikinis, which our wife isn't going to like. So we're going to hide that in the vault as well, after I bump the light. But we're going to hide it in the vault this way, kind of on a diagonal. God, this thing is way more fun than I was expecting it to be. It's very satisfying clearing shit through this. I'm gonna be doing that a lot. Alright, alright, you know what? Whatever. Here's our pull card. Maybe, maybe not. This is the Fireship of BrightSydeBill de Chaleur. I don't know. I don't read Russian or Portuguese or Chinese, whatever this is written in. I actually do kind of like the art though. You may only contract this page. Is it contact or contract? I'm not wearing my glasses. You may only contract this page if you're dressed like a captain. I mean, okay. I don't understand if they're actually being like serious about dressing this shit, or like if there's like a dress card. I don't know. And then the moon, 3 per spell book. And this looks like a guy throwing a tarot card, or is it throwing, I don't know, maybe a Pokemon card? Whatever. All right. That is our first pack rip. I need to switch back to Desert Bus. And we are all set to go. My controller is buried under card packs. But yeah, here we are, ready to get started. Did I do it? I hit start. My name, there we go, yeah. All right, here we go. Oh, I got one thing on the desk view. All right, there we go. Uh-oh. My mapping might be fucked up. Nope, it didn't. All right, I just I thought those were the air brakes. All right, so we got 8 hours of this shit. Go 360 miles. Let's pull over to the left. The bus pulls slightly to the right at all times. So, chat, how was your weekend? Seriously, this is the whole game. So, I hope you have a beverage. You know what? I think we're all trying to figure out what the oranges are for. I guess they're for flavor, maybe, or maybe they're for the bowl to energize himself when he's taking care of your wife for you. It's kind of like when you played soccer in elementary school, and then during halftime everyone got orange slices. It's probably like that. You gotta hydrate and get your nutrients, because you don't want your bowl to pull a hammy. You know, you want your bowl to be in tip-top shape when he's satisfying your wife for you. And I'm already recognizing the mistake I've made by choosing to play this game. I should have figured out a way to hold down the button with like a clamp or something. I really put very little thought into this entire production. But here we are. We got one person in chat who's being awesome. Always good to see ya. Positive content. This is really the whole game, yes. So the history on this game is Penn and Teller wanted to create a game that was kind of like, satirical isn't the word, but kind of like a commentary on the fact that like video games don't have to be violent. And this was in the 90s. I think this is probably like 95 if I had to guess. When there was a lot of discussion around like violent video games are turning our kids into psychopaths. And this is like a pretty progressive stance for like a couple of boomers who probably weren't that into video games, saying like, no, it's just another art form. Like, it doesn't have to be violent. It's just like a storytelling medium. And maybe there probably wasn't like that much nuance to their take, but I know that was at least in this, you know, kind of lore I've heard over the years, that was kind of what they were going for. But yeah, that's true. I mean, this was also like the era of Beavis and Butthead, and there was a serious moral panic about like kind of violence marketed to kids, because like a lot of the violence in the 90s and the 80s was kind of limited to like more adult movies, like, you know, Stallone movies and, you know, slasher movies, which were, you know, not really for kids. But then like you had there was a lawsuit. Someone sued MTV and Viacom and the producers of Beavis and Butthead because a kid like stabbed his little brother with a butcher knife or something like that because he saw it on Beavis and Butthead. So, always fun. But yeah, look how hard I'm working for you guys, holding down this button and hitting left every so often. I mean, this is incredibly hard work. I'm just a blue collar streamer / bus driver / card pack opener who's, you know, I hope you guys don't withhold, even though, so I'm not monetized. So I guess if you want to support the stream, just like and subscribe and keep chatting and share this with your friends. That's one of my favorite wacky lawsuits is the Pepsi Point Harrier jet. And like I'm sure I think it was an adult. I don't think it was a kid who sued. I think it was like a grown adult, and his argument was like there was an assigned like monetary value to points. Not that you could get for them, but you could like give Pepsi this amount of money for this amount of points. So like if you just wanted to buy the leather jacket and not buy all the Pepsi shit, I think you could just like send them a cash equivalent of the Pepsi points and get it. And so he tried to argue that like he didn't need all the Pepsi points. Yeah, it definitely got thrown out because it's you know there's some term for it where like there's some kind of test where like a reasonable person had to believe that they were being serious in the advertisement. But that was a fun one. That was at least kind of fun and wacky, and it wasn't like I fed bleach to my kid to cure his autism and he died, and so I'm suing Clorox. But yeah, I mean, wacky lawsuits are always fun. That was always a subject of like boomer viral emails, like big lists of wacky lawsuits, and some of them are bullshit and some of them are true, but boomer viral emails were definitely a thing and definitely lame. That's the hot coffee thing from McDonald's. That one I'm a little bit back and forth on because they ruled against McDonald's, saying they were partially at fault because they kept their coffee hotter than like much hotter than a drinkable temperature and much hotter than other coffee places keep their coffee. And so it caused, like, if you ever seen the pictures of the old lady who got her thighs burned, I mean, Google it if you have a strong stomach, but she got like very seriously burned. So I understand that part, but at the same time, it's like it was her fault that she spilled it on herself, like 100%. She was like keeping it between her legs while driving. And you know, I have my own thoughts on old people driving anyways, but old people, yeah, there's definitely, I definitely agree that it was, you know, the victim, quote unquote's fault. But there is a logical sense to saying that McDonald's shouldn't have been keeping their coffee as hot as they did, because they kept it unsafely hot, and that's like that makes a little bit of sense. Because I bet if you were to do that with like a coffee from Starbucks, kept at like a normal temperature, you would maybe, it would hurt, but you wouldn't get like she had like these. It was gross. It looked like melted cheese, just with big scoops taken out of her legs. And these are old lady legs too, so they're gross even when they're not all chewed up by hot coffee. I'm gonna readjust the volume now. I just gotta pull over to the left. There we go. All right, now we got some nice white noise to keep us company. And then I haven't decided when I'm going to do the pack rips. I figure maybe every hour or so, or every 10 concurrent viewers or something like that, whichever comes first. But I think 10 concurrent viewers might be a pipe dream. But I got my boy Positive Content keeping me company for the time being. There are no other cars. Nope. This is literally what you're seeing. This is the entire game. So the pack grips are going to be a driver of anything interesting. And don't feel obligated to stick around if you're bored shitless. I understand, but I do appreciate you showing up for my big marathon and keeping me company. I think your presence here in the past like 20 minutes or so is probably the most watch hours I've ever gotten. Man. I got the itchy fingers for more pack rippage. I think ripping packs while keeping the bus on the road is going to be interesting. And I made sure that nothing will pause when I switch, which normally when the window loses focus, it pauses the whole emulator. But nope, it's just going to keep on going. Robust positivity, robust urban garlic. It's tangy. I thought about making a sandwich before so I could review the sandwich I made, but I didn't decide against it. I just did not make it in time, so it didn't make the cut. But I would have made a nice chicken salad sandwich and then brought it out and reviewed my own chicken salad sandwich with some pepper and some celery, and it would have been tangy, is what I would have said, because everything is tangy. God, I have 8 hours of this shit. So how about it's 1:35 my time. At 1:45 I'm gonna rip a pack. So I got tons of them. And I got the itchy fingers. Cooking for yourself is definitely a good way to save money. I go through phases. Sometimes I cook a lot. I make most of my meals, but sometimes I'm like doing real cooking, and sometimes I'm just like making sandwiches. You know, just like chicken salad is my favorite. I use canned chicken, which a lot of people. So when you mention you use canned chicken, people are like, ew, that's gross. But no one bats an eye for saying you eat like canned tuna fish, making like tuna salad. And I think it's kind of amazing that canned fish is more normalized than canned chicken. Pasta bakes are something I like, and again, something I'll use canned chicken for. And I guess, I don't know if you call it a pasta bake or just a casserole, but I'm a big fan of the pasta bakes. I'm with you on that one. But yeah, I just throw like a bunch of pantry stuff together with some noodles, some cheese, throw it in the oven, and then try not to burn yourself taking it out, which I'm kind of a klutz. Green bean casserole. Are you using the crispy onions? Is it like the Campbell's soup green bean casserole? I'd dig me some green bean casserole. Leftovers too. I think I'm like, I know like there's some people like yeah, that is my favorite type of green bean casserole, and I'll usually add like a protein or something to it. Chopped up ham or chopped up pepperoni is always nice. With the ham, you gotta pan sear it a little bit, get it a little brown before you throw it in. But yeah, I mean, I love leftovers. I usually like more than the initial eating of it. It is a great centerpiece. It pulls the whole meal together at Thanksgiving. But leftovers, when you let them sit in the fridge and kind of let all the flavors mingle and stuff overnight, it definitely becomes better. And I also don't I don't like reheating my food. I like it hot the first time, but each subsequent time, for most hot dishes, I'm gonna eat it cold when it's leftover. And cold green bean casserole with a turkey leftover sandwich with gravy and cranberry sauce that you let kind of all sit. You make it, you bag it, you put it in the fridge for at least an hour, let everything kind of come together and solidify. Good shit, man. Yeah, that's you gotta make, when you make green bean casserole, you gotta go big with this one big pan of it, you know, because everything comes. I'm trash, so I usually use like canned green beans, but if you use like fresh or frozen green beans, I imagine it comes out a lot better. But if you open a whole can of green beans, you got to use the whole can of green beans. And then the crispy onions, you usually get a big jar of it, and then you just use like, you know, half of it, and then you get, you know, kind of baked or really drunk, and then eat the crispy fried onions by themselves while you're watching TV, and it's a pretty magical experience. but goddamn, they are so insanely salty. Speaking of salty, I'm getting a little thirsty, so I'm gonna have to go. Oh. Alright, just gonna pull to there. I'm gonna hold gas with my other hand. There we go. What did I say? Did I say 145 for a pack rip? I think. I mean, I need to start practicing my driving while pack ripping. So might as well get the practice in early. Oh man. Now I'm hungry for Thanksgiving food. Seeing the fam. Oh, word. I'll have to check that out. I wonder. I hadn't planned on opening a browser while playing, but I could give it a try. Might be a disaster. And I don't think I have a browser scene set up in OBS right now. But I'll noodle on it. I'll see what I can do. I'm gonna do some serious gymnastics to get it going, but I think I can make it happen. Yeah, for a game that's pretty much about nothing, there's a lot to juggle when you're playing it. And I also hope my OBS hotkeys are correctly set up. God, I have a feeling my back is gonna be fucking killing me after this, because I am an old man, and I sit for work all day, but I get up a couple times an hour and just stretch my legs and walk around and things like that. Like the straight sitting for 8 hours, that's gonna be a challenge. And I also take a break halfway through the day. So you don't have to get too specific, and I won't get too specific, but East Coast guys, I'm in New England. What about you? I gotta itch my back, and I have a pen on my desk to do it with. Philly? Oh, nice. I have family in Philly that I visit a couple times a year. Oh shit, I got the pen stuck in my hair that I was using to scratch my back. Oh god, that's really in there. Alright. Love me some cheesesteak. I know everyone gets in on the Pats versus Geno's for cheesesteaks, but my favorite cheesesteak is Jim's on South Street. I am also happy that it's getting cooler out. I do not do well in the heat. Yeah, it is South Street, and I heard from family. I wasn't too kept up on it, but Jim's burned down a couple years ago, and then I don't know if Pats and Geno's. I mean, I understand, like, they have kind of like the fun cartoonish rivalry with each other. So I get that that's like fun. But in terms of the quality of their cheesesteaks, I mean, all cheesesteaks in Philly are good, but Jim's is my favorite. And I used to love. It was hard to get a seat, but if you could get a seat upstairs at Jim's, you could just like watch over South Street on a nice day, and it was really cool. But yeah, I went to school near Philly, just outside a little bit, and going into the city. And my favorite place, again, I think it was on South Street, and it's probably not there anymore. But there was, when I was a 18-year-old, out on my own, away from my parents for the first time, going to school. I thought it was very fun to go to a sex shop called Condom Kingdom. We thought that was just hilarious. They had rubber fists on the wall. and you can pick them up and hit your friends with them. Ah, thanks, Aloof Liberty. Big ups indeed. I appreciate the support. I've only been going for 20-ish minutes. And yeah, this is gonna suck. I don't know if I'm gonna finish, but we'll see. Yep, I said 145 pack rip, I think. I don't know. Someone can go back and check the tape, but we're ripping a pack. Fuck it. Here's my officially licensed Sega controller. And it is definitely plugged into a real Sega CD. We do not emulate here. We do not condone piracy, even though this is not a commercially available game. I would never emulate. All right, so we're gonna pull all the way to the left. Quickly grab a pack. Rip. All right, here's another very expensive, very rare and exclusive pack of Pokemon MetaZoo cards. All right. So Aloof Liberty, how did you find the stream? Are you one of my followers on Twitter or X? What do you want to call it? I've tried calling Twitter X, and I just don't like it. Twitter had, before it got fucked up, Twitter had the best branding in all social media. And I didn't even use Twitter until like the last year or so. But so like for my entire Twitter career, I guess you'd say, it was always X. But Twitter, their coloring, their logo, everything was just so brilliant in its simplicity. And X just looks like something you'd buy at Hot Topic. All right, first card. Light Aura. Meh. Hold on, gotta get up to speed again. I mean, I don't want to get political, but I fucking hate Elon Musk. But to each his own. I know he has done some impressive shit. I'll give him that. I think he takes a lot more credit than is deserved for it. I think. Nope. Okay, I'm not gonna rant. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't like him. If other people like him, that's cool. I know a lot of people don't like people that I like. Lake. This can go with our desert. Let's put it in a card sleeve to keep our desert company. So we're gonna pull over all the way to the left, grab a card sleeve. It takes actually, I don't know why I'm freaking out. It takes 1 minute and 3 seconds to slow down all the way. All right, and then because these are very rare, expensive cards, we put them in our protective sleeves, and we got to be very. Hold on. We have to be very delicate with them when we slide them into our sleeves. There we go. And you can keep our desert company. Oh, our wall of fame just fell over. No! Not our wall of fame. It almost hurt Space King. Alright. Back to the cards. I'm just glad Space King didn't get hurt. I don't know what I'd do with myself if Space King took some damage. I don't know if I'm going to send it off for grading, because these are very expensive cards, and the more expensive the cards, the more expensive the grading. So I think I'm just going to sit on them forever, and then eventually we'll see them again when I clean out my closet, you know? All right. Burning effigy token. You know what? Nah, fuck it. That's just gonna go with the other ones. I kind of like the artwork on that one though, but I don't feel like grabbing a sleeve right now. Disco Grove Entities. So for those of you who don't know, Cisco is the singer of the Thong Song. Good looking out, Positive. I will definitely check out the recommendation of a local on good cheesesteaks. All right, so Cisco Grove entities. When this beastie is removed from arena, all pages under this beastie are returned to the arena under its owner's control, fatigued. I wish there was like a codex I could read, because I don't. Because these are such rare Pokemon cards, I don't know how they work. And you know, I'm very serious about my hobby. I know a lot about Pokemans, and I don't know anything about the Yu-Gi-Ohs, which these might be Yu-Gi-Ohs cards, or Disney Princess cards. I don't know much about Disney Princesses either. But yeah, good card. All right, next card. Oh, we got a shiny. We got a shiny Wingok. Wingok, more like Wingcock, am I right? And we know what we do with shinies. We put the shinies in our vault because those are going to be worth a lot of money someday. So I'm just going to move the controller out of the way and put the cards down, and I'm going to grab the vault. All right, into the vault you go. Boom. Fucking love doing that. This vault on Amazon, they list it as mini paper shredder, but it's actually a vault. Very affordable and very fun to use. Not great for actual paper shredding if you want to secure your documents, because it doesn't cross-cut or anything, but very fun. God damn it, I keep showing you the bottom card and ruining our poll. We gotta do it one at a time. I just ruined it, and I ruined it for myself too. Look, Black Mass. I already have one of those. Somewhere. All right. Kind Ghost. I already have one of those too, but this one's not going in the vault. Sackabilly. This is... Shit. This is a guy with a noose around his neck and a bag and a cool hat. This is probably one of my favorite Pokemons. Sackabilly. It's a psychic type or a ghost type. I don't give a fuck. Alright. Next Pokemon. Black Dog of the Hanging Hills. Contract. If a crystal ball is within eyesight, choose the result of the next coin flip or the die roll of this turn. That's a pretty good power. This is I don't know if anyone's familiar with the current Pokemon meta, but this will win you every game, every time, probably. I don't know how to play. I just know a lot about Pokemons. Alright, see ya. The Lovers. Ooh, this is a little risque, if I do say so myself. So you must reveal the Lover's tarot card to an opposing caster to contract this page. Remove a status effect and gotta stay on the road. Keep your eyes on the road, Bill. Remove a status effect indicator from target beastie or caster and coin flip, I guess that is. If heads, inflict that beastie or caster with Skull and Bones, or inflict a beastie you control with an opposing beastie with Skull and Bones. And as you all know... Shit. Is it this guy? Yeah, see? We can control coin flips, I think. Is this the card? The crystal ball is in eyesight. Choose the result of the next coin flip. Alright. Alright, so we'll save... Oh, we'll save the Lovers and our other thing, and then when we find a crystal ball, that's our game-winning combo right there. You know what? Positive brings up a really good point. I am happily married. I can't have that card. So you know what? We're gonna hide this card from our fat, awful wife. In... Where are we gonna hide it, everyone? Say it with me. The vault. Godspeed, Lovers. Shit. Speed up. Is the place you send me, is it a place? I'm not going to be in Philly probably till like next spring or next summer, but is it a place that has like lines out the door? So I remember on weekends when we'd all go into the city, taking the light rail to the city. Actually, was it light rail? No, we didn't take light. No, light rail just took us down the main line. But yeah, I remember hopping on the train, buying a pack of cigarettes at the little campus corner store at the train tracks, which I imagine. I mean, cigarettes are frowned upon even when I was in school, even though I'm an old man. But I have to imagine like a lot of college-run convenience stores do not sell cigarettes anymore. Even like I think Walgreens doesn't sell them anymore. I don't know. Damn, I miss being young and in school, not having responsibilities of like bills and a mortgage and a job. Shit sucks. Don't grow up, anyone. Growing up is lame. I mean, sure, you can buy porno mags at the store and you can drive a car and you can vote, but it just ain't worth it. That's good to know. I've always, like, no matter how good food is, it's almost never worth waiting for, like in a long ass line. But I used to have to wait in line for gyms if I went on a busy weekend, especially parents' weekend, was a nightmare in the city. Scry by Fire. God damn, that's older than me. Having a smoking section in your high school. Well, I guess. No, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's a state law. I grew up in Massachusetts, and they've always been like pretty heavy-handed on smoking and such. So you can't smoke legally. You can't smoke around schools. But every morning there was a smoking circle by the tennis courts in front of the school. What year did you graduate, Aloof Liberty? I graduated in 2006, so there were students smoking on campus, but technically it wasn't legal according to state law. Look at the top 2 pages of Target Casper Spellbook. Discard one of those pages and you lose 75 LP. I don't know what LP is. 86. Oh, okay, so you graduated high school before I was even born. Damn. I was born in 88. So yeah, that would definitely be a time when you'd be smoking in high school. And I imagine when I was in high school, there are probably places in the country that had like smoking sections in high schools, but Massachusetts didn't do that. They didn't fuck around. Ectoplasm. Wait a second. I already have ectoplasm and it has different art. So this must be the rare art. Hold on. Oh wait, nope, this is ectoplasm token. These are 2 different things. But you know what? They're similar enough because they're both pink and gooey. Yeah, I think the 80s is when the crackdown on smoking really started. One thing I remember is restaurants used to have those big cigarette vending machines where you like put the money in and pull the rod out, and those were out of most places by the time I was like probably in like 3rd or 4th grade. Those got phased out in the 90s, but they were always so gross because they were made of like brass, and when you touch brass a lot with your hands, they get like smelly and varnished and gross. Okay, so back to the cards though. We are gonna put one of our ectoplasms, because I don't want duplicates in my main collection, so we're gonna put one of the tokens in the vault. I don't like the way that clown is eyeball fucking me. So this ectoplasm is going in the vault. Oh shit, almost crashed into the vault with you. We'll let you go in diagonally. Godspeed, soldier. All right. And I have one more card, I think. Yeah, we looked at these. Uh-oh, Space King is getting surrounded by card packs. Oh wait, we have 2 cards, I think. Or one, let's see, whatever. Black Mass, already have one of those, and Ectoplasm, we just looked at that one. All right. That's it for our second pack rip. But we have about 33 more pack rips to go. One thing, I don't miss the cigarette vending machines, but I do miss mechanical vending machines. There was some art to them, you know. I think mechanical versus electronic vending machines, you gotta respect the engineering that went into that. So I currently have 3 concurrent viewers, and that is the most concurrent viewers I've ever had. So far this marathon is already a smashing success by my standards. So I appreciate you all coming out to support the fat stack acts for the pack acts. And yeah. I wonder if I had a hand cam earlier. I don't have it anymore. No, I'm not putting it back. I see a retracted message. I don't know what it was, but I see some emojis that are screaming alligator. So I'll just assume it was highly embarrassing and you wanted to change it. Or it was a picture of your butthole that you wanted to hide. Oh, okay. So it was the sticker of your butthole, I guess. Which, you know, I understand you don't want that out there, but don't be ashamed, man. We all got buttholes. Or like 99.9% of us have buttholes. Sometimes babies are born without buttholes, which is weird. And I don't know what happens to those babies. Maybe they get colostomy bags, or maybe they get cadaver buttholes. Because they have everything else. They're just a colon ends in a dead end. And you gotta fix that, you know, within a couple hours of being born, because babies love to poop. And if they don't poop, they die. Probably. I don't know, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a simple blue-collar streamer / helicopter salesman. Because I worked at a helicopter company. With my dad. But it definitely wasn't nepotism. I definitely didn't get shit canned as soon as he left. It was a mutual separation between me and Helicopters Incorporated. All right, getting thirsty. All right, let's see. Okay, good. Okay, it's not the window isn't focused, but I still have control. That's good. That's good news. Oh damn! I got a lot of notifications on Twitter. All right. Positive content. I am looking at your DMs right now. That green bean casserole looks immaculate. I love it. And then, is that Angelino's? Ooh, right on the corner. That's good foot traffic right there. Corners are good location. Beautiful day too. There's something about walking. I love walking down the streets of Philly on a nice day, and I love that a lot of streets have like groves of trees, like arches of trees covering them. Philly's it has a lot of the same design problems that most American cities have, but I have to say that's a very nice touch. The neighborhoods that have tree cover, I think that's like a very beautiful and clever way to line a street. And there's a lot of great walkable neighborhoods, a lot of dangerous neighborhoods, but also some great walkable neighborhoods. Let's see. I think I'm gonna try to show off your green bean casserole. Let's just put it on the desktop. Look at that. I love that my controller is still going to my Kensington. I'm not familiar with the neighborhood. I'm only familiar with it by reputation. All right. Oh, here it is. Okay. Cool. Add. Hang on. Hang on. Image. Browse. Hang on. We're gonna crash. We're gonna crash. Yeah, carding kids to buy cigarettes is like, I mean, I guess not relatively new because, but like in like the 90s and 2000s, like that was like kind of starting to become a thing. Like they started going after like liquor licenses and stuff. Not alcohol was always kind of tough to buy, but cigarettes no one gave a shit about until a bit later. Okay, all right, we officially have touchdown. So here is the green bean casserole that's making my mouth water, sent by our friend Positive Content here, Totally Positive Content on Twitter. Go follow them, they rule. But yeah, I would eat the hell out of that. In fact, I gotta do grocery shopping tomorrow, so I might actually grab the stuff to make some green bean casserole. If I don't already have it. I almost always have cream of mushroom soup on hand and green beans, but I don't always have crispy onions on hand because I get them to make green bean casserole, and then I make the green bean casserole. Oh man, I stayed up all night watching the casino. I watched all the way up till them playing Super Mario Sunshine and catching up, which I think is going to be an awesome new segment. I really like that idea. But yeah, they ended at like 5 in the morning, so I'm running on very little sleep right now. Bump the camera. Ooh, I'm gonna save the pasta bake for a little bit later in the stream. We gotta have some goals. If we get 10 concurrent viewers, we'll see Positive Content's pasta bake. My ear is itchy. I mean, it's always brutal. Let's not kid ourselves. But last night's was, and you know what? Like, of course it's going to be because the crash outs have been legendary the past couple of weeks. They've been really, really bad. God. When I first started, I might pick it up again. But when I first started, I was thinking about really committing to the bit of not knowing who DSP was and just acting like a coincidence. And I might go back to that. I don't know. There's no official BrightSydeBill lore. You know, it's all open to retcon and interpretation. But I mean, who's DarkSydePhil? I'm BrightSydeBill. I don't know who that is. And if I did know who it was, I would say that he's just the cheap imitation of BrightSydeBill, like the faithful sheriff to my burnt peanut. Because I'm the original. He even has a crappier, uglier model than I use. His model's all beat up and has big snort sacks. I think it's, I know there's a lot of speculation on what could be wrong. I think it's just run-of-the-mill money troubles. But I mean, money troubles have a way of turning everything else in your life into problems. But I think It's probably money troubles. Well, I mean, there's always money troubles in that part of the Snortex, you know? Like, the money situation is never good. It has its ups and downs, but even when it's at its peak, the money situation is never in a good place. So, I don't know. But I mean, he's a mature adult and he's successful, and we're all super jealous of his Gengar. But you know what? He's jealous of my Desert. All right, that is the rarest card in all of Pokemon Yu-Gi-Ohs. You know what? I don't want that on the Wall of Fame anymore. Well, here's the thing too. So he talks about how, hey, Grand Theft Auto, thanks for swinging by. Always good to see. Actually, I don't think I know who you are. I might have been confused. But thank you for swinging by. Always good to have people swinging by and keeping us company. And I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Oh, okay. So there is a lot of talk of like, oh, if I wanted to sell them, I need to get them graded. And keep in mind, I know nothing about the trading card game world outside of like the clips I see of like people at card shows. But it looks like dealers at card shows will buy ungraded cards just like in a sleeve for like, it's like the pawn shop, the Pawn Stars thing. Like they're not going to buy them for full market value because they need to make a profit on it. But like they do buy them for close enough to market value. So you don't need to, if you want to sell them on eBay, you probably have to get them graded to get a good price for it. But if you just like leave the house, go to a card show and go to a dealer, he could turn the $2,000 or whatever he claimed worth of cards into like, I mean, maybe half of what it's supposedly worth. But that's still not bad. But I mean, he's also down like 20 grand on the purchases probably. I don't know. It's a beautiful disaster, and I love watching it unfold. I think that's my toxic trait. My red flag is I'm not. I don't know. I just he's my favorite lolcow. I've been following since the Heavy Rain playthrough, you know, which isn't true, but it's been a long time, and there's such schadenfreude to be had, and for anyone else, whenever I see a lolcow taking L's and having a bad day, I'm usually a little sympathetic. But with Phil, there's just no sympathy whatsoever. It's just all 100% schadenfreude. But even like I would look at like Wings, and I would say Wings is like a more sympathetic character. I would say like Wings is there's a little more tragedy there, and he does seem like overall a better person. Yeah, that I love that people keep track of the calculation and the spending. That is God's work. I know I see a lot on I see a lot of calculations on X from you, and I have to say that is God's work. I love it. I love every second of it. I'm a dirty fucking pocket watcher, and I'm not ashamed to admit that, because I love that no matter how much he makes, it doesn't matter. And that's why like a lot of detractors are upset that people donate money to him, but it just doesn't matter, because money is ash in his hands. It is gone immediately as soon as he gets it, and that's why no amount of money will change his fate. Nothing will ever change. It might keep him afloat for another day, but it's just it's just lifting up higher right before it drops him. You know, the higher he goes up, the worse the crash will be. So I'll personally never donate to Phil, but that being said, I don't you know, I don't hold it against people who do to get a rise out of him. I think that it changes nothing. It pumps him up, it strokes his ego, and you know, it's in the end it all goes to the same place. So, but I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't encourage people to do it. You know, I don't think people, I wouldn't consider that really touching the poo, but it's poo touching adjacent, you know. But you know, you do you. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to cough. I don't know. I see the little meters on OBS go up when I pull my mic away and cough. I don't know how loud it is to people. I've told I'm a pretty mighty cougher, very loud cougher. Speaking of which, I gotta whip my whistle. So I gave up caffeine like 3 years ago at this point, 2 years ago. And so I think it was November of 24 is when I gave it up. And it was very easy to quit. But people, so when I tell people that I don't drink caffeine, they're usually aware that I smoked for like almost 20 years, I think. And then vaped when I quit smoking. And then I use nicotine packets now that I quit vaping. And there was like, you quit caffeine, but you're okay taking nicotine. And I don't think people realize, compared to nicotine, caffeine is incredibly easy to give up. Like it was nothing for me to give it up. But I have been trying to give up nicotine for, I mean, probably like, let's see, so I started smoking when I was 17. And I probably started trying to quit when I was like 20, 21, 22, somewhere in there. That's like 15, 16 years. Yeah, I mean, I got it again, like I said, troll tipping, any kind of tips, it changes nothing of Phil's fate. He's screwed no matter what. So I say, if you're gonna troll tip, you should be clever. But if you're not clever, at least you tried, you know? Like, sometimes you gotta take a risk. You don't know how a joke's gonna land. And also, like, he gets wound up and crashes out over, like, the most ridiculous shit. And so, like, if you get the reaction, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you were clever or if you were just beating a dead horse. If you get that reaction, then, you know, you've done it. You've made it. You successfully launched into the stratosphere and entered orbit, you know? Caffeine. I was talking about caffeine. Oh yeah, so I drink like exclusively when I have soda. It's caffeine-free Diet Pepsi because I'm also a bit of a fatty. But I really got to give up soda too. I've given up caffeine. Maybe I should give up carbonated beverages. You know what? I can respect the position of never troll tip, but if you're an anti-troll tipper and you see a troll tip, don't let it get to you. Just remember, it doesn't matter. Money is ash in that motherfucker's hands. And let's see. Remember back in 2021 when he was Begathon claiming he might not get his last Twitch check, and he asked for $3,000. It wasn't close. I mean, his Begathons, he used to get some pretty serious cash because they came around like maybe twice a year. But his like closet cleaning Begathon, no one gave a shit because he had just done a Begathon a couple months prior. I don't know. The timeline all blends together. I never really watched it live, even like Raw Phil. There's just so much bullshit to sort through, and I'm generally not like a chat participator when I watch streams. So especially like, hold on, excuse me. Especially like a stream chat that has like a lot going on, shit just flies by, and I feel like there's very little point to participating when the chat's just flying along, because like no one's gonna see it, can't really interact. And I've thought of like little side projects I would do. This is going off on a tangent, so come with me on a trip to Tangent World. It's actually tangential to Ban World, where some of you have gone and mentioned. But a side project idea I had was like a third-party stream chat where you could like basically assign people, like there would be multiple different I don't want to say chat rooms because it makes me sound like an old man, but there'd be like multiple different like chat buckets where people would go, and then you would like cycle through them so that you could cut down on the like insane noise of a popular stream chat by just basically dividing and conquering. And you could like set it to scroll through the different buckets or just switch manually. And I think dividing them into multiple sections that you could go between would help calm like a very chaotic chat, and you'd be able to like get to more chats and see more and like interact more. So that was a side project idea I had, but it never really got out of the planning phase. I think I bet if I were to dig into my my old GitHub projects, I bet I could find it. But this was probably like 2015 when I had that idea. God, I think I was doing it in like Node.js and Angular and Mongo. Holy shit. That's a name I haven't thought of in years. Damn. Yeah, I don't really touch much of that anymore. I've been in Python shops for the last decade. I think DSP would collaborate with anyone. Ooh, AI. So I have a love-hate relationship with AI. Claude has made its way to my workplace, and it is increasing productivity, and a lot of people do like it. And I think it is just another tool. I think that like when someone who doesn't understand, someone who has like no development experience vibe code something, it's a piece of shit. And I will get back to the collab question in a second, but I'm on a tear right now, and I gotta get this out there. But so like if you're just a full-time vibe coder, you suck and you're not good at anything, and that's fine. Like I think that if you can vibe code a tool for yourself to help yourself in your everyday life and solve a very specific problem, that's great. But your vibe coders are never going to have, they're never going to make anything commercially viable, in my opinion. Where was I going with this? But I do think AI is a useful tool, and I use AI to make both of my avatar models. I use AI to clean up the screenshot I took and get the cutout. I use AI to turn it into a 3D model. And yeah. So yeah, Sydney Sweeney, DSP will collaborate with anyone he thinks can give him a leg up. Wait, Sydney, am I saying Sydney Sweeney? I meant Sydney Watson. I don't know who the fuck Sydney Sweeney is. Oh, No, Sydney is Sydney Sweeney. Who is Sydney Sweeney? I was thinking of Sydney Watson the whole time. Hold on, let me do a quick look her up ski. Oh, my keyboard's like all the way out of the way. Wait, it's coming to me. Sydney Sweeney is an actress, right? did you mean Sydney? I spelled her first name right. See, born 97. Damn, it's so weird that the kids in the 90s are like all grown up and shit. Let's see, White Load. Okay, she's been in a bunch of stuff that are like on my watch list, but I haven't actually seen. Like Handmaid's Tale, that's on my list. Even though Elizabeth Moss, I think her name is, the lead character. I really liked her as an I really like her as an actor, but she's like a crazy fucking Scientologist. Euphoria is something that's on my list, but I haven't seen. White Lotus is something that's on my list, but I haven't seen. God, I have all these streaming services, and like I watch 99%. You know, everyone would collaborate with Sydney Sweeney. I barely know her work, and I would collaborate with her. But yeah, I was thinking Sydney Watson is like a much more realistic collaboration target for DSP. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto just said she's not that great an actress. I believe it. I mean, let's be real here. There is for anyone really, but I'd say in the male-dominated world we live in, I think it's probably a little more true for female actors or actresses. I don't know what's the politically correct terms. We'll just call them all actors and call them male and female, or men and women actors. But like, you can get by on looks. You're a guy too, you can get by on looks, but I think there's a bigger market for women getting by on looks. Jessica Nagiri, don't know who that is. It sounds like an adult film star to me. Also, I might have added an extra I in there into her name for the R, because I don't want to mispronounce that. Something else. Let's look her up too. My scuffed ass setup. I have to reach over this janky ass arm I have for my desk view cam, and my keyboard's all the way pushed to the side. Oh, okay, that does sound like a cosplayer name too, because cosplayer names and adult film names are usually very similar. I know, I actually have heard the name now that I think about it, but I couldn't pick her out of a lineup. Did I miss the enter key? I did. I must have hit shift. Oh, it is. There is no extra I in there. I see her dressed up as, looks like Lollipop Chainsaw maybe, on the first page of Google. You know what? What my fat awful wife doesn't know won't hurt her. All right, I can look up hot babes, as long as my fat awful wife doesn't find out. Yeah, I don't know the world of cosplayers, but and I don't. She probably doesn't make her own costumes, but if she does, good on her. And if not, whatever. Art is a collaborative endeavor. Oh, my fat awful wife is working her fat awful job right now. She's not in the house. But when she gets back, I gotta make sure she doesn't look in my vault of epic polls, you know? Because you were right. That lover's card, that's not something a married man should be looking at. Someone who's very happily married, even though she's fat and awful and smells bad. I think OF. I think that like if you're already established in the world of looking pretty and had like a dedicated fan base, I don't think there's and I don't think you get like extra traction from doing OF. I think you probably just like kind of sully your brand a little bit if you already have one. But if you're just starting out, then I think OF is kind of like a way to go. It's definitely, you know, as a millennial who's getting up there. I mean, you're probably not wrong, but I have to wonder though in the long term, which would be better. Because also, I mean, she's not exactly a spring chicken either. It doesn't look like her Wikipedia page mentioned that like her rise to fame happened in 2011. So, I don't know. I don't really have. I know a lot of people have like an issue with people doing OF. And you know, kind of consider it immoral. I don't think so at all. I don't think there's anything wrong with the people that do it. And I think a lot of them kind of get dragged for. Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely believe she's holding up well, but I feel like the long-term returns of keeping like kind of a cleaner image and retaining her brand and her current fan base would probably pay off more in the long run than like the short-term gains you might get with the OnlyFans. OF. I don't know how weird YouTube is about saying the words that go with OF. I don't know if they pick it up and flag it. Speaking of flaggots, how was everyone's weekend? I know I already asked, but you gotta ask multiple times because weekends can change. It's like Schrodinger's weekend, you know? Yeah, like I said, like I think OF is definitely for the newer generation or people who don't already have a brand. I think yeah, it's you know it's Twitch versus YouTube. Twitch is good for if you already have a fan base. It's not going to help you grow. YouTube is where you go if you want to build a base or build a bear. I don't know why I just said that. I kind of hate myself for saying that. But you know what? We got 4 concurrent viewers. Yeah, see, Sydney Watson, definitely a more attainable get Phil. But I don't know that much about her. I know like the lore with the eighth inning. Or the quarter pounder or ham planet, whatever you want to call them. Oh, excuse me. But I don't really. I know she's like a conservative pundit, kind of talking head type, but I don't really follow unless it comes across like a drama channel. I don't really follow the conservative commentary community, or the liberal left wing conservative. Liberal left-wing commentary community. God, I'm trying to grab a pack and keep the bus on the lane and talk and all that shit. Thanks for swinging by, Aloof. It's always good to see new people, and everyone's going to be new pretty much because no one ever comes and chats. But yeah, thanks for swinging by. And you know what? It's pack ripping time. And I'll do this. Whoa, no, don't fall over, Space King. We're too sacred and important to us. Alright. Alright. Time for more Pokemons and Yu-Gi-Ohs. Because that's how I deal with my very serious, very important hobby. It's like how all video game systems are Nintendo's. Even if they're made by Sony or Microsoft, all trading cards are Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So we got Light Aura. I already have one of you. Fuck you. Fucking duplicates. Duplicates are detractors, alright? Daytime. I don't have one of these. I kind of like it. It's like a watercolor. I guess these are like your mana pool right here. You put them down and you tap them probably. But yeah, there's no flavor text or anything. But you know what? I like the watercolor artwork, so we're gonna put that in our wall of fame. And we got to be very delicate as usual when we slide it into our sleeve, because this is our retirement plan. We don't want to lose out on our retirement by mucking it up, you know? So bippity boppity bam. I hit the camera there. I think that's where it was. Whatever. I don't think it got out of alignment too much. Bippity boppity butt fuck. Wall of Fame. All right, that was a great poll. This box of booster packs cost me $38,000 on eBay. Don't look them up on eBay. But so the lore of MetaZoo, as I understand it, as they were made and they failed, and then they came out with a new edition that's still like a new like I don't know what to call it. Like basically the first print cards, you can't even play them anymore because they don't make them anymore. And like the new edition, when they like rebooted them, are like they're like not compatible with the old cards. And these are the old cards, so they're very expensive. But yeah, these, like I said, they cost me $46,000 for the box. So, you know, hopefully these polls pay off, and definitely don't check on eBay what they are. Just believe me when I say I spent $46,000 on them. Yeah, I'd believe that the rules didn't work, but you know what? That's what makes them rare. They're too rare to live, too weird to die, or whatever that fucking saying is. But let's get back to our cards, our pulls. This might be a god pack, everyone, and everyone's gonna be super jealous of my god pack. Don't go off the road. Don't go off the road. Also, if I crash, we'll decide what we do. So, for those of you unfamiliar, when you crash, the amount of time you spend driving is also the amount of time you spend getting towed back before you can restart again. So if that happens, I'll probably just restart, but I'll put some feelers out there, ask what people want if I crash. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully we make it all the way to Las Vegas. We have been going for over an hour at this point. I think you start at 7, and now an hour and 43 minutes. No, that can't be right because we didn't start immediately. I think maybe you start at 7:30 or 7:20 or something. I don't know how long we've been going. That's definitely something I should have looked into first, but whatever, fuck it. Card time. Satanic Cultist token. And they got like Black Wing Pope hat and a Super Smash Brothers symbol behind them. Meh. Then we got Copenhagen Devil, Shocking Maul, and Demonic Screech. So, just a random thing that popped into my head. Brainlord, the game I was playing up until Thursday when we finished it. When I finished it, I was alone. I keep saying we. But it's an Enix game from '94, before Squaresoft and Enix merged. And there's a weapon called Great Maul or something like that. Like, it means Maul, M-A-U-L, but they spell it M-A-L-L. And I think that's like a funny little relic of the time when translations were always like janky as shit. And like the story in that game was like very underdeveloped. So there wasn't like a lot of thought put into like dialogue or text or anything, but I thought that was funny that it's like the wrong Maul, and there was other less memorable fuck-ups. Ted Woosley. I don't know who that is. I don't get that reference, but thank you. I always love a good reference that I can look up and then I can use later and pretend Ted Woolsey. I don't know who that is, but I will look them up, and then I will pretend I always knew the reference, and then when people don't get the reference, I'll pretend I'm superior to them. Tony Soprano style. Oh, we got a shiny. We got a shiny. Frost Shield. That's a great pull. This card's got to be worth at least $800,000. We can probably retire on this card alone right here. Oh man, I got a tickle in my throat. One sec. Ted Woolsey did a lot of the game translations for Squaresoft in the 90s in their games. So this was an Enix game, and this is before Squaresoft met with Enix. But that is some deep lore. Like I'm like an advanced casual when it comes to like video game production lore from the 90s. And that is someone I didn't know, but that's definitely someone I'm going to name drop and pretend I knew them all along, and talk about how you know he was part of my childhood, and how I always looked up to him, because that's just what I do. I just pretend I had experiences in the past that I didn't actually have, so I can have clout on the internet. I think that's something we should all do, and we should never apologize for. So yeah, let's hold on. First I'm gonna not crash. I'm gonna adjust the light a little bit. No, that's too much. All right, whatever. There's our Frost Shield, and I'm gonna put it in an even safer place than the card protector. I'm gonna put it directly in the vault with the rest of my shinies. Oh no! Godspeed, Frost Shield. Enjoy your time in the vault. All right. Oh, we're slowing down. We're slowing way down. Uh-oh. Gotta get back up to speed. But yeah, it's nice and safe with all our high value cards in the vault, and that vault is the key to my retirement. I'm gonna. You probably won't see it until I clean out my closet next year, but trust me, it's gonna be nice and safe in there. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to admire what's in the. Oh, I almost ruined the surprise by showing you the bottom card again. But I have to say, even though I'm doing a very bad job of knowing what these cards are and pulling them correctly and stuff like that, I'm definitely a much better trading card game streamer than everyone else, right? Like I'm much better than someone. Give me a name of a big trading card streamer, and I'll tell you if I'm better than them or not. I don't actually know any, but I'm better than them. All right, here we go. The Tower. If you are playing at a MetaZoo Towers event, okay, these are like, I played probably like 30 years ago at this point, maybe a little less. I played Magic a little bit, and there was a card set called Unglued, and it was super goofy. Like, there's one ability in the cards called Denim Walk, where if your opponent was wearing denim, your creature couldn't be blocked when they attack. It was like Island Walk or Swamp Walk or whatever, but it was Denim Walk. And this is like, these cards seem to have that where like real world shit affects the gameplay. Wait a second. Oh, okay. You know what, I'm just gonna, I flipped the card over. I'm just gonna ruin the surprise. We got two of these babies. Oh wait, no we don't. That's a different card. Sorry, you know what? I just ruined the surprise for no reason. I thought this was the same card, but it's not. Whatever. All right, I'm gonna get rid of you because I don't give a fuck about you. I'm gonna pull back over to the left, and then I'm gonna see what this tower event thing is. If you are playing at a MetaZoo Towers event or by a real tower, you may contact this page at any time. If opposing caster controls more beasties than you, place 2 beasties under their control into their chapter. Or all terror bonuses affecting beastie damage or LP are considered lose instead of gain until the end of this turn. Oh shit, that was close. You know what? This card, it distracted me. It has You know, I am a way better. I mean, don't get me wrong. DarkSydePhil, great trading card streamer. He has even less knowledge than me, and the less knowledge you have, the better. But I'm still better than him, you know, just in every way at streaming trading cards. But this card distracted me so hard, I almost crashed the bus and killed. Okay, so if you look in the mirror, there's no one on board, but I almost killed myself. So this guy's going in the vault, and it's not just because I really like turning the crank and watching it turn to confetti. Boom. All right. Another card to retire on. Let's see, marble cards. I remember when I was really little, I collected X-Men cards, and I'm like a terrible collector, so like I never like complete sets or anything, but my older brother, he collected like series 4 and 5 to their completion and had them in binders. And I was jealous of him for being able to do that. My collection never made it to binders, never really got completed, never got put in order or anything. I was a very half-assed collector as a young, precocious, like 5-year-old or 6-year-old. But yeah, and I had some marble cards too, but X-Men cards were my jam. And then my mom bribed my brother and I to do this incredibly stupid, dumbass, like kiddie fashion show for some event for some organization she was in, and she bribed us by getting us holographic Wolverine cards. And I probably still have at least that one. Yeah, I collected X-Men cards back when I had no concept of money and my parents had to buy everything for us. So I was like 5. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's right. I mean, again, I got this box of booster packs for $89,000. So, you know, that just shows you what happened to the market. You know, this is the boom market right now, and it'll never go bust, and my retirement will always be safe with these cards. But yeah, let's take a look-see here. We got Sam's Cryptid Cam, and I don't like this card. So this isn't going in a protective sleeve. It's not going in the pile. It's not going in the vault. I'm just gonna fucking get rid of it. Boom. I don't like that camera looked pervy. You know, it looked like a pervert card. All right, what else we got? Oh shit. All right. The Black Dog of Hanging Hills. I already have one of these. Fuck you. The Hierophant. If you reveal a Hierophant tarot card to an opposing caster, you may contract the spell at any time. Place up to 2 beasties from each caster's respective limbo into their afterlife. Alright, I'm just gonna level with you. This card game sounds like absolute shit. It sounds really fucking stupid. Or destroy a special tarot page. I will do none of those things. Sam's Backpack. Arena. If any page with Sam's in its name is touching this artifact, touching? Are that seriously like how you arrange your cards matters, or is it just like in a slot next to it? Attack. I lost my place because I got distracted. If any page with Sam's and its name is touching this artifact and is targeted for an attack, this artifact becomes a target of the attack instead. Search your spellbook for an artifact or spell with Sam's in its name and place it into your chapter. Cool. And EVP. I think I have one of these already. So, fuck that card. Alright. there was another pack rip. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. God, my ass is falling asleep. Hang on a second. I gotta stretch my legs a little. Ooh, that's a big stretchy neck. Criminy. That was probably the most robust pack so far. I know we've had some pretty robust ones here, and some fairly tangy packs as well. But I think on the robustometer, that was at least an 8. And that absolutely, the previous record for robustness for our pack openings was like a 6. So that just blew it out of the water. And you know, it makes me feel proud. Proud that I can open such a robust pack for you all. Don't worry, we're gonna get a god pack. I have a feeling, just trust me on this one, that this guy right here, oh, you can't see it. I can see it on my OBS. Here we go. I have a feeling that this pack right here that I set aside earlier for no specific reason, this is gonna be a god pack, and everyone's gonna be super jealous. And then anyone who clips my god pack opening before I can get it up, I'm gonna sue them. I'm gonna take everything from them, and they're gonna fucking die. So yeah, that's just a prediction. You know, I obviously have no way of knowing if this is the god pack or not, but yeah, let's keep it to the side anyways and not mix it in with the rest of the riffraff. Oh, I just realized my hang on, I gotta do some OBS staging because I just realized part of my set was obscured by the game cam. There we go. Now my stupid ass toy is in the frame again, invisible. And you'll see it next time we rip a pack. So old and frail and out of shape, which is probably a bigger factor. But yeah, I'm working hard for y'all. I hope you appreciate how hard I'm working. Just lean back a little. And I have shitty posture too. Let's not forget that. And and a bad back. I slipped a disc in like 2017, needed back surgery, and it sucked. Man, this game rules though. This game is, you know, I thought it was going to be boring, but we've had some close calls and some near-death experiences, and I gotta say, it's very action-packed. And I really love that spinning pine tree air freshener hanging off the mirror. That's my boy. It's keeping me going because you know you never know if it's going to make it all the way around, but it does. It does. Yeah. See, I would say this is better than the arcade Street Fighter 2 Turbo, but it's not as good as the PlayStation port that I won Evo on. And don't look it up. I absolutely won. There probably are mods for this game. There's probably like a ROM hack out there. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. I bet I could get some shader mods, and you know what? If you have a mod for this game, it's probably gonna be an executable form, and you can just send it right to me, and I'll install it. You know, no questions asked. That's what you do when strangers on the internet send you an executable, is you just install it, and then your game is better. You know. So yeah, same thing. Any good mods you have for any of the games I play, just send it to me. No questions asked. I'll install it. because I'm kind of a computer guy. I don't know if you know that, but I'm pretty good with computers. I installed a power supply all by myself with no help to fix my computer. It was pretty good. No one really really supported that stream though. Everyone kind of withheld, which was you know, pretty uncool of them. I'm a hardworking blue collar streamer, and if you don't support, and you know, and I also, you know, you ask, well, how can we support you if you're not even monetized? And to that I say, fuck you. All right, stop asking questions. Just, you know, just go with the kayfabe. But not really. I don't want to say fuck you to anyone here. I'm pumped that, you know, we got some people hanging out, filling up the chat, keeping me company. This has been a smashing success by my standards for a marathon. Every now and then, I feel the call of the void in this game. I forget. There's some French term for it, where you see an opportunity to kill yourself and you think about taking it, and oh, I mean, yeah, this game is dropping inputs like crazy, and like honestly, like there's a lot of lag abuse in this game, you know, but there's just a lot of scrubs in the world of Desert Bus that they just pattern play and abuse lag, and they just you know, they're these try-hard assholes who figure things out for a game from the 90s on like day one, and like I didn't have any time to catch up with them. I have, you know, a life and a fat awful wife that I can't satisfy and who hates me, and you know, where am I supposed to find the time to get better at the Desert Bus meta, you know? So yeah, I mean, and let's be real, Penn and Teller, the people who made this game, they're detractors. There's just really nothing else to say about that. But you know, and also, it just doesn't matter what I do. If I spend a bunch of money on like stupid gamer lights and a stupid desk, and I get, you know, big ass muscles, nothing's gonna change. No one's gonna care, you know, because that's how you make streams better, is you spend money on things and then you flex those better things that you have on your lessers, you know, and that's how you get better at streaming. But that doesn't work for me because, you know, everyone just hates me for no reason. And, you know, it's sad, and it's pathetic, and yeah, it's just what these mouth rulers do. They just spend their entire lives thinking about me and how much better and more successful I am than them, and they hate me for it. So that's just what happens when you're a successful, mature adult with a family to take care of. Even if you hate your family and want to see them, you know, you want to see just terrible harm befall them sometimes, and you fantasize what would happen if you cut your fat awful wife's brake lines and so she'd get in an accident on the way to work, and then you'd have to use your incredible lying skills to convince the police that it wasn't you. It must have been those detractors who stalk you and harass you and who steal your content. And like next to cutting your wife's brake line so she crashes her big fat ass into a telephone pole and dies, I mean, next to stealing my content, is that really that big a crime? Like there are worse people than people who cut their fat awful wife's brake lines. But I don't know where I was going with that, but I'm a successful, mature adult. Back and stretch my legs. I'm so buff. Hot damn. This is gonna be rough. I think I can see Las Vegas on the horizon though. I think we have an attainable goal. You know what? I'm feeling saucy. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at Positive Content's pasta bake that he sent. I'm in the mood for some food porn. The glare on my screen from the light because my setup is janky as shit. Oh shit, 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 shit. Alright. Ooh. Damn, that looks good. I love spiral pasta too. That's my, being a bit of an autist, that's my favorite shape of pasta to bite into, the rotini. And bow tie is also pretty good, but rotini's my ride or die. All right. Let's talk. Yeah, rotini, it's got them nooks and crannies that you need to hold the sauce and the cheese. I think shells are okay at that, but I mean it can be hit or miss. Excuse me. They can be like full, like they can get that pocket full of cheese and sauce, or they can be just a total flop, you know. All right. So let's pull up that image. And desktop. That is an awesome looking pasta bake right there. Look at that. God damn, I haven't eaten it all today. I was worried that if I did, I'd have to poop during the stream, and I'm a very quick peer, you know. I can run to the bathroom and drain the lizard pretty quick. It takes about 45 seconds because I actually timed myself doing it and compared it against how long it takes to lose in Desert Bus. But I think taking a number 2, I don't think that'd be doable in the amount of time I have, unless I want to go in my diaper. And granted, I do wear diapers and I do poop in them, but it's not because I'm incompetent. It's not because I'm incontinent. It's because I just like pooping my pants. But during a Desert Bus marathon, that's no time for pants pooping, you know? I have a short discussing it, you may have seen. Shit. Where's... But yeah, that's a mighty fine pasta bake, my friend. Good job. Now, I don't want to shit on a game for not being realistic, but I don't think that the trip from Tucson to Las Vegas is just a straight road. I've been to Tucson and I've been to Las Vegas and I've never driven between them, but I have to imagine there's at least some twists and turns along the way. I don't know. Las Vegas was the times I've been to Las Vegas were definitely more fun than the trips I took to Tucson. But Tucson had my beloved grandma and grandpa, so I don't know. Those are some core memories right there. But they're dead now, which is sad. But that's what old people do. I think my grandpa would have been 100 this year. Yeah, he would have been. He was born in 26. He didn't quite make it. He died. He lived a long ass time though. He was like 96 when he died, I think. So I know a lot of people my age usually don't have living grandparents in their 30s. I mean, I was in my mid 30s when he died, and I know most people lose their grandparents in like their 20s at the latest, or when they're kids. But Grandpa, he lasted a long ass time. Grandma, not so much, but still pretty long. He was like in her mid 80s, I think. I think she died when I was like 24. And they lived in a retirement community, and apparently in that community nobody ever had funerals, because if everyone had a funeral, then people would be going to a different funeral. Like they'd be going to like multiple funerals per week, just because like that's what old people do, is they croak. So grandpa didn't have a funeral either, but we had moved him back to the East Coast so my parents could kind of keep an eye on him, because he was kind of going blind and still sharp mind, but yeah, he was less able to take care of himself. So we brought him out here, and he lived here for like 8 years maybe, and he croaked. And there was no like formal funeral, but there was like an ash scattering ceremony in upstate New York, where he spent most of his life. Oh, damn. Let's I don't think we're gonna hit the concurrent viewer goals for pack rips, so let's just say we're gonna rip another pack at 3, let's just say 3:30, fuck it. 3:30 Eastern Daylight Time. And that's not to sound like is it Andy Rooney who would rant on 60 Minutes? It wasn't Mickey Rooney. It was, I'm pretty sure, Andy Rooney. Not to sound like Andy Rooney, but it annoys the crap out of me how whenever a lot of people, and I see this at work all the time, because I work remote, and so like all of the employees, like it's a company, I'm not gonna say where it's based. It's based somewhere in the Midwest, I'll say. So there's a couple people who are on site, but you know, 80 to 90% of the company is remote. And when they put a time zone in, they, no matter what, they always write like EST or CST, and the S in EST stands for standard, and we're not in standard time, we're in daylight time, so it should be EDT. And very few people get it right. And these are people I work with, so I'm not gonna be an asshole and correct them, but it's like nails on the chalkboard to me. It annoys me to no end. And also, some of the people who need correction are people who are very high up in the company, and to them I definitely don't want to be an asshole, but I also don't want to be the actually guy of my workplace, even though I'm 100% valid in my dislike for getting it wrong. But if I were just a little bit more on the spectrum, I'd be correcting motherfuckers left and right. I'd be pushing my noses up by the pushing my glasses up by the bridge on my nose, and put my finger up and say, actually, it's EDT, not EST, because we're in daylight time. You fucking piece of shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's what I would say to my coworkers, and they'd respect me for it. Because they'd be like, wow, what a reasonable response to such an important problem. And I'd say, I know. I'm a very reasonable, mature adult. I'm kind of tiny on my on the stream because I'm leaning back now, and it makes them all smaller. I don't know. There we go. There's some chat action. I appreciate you I appreciate you responding to my ramblings of a goddamn madman. Positive content. That's it doesn't deserve it. I don't deserve. People should just be slowly walking away from me at that point after telling that little anecdote. But I appreciate you making me feel better about myself. But I deserve scorn for that position. I'm not gonna lie. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. I had something I wanted to say and I forget what it is. I'm just gonna make old man noises for the next couple minutes while I clear my throat and take sips of my caffeine-free diet soda. Because I live a very exciting life. Those are very exciting things. God, it's gonna bug the crap out of me what I was gonna say. And it's whenever you lose track of something you want to say, if you try to remember what it was, you'll never succeed. But if you let yourself forget about it, eventually it'll come to you. Yeah, it's gone though. I don't think it'll ever come back. I used to be quite the stoner. And I guess I still kind of aspire to go back to it. But I used to, up until, I guess maybe like a year ago, I would smoke like pretty much all day. And honestly, I didn't quit for any particular reason. I just kind of like stopped wanting to drop the cash on it and make the trip and all that. But it would take me like a month to go through like 2 ounces, which is kind of a lot by the standards of mere mortals. And I kind of want to get back to it now. I haven't thought about it in so long, but I do realize like I wasn't, you know, I've always been kind of a sad sack guy anyways, but like I wasn't like, you know, my mood was fine. It was very easy to stop. You know, there was that initial couple days where I kind of thought about it and wanted to go back to it. But for the most part, as someone who spent most of his adult life addicted to nicotine, it did not feel like an addiction. But it was obviously, I was definitely overdoing it. Let's not pretend it was like a healthy aspect of my life. Let's not delude ourselves. But I think of all the shitty things I do to my mind and body, it was pretty low on the list. Yeah, I mean, caffeine, I think too, like I was diagnosed as a kid with ADHD, and I never really medicated for it. I did for a little bit, but then I just kind of didn't like it and stopped. And it's definitely, I think I could benefit from like an Adderall prescription, but I think I put enough shit into my body at this point, and I've reached a point in my adult life where like I have the coping mechanisms and I can function just fine without it, that I don't think I really need it. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like I have a bit of an addictive personality. I think that if I were given Adderall, I probably would start abusing it. Like I'm no stranger to snorting a bit of Addy at a party, you know. So I'd probably start abusing it if I'm being honest with myself. But I think I had, even when I was smoking like all day every day, I still don't think my relationship with weed was that bad. which I know it sounds like rationalization, and it probably is, but I have to say, like, looking back in the past year, I would say my mood was probably better on average when I was smoking. And I don't know, I don't know. I don't want to turn this into like a life examination or a therapy session or anything, but I mean, I can budget for it just fine. I enjoy it. There's just something about, and I used to be a very social smoker, and then in my old age, it kind of became more of like a solo project. Most of my friends have like families and responsibilities and don't jam like that these days. Like I'm kind of like the weird single friend who they can always like for them it's like a special treat to like get a sitter for the kids and you know, smoke a joint that their friend rolled them and have a like date night with it. But yeah, so it's become more of a solo activity for me, but I definitely just love like sparking up a blunt and watching TV and just getting like the best sleep of your life. It's a good way to spend your middle age, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think like when I quit smoking cigarettes, like my lungs felt like within a week felt way better. I don't know that that weed smoke is kind of as detrimental. I don't know that's as like tar filled as cigarette smoke. And again, that's I'm fully willing to cop the fact that that's like a stoner rationalization. But I don't know, my lungs, like, as someone with experience of feeling your lungs get fucked up by smoke from cigarettes, I definitely don't feel that with smoking weed. And also, in my old age, I kind of switched to a tower style vaporizer, which is much easier on your lungs. I don't know, I'm talking myself into it. I'm talking myself into like tomorrow heading over to the dispensary and picking up a couple bags. I think I'm gonna do it. I got errands to run in that part of town anyways. I drive by it all the time and I'm like, should I pull over? It'd be super easy to just pull over and grab a bag. And like, it's never crowded and everyone there is super cool. And they probably miss me. I bet it'd be nice to see some faces I haven't seen in a while and see how they're doing. I'm probably gonna do it. I've talked myself into it. I've romanticized it. But then at the same time, I'm also, tomorrow might roll around and I might just blow off my errands entirely and not do any of them. Because like none of them are important. I got groceries for the week already. And I don't have any like obligations to fulfill. I just gotta return some Amazon shit. And I need to grab some socks, but I might just Amazon those too. God, I'm such a boring motherfucker. I'm talking about getting socks on stream. I apologize for everyone who had to listen to that. It's getting kind of tough to keep on talking. Yeah, that's definitely wise. I always keep a very stocked pantry. I have lots and lots of canned proteins because protein prices, like beef is nuts right now, and I did just see that they're going to be importing a bunch of tariff-free, like 300,000 pounds of tariff-free ground beef to try and stabilize prices. But like, that's like such a terrible fix in the short term. Like, everything is just but yeah, I keep a lot of canned tuna and a lot of canned chicken, and even I'll keep some Spam on hand too. I know Spam has a very shitty reputation, but if you know what you're doing with it when you cook, you can make some pretty good stuff with it. Yeah, I mean, not only that, but especially, not to get super political, but the beef market is being absolutely gouged by the meatpacking industry, and like that's why ranchers, like beef prices are at an all-time high right now, but beef ranchers are not making all-time profits. All the profits are going to the meatpacking industry, and ranchers are getting absolutely butt-fucked on the prices. Yeah, I mean, I think that we have to worry. The AI bubble is definitely going to pop, and that's not to say, like, even as a bit of a loom-smashing Luddite myself, like, AI is not going anywhere. AI is here for the long term, but the bubble is going to pop. Like, there are so many stupid AI-based businesses that have no business existing, just like during the dot-com boom, and a lot of AI companies are gonna consolidate, and some are gonna fall, and it's gonna be a handful of winners are gonna become the AI gods, the same way a handful of dot-coms became the entire internet economy. So I think that the AI bubble is gonna really be hitting us hard. I think that just the state of the world right now, I think those chickens are going to come home to roost sooner rather than later. You know, I'm seeing a lot of the same echoes I saw during kind of the economic downturn post 9/11. I'm seeing a lot of the same signals that are very familiar. A lot of reduced spending. I don't know, man. And then the job market is terrible. I had a coworker reach out to me, like, I guess it must have been like a year and a half, 2 years ago at this point, and they had just gotten laid off from the company that laid me off a few years prior. And I was like, oh yeah, I can send your resume along and stuff and get you a job. But then we went with a bunch of it does. You know what? That's the 2007, 2008 Lehman implosion. I'm not seeing quite that yet, but I know that's got to be just around the corner. We're gonna see one domino fall very soon, and it's probably gonna be someone who's totally cozied up to the Trump administration. We're gonna see like a lot of cut corners, a lot of cronyism, right? A lot of cronyism when we start seeing the dust clear. But yeah, someone needed a job, and I was like, oh, I can take your resume, and things were chugging along. But then we ended up getting, like a whole outsourced team for what the same cost would have been for like 2 or 3 engineers. And so I looked that person up on LinkedIn a few weeks ago, and they're doing like part-time retail work now, which is like they're incredibly talented, and they have a great work history, and they can't find work in this market. It's insane. So if I were to lose my job, if I were to get laid off in the AI bubble burst, I'd probably be pretty screwed. But yep, there's Bill's economic policy hot take for the day. Things are not good, and you can take that to the bank and then watch that bank go under. I don't know if I really call it a hot take. It's also not super informed. I used to kind of make sure I was a pretty informed person, but like everything's become just like so, I don't know the word for it. I don't want to say chaotic. Everything's become like so sensationalized. Like things are bad, and there's a lot of kernels of truth about what people are saying about the current administration and the current state of the world. but like it is really hard to determine like what is kind of something to be taken seriously and what is something that's just, you know, that's the way things have always been, and you're not gonna accomplish anything by like there's no alternative. Like there's no our two-party system is not gonna like, I don't want to say like both sides are the same, but like it's something that neither party is a solution to, and the third party is not an option. So you just kind of got to accept it. But there are things that are very much not the same between the two, and there are, I don't know. I don't want to turn this into a barely coherent, vague, political, fucking. I don't want to wax idiotic about politics. So I'm definitely less informed these days than I was maybe like a year ago, just because like I had to step away from it all. It's and also like most of it just evolved into like stupid culture war bullshit, and like people think they're talking politics when they talk about like, you know, there's a girl in a Marvel movie or something, or this shit's woke. Like that's not politics. That's stupid culture war bullshit, and it's, you know, it's slop for the masses to bicker about. Yeah, the housing market's eating shit too. That's like I locked in a sweet mortgage in 2019 and then refinanced right before COVID. If I had waited like a month to refinance, I would have had an even better rate. But like I'm probably gonna have to die in this house just because like I don't think I'm ever gonna see those rates again in my lifetime. So I got the golden handcuffs keeping me in this place, and I'm okay with that. I bought this place. I don't see myself like a lot of people, like if they have families and they need to like upsize their living situation to accommodate that. I don't ever see myself being in that situation. So I think like it was always in the cards that this would be the house I eventually die in. But it would be nice to have some options. But then like I look at like the Gen Zs and other millennials, younger millennials who are like getting into the housing market and stuff, and like I feel for them, man. This is a dog shit market. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just above 2%. If I had waited, I probably would have been just above 2%. But like, yeah, the right before COVID, all the banks knew something was coming because I was inundated with just like crazy numbers of refinance offers. And this is also, I don't know how I managed to swing this, but I don't pay my property taxes into like an escrow account in my mortgage. I just pay them directly to the city, which apparently is like a fairly rare thing. Yeah, the housing market, people are getting like absolutely priced out, and there's gonna be like a generation of like rent paying slaves. I won't go on that tangent yet, but so like my mortgage, most of the mortgages I looked at, like this said I'd have to pay like extra each month into an escrow account to pay my property taxes, and I somehow talked my way out of that. And then like when I was refinancing, it was very easy to find offers that would allow me to keep that arrangement, even though everyone I talked to was like, I don't know how you did that. Like, I don't know how you managed to get that for your first mortgage. And also, I put like nothing down. I put like, I think less than 10% of my total mortgage down. So it was pretty crazy, but I have a sweet deal, and I'm thankful for it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's another one of those kind of Reddity buzzword topics where private equity is buying up housing, and it's going to turn the next generation into like lifelong renters. And I don't know how true that is, but like there's definitely truth to it. I definitely can see that as being the end goal. I don't know. They claim we're very close to it already, and I don't know how true that is, but something needs to be done to put a stop to that. Yeah, I mean, I think with it's probably based on how little I put down. That they were surprised I was able to just pay it directly, because like until I have like X amount paid off, I also have to pay like the mortgage insurance, which is only like $50 a month, I think. But I think it's like another one of those things for like low down payment home purchases, that like they lump their property taxes into the monthly payments. But I don't know. But I'm cruising along in my mortgage. I pay above the minimum because I don't plan on selling this house really, and I've shaved like a decade off my amortization at the rate I'm going. Man, I'm so old. I'm getting into super old man topics. Let's rip a pack. 330. I think 330 is when I said I was gonna rip a pack, right? Yeah, let's keep my word. Let's not make a liar of myself and rip a pack. All right. Now, let's just take a card at random that I definitely didn't put aside. I just came from this pile, just trust me. And I don't know about you, but I think this could be a god pack. That's gonna make all the haters super jelly. So we're gonna rip. Awesome. All right. Let's get our bus in a good position. Yeah, and now you can see my my stupid consumer horror bullshit peeking over my Switch because I moved the game cam. That's Cranky Frank from Schedule 1, which I might play on stream because I fucking love that game. It's like the one game I think it's the only game in my Steam library that I've 100%ed, and it took me like, after I finished every other achievement, it took me an extra like 30 hours of grinding to get. And like, I wouldn't say that part was worth it, but I still love that game. Forestara, neat. Nope, we can't cover up Space King. Snowing. Okay, that is snow. So far, this is not a god pack. I have a feeling that the guy who sold me this, I mean, no one sold me this. I got this in the pack. I got this in the box. There is no guy who sold me this who lied to me and told me it was a guaranteed god pack. Or maybe he said repack. Deerbrook token. Here we go. Here's the money card. Lady of the Lake. You know what? I have to say, her dress doesn't go past her knees, and I think as a married man, I don't think I can let my fat awful wife see this. So I think it's gonna have to go in the vault with the rest of my expensive and or saucy cards. In the vault with ye. We're slowing down. Hang on, I got this. I can save us. No, that's going in the vault. That's where all my retirement cards are going. That's a very expensive vault for trading cards. All right, what else we got? Oh, there's our shiny. I think we're gonna have to pull out the vault again. Hang on. Oh shit! I didn't want to make it lower. I'm all thumbs right now. I'm keeping too many plates spinning. Oh shit! Okay. So here is DC the Demon Cat. Does DC stand for Demon Cat? Is a Demon Cat the Demon Cat? Who knows? But this shiny, you know what? Usually shinies go in the vault, but since we just put that harlot in the vault, I think maybe this one can go in a protective sleeve and go on the wall of fame. Hang on, I gotta make sure we don't die. Hey, look at that. That one actually slid in pretty good. All right, there's our wall of fame entry for this pack. Hang on. We're getting close to the edge here. Wall of fame with you. This one I already looked at that one. All right. So this isn't the God pack. Even though I don't know why I would have expected it to be a God pack. Like, it's not like I paid $8,000 to someone for that pack alone. I could slip into all my other packs and make it look like I was super successful. I mean, why? Who would do something like that? Like, you're actually an incredibly stupid human if you think I would do something like that. If you think that I would go to a clandestine meeting behind a McDonald's and buy this pack of cards for $8,000 with the personal guarantee that it would be a God pack. Like, I don't know why you would think I'd do that. These people are psychotic and they're obsessed with me. Everyone is saying that. The kind ghost. I already have one of you. Fuck. This card, this pack is a detractor, right? Martian bees. There's no bees on Mars. People are psychotic. Hyper intelligent bite. I'm not reading that. Bites can't be intelligent. We got Dark Fortune. Let me fiddle with the light here. Ah, we're gonna crash. No, we're not. I just saved us all. So make sure you don't withhold and you show your support, because I just saved everyone. Ooh, all right. Dark Fortune. There's like no rhyme or reason. There's like no formatting to the text on these things. Like, there's either like a bunch of different sections with ands or ors, or you gotta be either at a special event or near an actual tower, or there's just like a block of text. Declare the name of a non-aura page. Reveal the target caster's chapter. If there is a page in target caster's chapter with the name you declared, send one of those pages into their respective afterlife. If not, send your chapter to your afterlife. But when do I send something to Limbo? Because there's Limbo and then there's the afterlife. And I don't know what the difference is between them, even though I'm very serious about this hobby and know everything there is to know about Pokemon cards. Whatever. I don't have it in me to keep up that bit. Just pretend it was funny. Witch's Blight. Actually, so these cards are shitty. Like these cards kind of suck. This whole MetaZoo thing sucks. I'm gonna break the fourth wall for a second. I actually do like some of the artwork. There's like a lot of like watercolor. I wouldn't say I like the artwork as much as I like the colors. I think like this watercolored pastel-y pink on green is like a good look, and I like that. So I wouldn't say any of the artwork has been particularly good, but I do like the colors, and I do like the kind of vibe of them. All right, back to it. Back to being the super expert. Solar bathing ritual. See, this is the Pokemon in this card. That's like a Dragonite or something, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's not, but it looks like a Dragonite to me. Or a Gyarados. I don't know. Whatever. Next card. Ectoplasmic Sludge. You guys see that? That's a pretty good card. That's definitely gonna be good during retirement. But I already have my my vault full of better shit than this. So, and then we have Cairn. There's a Cairn to Karn. I know this word. I've seen this word. It's like a stack of rocks that's usually like some kind of like I don't know. It's like hikers build them along rivers, and they get told not to do that because it fucks up the river ecosystem. But I've only ever seen this word written. I've never heard it pronounced, and I've always just said cairn, but it might just be carn. But we'll call it a cairn. There we go. There's our pack rip. I hope you guys all enjoyed it as much as I did. We'll do another one if we either get 10 concurrent viewers, or if we hit. Let's do it at 420. So that's in 40 minutes from now, right? Yeah, 40 minutes from now. Gotta check my math there real quick. My math ain't so good. That was a good pack rip, though. I mean, it wasn't the God pack, even though that motherfucker promised me it would be a God pack. 10 more support. I appreciate it. But yeah, if we have 6 concurrent viewers now, according to YouTube Studio. If we hit 10, I will open another pack as soon as we do. Or if you berate me in the chat enough, I'll also probably do it then. Because I am very I cave easily to peer pressure. But yeah, make sure you tell all your friends about BrightSydeBill, Desert Bus, and Pack Rips Marathon. I know that, you know, I'm a very good streamer, and I'm very good at ripping open packs. I'm better. Again, let's name another trading card streamer, and I guarantee you I'm better than them. I'll tell you right away if I'm better than them, but I can guarantee you that I am. So yeah, anyone wants to put out a card streamer, like no one wants to watch someone who knows everything about the cards. They want to watch someone who knows absolutely nothing about the cards. No, we already did DSP, and he is, again, great trading card streamer, but I'm better than him. Well, let's, you know, in the incredibly popular world of trading card streamers that are very mainstream, and everyone, it's like everyone knows who Michael Jordan is, and everyone knows who the Michael Jordan of trading card streamer is. I don't, but I assume there are people out there who do, right? God. So I'm debating whether or not I want to take a picture of my janky ass setup and post it. I think I might, but I have like this really this arm for the desk camera. That's like it's like one of those lamp arms that has like a bunch of like hinged metal rods and like springs holding it together to like to move it and extend it and stuff. But the base is hollow, and so like if you extend it out too far, it tips over. And so I have a can of crushed tomato, keeping it flat while my camera's on it. And it's like, it's such a janky piece of shit. I don't even know why I have it. I didn't get it. I got it way before I started streaming. I don't remember what I got it for, but I dug it out and set it up for this. And yeah, my setup is jank as hell, I'm not gonna lie. This was a very kind of slapdash production I threw together, even though I had it planned for like a week, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But like there wasn't, like, I didn't want to like go out and like buy a bunch of shit for it, and I didn't want to turn it into some big investment. So I put some thought into it, but I didn't exactly like put I just like made sure I could make it work the way I wanted to, and then called it a day. I think, I don't know, if I stick with the pack rips, I might want to invest in like a cheap webcam mount that'll be better than the setup I have now. But yeah, I definitely don't want to be because right now, so I'm kind of the reason I started streaming in the first place is because like I have all these like games in my backlog I want to play, but like getting to play them was like I just didn't have the motivation. Like after work, I just like plop down in front of the TV and be like, I don't want to go through all the rigmarole of going through my library and all that shit. There's like that kind of like, I don't want to call it anxiety, but that's like what it is. It's like startup anxiety. And so by giving myself a reason to play, I kind of want to like work through my backlog of games to some degree and just like get more into gaming. It's something that like I've been sticking with, but I kind of want to just do like a better job of like, I think a lot of us have that problem where we have like a Steam library full of games that we've never played. Like we just saw them on sale and be like, oh, I've heard of that. It looks like it could be good. I'll get it, and then you just never touch it. Or that game you get to play with your friends and you play it with them once, and then like never again. You've got to specifically play with them, and they just never touch it again. So I have a whole library full of stuff like that. So, but this is very much just I want to treat it like a hobby. That I don't want to be like investing like a bunch of dumbass purchases to do it. So I basically cobbled everything together with the exception the desk cam. I did spend like $60 on Amazon. But I took my I cannibalized I used a crappy webcam first to stream, and it worked fine, but then I cannibalized the one I used to use for interviews that is normally connected to my work computer. But I just started using my built-in camera for meetings on my work computer and moved my good webcam to my personal computer and started streaming with that. And then I got some cheap lights to light up my eyes and mouth basically, and also my cards now. But I think that's like the extent of what I want to spend. I really don't want this to become an expensive hobby, since most of my hobbies are already expensive. And I don't want to add another one. I bumped the camera, but it doesn't matter because I'm not on that scene anyways. God, I'm getting a little hoarse. I'd love to see how I sounded at the beginning of this stream and how I sound now. And I bet there's a noticeable difference. I bet if someone watching were to go back to the beginning of the stream. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. It's been awesome talking to you. You're by far you're my number one dude. But I bet if someone watching were to go to the beginning of the stream and listen to how I sound and compare it to how I sound now, I'd probably sound a lot more hoarse now. Oh, shit, I almost died. God damn. I feel more hoarse. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna check up on how I sound. I'm gonna do that A/B comparison. Maybe I'll make a short out of it. I haven't done a good short in a while either. I started doing the 8th inning introductions to my shorts. I did like one of them, and it didn't spark joy the way I thought it would. I like the model and I like the character. I gotta work the voice out. The voice is fucking stupid. But there's definitely I just gotta find something. I gotta find something to do with it. And it's not like I didn't put that much effort into the model. It took me maybe an hour of maybe like 2 hours. I ran into some trouble, but it took me maybe like 2 hours of fidgeting and fumbling to get the 8th inning model. And I kind of just did it like on an impulse, and I don't really have a plan for what I want to do with it. But I don't know. Maybe I'll make a Melanie Mac model too, and I'll start doing some scripted shit. But having to do two, maybe I can find someone else who can call in and play Melanie Mac. If you have any interest in playing a parody version of Melanie Mac, and I can make the avatar for you. Maybe I'll hold some auditions or something. We can make some silly internet shit together. And playing playing Melanie Mac would be super easy because all you gotta do is say like, wow, and oh my god, and then just laugh at my poopy jokes and tell me that I'm doing really good on my diet. And believe me, or at least pretend to believe me when I say that I gave up drinking for the 8th time this month. Speaking of pieces of shit with horrible addictions, time for a fresh pack. God, this is like sitting here playing this game. Like this is like the type of situation where like if I was still a cigarette smoker, I had something to do. And this is like really, I haven't had a cigarette in 3 years at this point. I only quit vaping like 6 months ago. But like this is making me want a cigarette real bad. That's something like I'm no matter how long it's been since you quit smoking, the urge is like always there. I guess I've snuck a couple of cigarettes here and there since I quit. Especially like I'm not much of a drinker, but when I do drink, it's always social. I have some friends that still smoke. I'll usually bum a couple. I know like smoking is a dirty, disgusting habit. I know non-smokers are very grossed out by it, and they're completely correct in feeling that way about it. God damn, is it like a pleasant hobby if you're a smoker? The smell, the taste, the feeling, the something to do with your hands while you're bored, the 5-minute break you can take, you know, in the middle of something that's arduous or boring or tedious. I think our chat's going to be slowing down for a while, so I'm just going to be talking to myself for a bit, but I'll do my best. I like to think I do a decent job of not having a whole lot of dead air on my streams. Not that anyone would know, because usually in a given hour or so streams, I'll have 1 or 2 people pop in for, you know, 5 seconds each. I'll get the occasional chatter, but it is, I try to keep the dead air to a minimum, but it is really tough when you're just talking to yourself and don't have like anyone to bounce off of, or like any like prompts to go off of in chat. So this has been like far and away the most like successful chat and like viewership wise stream I've done. So I'm definitely happy for that. And for the people who are here currently or who were here previously, you know, I really do appreciate everyone showing up. I know that like no one really knows who I am. No one really cares what I do, but I like to think that if I just, you know, not to say this is like difficult or hard work, but I feel like there's a bit of an effort on display here, and I hope, you know, I hope that comes through. I don't know. I don't know what I want out of streaming. It has been enjoyable, but I have no idea. Like, I definitely don't want it to be a career, and I don't think I have to worry about that at all. I don't think that'll ever be in the cards for me. But I don't know. I don't know what I want out of it. I've been sticking to it. I don't think I've missed a scheduled stream once. I've been late a couple times. You know, taken a nap and fucked up. And I've had a couple of disaster streams where my own incompetence has made them stupid and partially unwatchable. But overall, I have, even with no one showing up, it is kind of like fun. It is a way to kind of get myself back into gaming in a way that's difficult to do as an adult. Definitely, you know, when I wore a younger man's clothes, there was like a much more of a social aspect to it, and there still is to a degree. There's people who, you know, I don't see them in person as much as I would like. They have like, we all have like jobs and responsibilities, but they also have like kids and wives and stuff. And I have a wife too. I have a wife and I have a kitty, and my fat awful wife, whom I love very much, she's my family and my kitty's my family. But putting my fake fat awful wife and kitty aside for the moment, I definitely have like a lot more like free time to kill than my friends with those kind of extra family obligations. And so gaming, like I'll firing up some friend slot, or a shooter, like or just whatever is popular right now. Helldivers was a couple of years ago when Helldivers was real big. I played a lot of that with my friends, and like that was like we were all kind of like obsessed with it for a bit. So like I spent more time gaming with them than I previously had, but then we kind of lost interest in that, and now it's like I'm always on the lookout for a game I think everyone would like playing together, because it does kind of keep the social group together when we can't be together in person. So, but that's like, as we all get older, and as like the people with kids, as their kids get older, and they can kind of take on, you can do more kind of complicated activities with your kids, and they become like your own social circle. They become, as they grow older, they become less of just a dependent and more of like their own people, and you have your own relationships with them. That kind of does supplant social relationships with other adults to a degree, and that's it's kind of being that single friend. It is kind of a bummer, but I obviously don't begrudge them that. I completely understand. Yeah, just gaming as an adult, it gets tougher and tougher to keep up with it, and I do think that streaming is a good way for me to kind of keep up with it in a decently healthy way. Yeah, for the people who've been hanging out with me, again, I appreciate you swinging by. I hope you're having a decent enough time, or I hope I'm providing some decent background noise while you scroll your phone, or play with your cats or whatever, or dogs. I'm more of a dog guy personally. I had dogs growing up. I don't have dogs in my life currently. I think that's something I would definitely like to remedy at some point. But I have this fear of being like a shitty dog owner, because like as I've lived alone. What's my phone saying? I don't care. I've lived alone for 13 years, I guess, about at this point. And like, when you live alone, it's very easy to be like irresponsible and shitty, because like when I had roommates or when I lived with family, like if you don't hold up your end of the living situation bargain, then like there's other people you hurt and kind of take down with you, and that's like a shitty thing to do. When it's just you, like I can put off like cleaning the sink, or doing my dishes. I can just like put that stuff off, and the only person who it's a burden for is myself. And so like there's no moral quandary there. But if I'm taking care of a dog, and I'm like my kind of lazy, irresponsible self that I can be sometimes, I'd be kind of like hurting another, not person, but like it's no less immoral to do that to a dog than it is to a person. I think to a degree it's probably more immoral, because they're much more dependent on you than like if I had like a live-in girlfriend, or any kind of long-term partner, or even roommates. Like they are capable of being self-sufficient, and it'd be more of like an etiquette thing than a moral thing. But with like a pet, you know, they rely on you. And so if I were to be a shitty pet owner, that'd be no bueno. And I'd like to think that I could rise to the occasion and fix my shitty bachelor habits if I did get a pet, but I also don't want to like roll those dice. So I don't know, but we'll see. But I'm allergic to cats, so that's part of it. But I do love a good kitty, and as long as I wash my hands after petting them, I'm usually okay. But I see like videos on like YouTube and stuff. Like my short speed on YouTube is absolutely plastered wall to wall with cute animal videos, which is probably true for a lot of people. But I see people like burying their faces into cat's fur, and like I could feel like a sneeze building just watching that. It's crazy. It's like a sympathetic sneeze starts when I see someone burying their face in cat fur. But I definitely, even though I'm not a cat person, I understand cat people. Cats can be, one, very cute, and two, like you can form a very kind of deep emotional bond with them. And I'm very familiar with the deep emotional bond that can be formed with dogs, and so I absolutely can respect that. I just prefer, like, there's the argument that like dogs don't make you work for their affection, which is true to a degree, but I don't think that makes the bond any less special. It's you know, it's just like people. Like, you have your friends who are super easy to get along with, and your friends who you gotta put a little more work into the relationship to make it, you know, to make it work. You gotta maybe accept some more things about them that you don't particularly like. But I don't think that's a basis for what makes the interpersonal relationships more meaningful or special. I think that's just, you know, every interpersonal relationship is a beautiful and unique snowflake, you know? No homo. Not to get all mushy on you or anything. Those are some of the thoughts I think of while I'm drifting off to sleep, alone and sad. But anyways, what time is it? We got 18 minutes until the next pack rip. So I hope your bodies are prepared, and I hope you're wearing your jizz-proof underwear, because I have a sneaking suspicion that the next pack is definitely going to be a real god pack, and not a fucking fake god pack that someone scammed you for, promising you to be a god pack, but they were lying, even though I don't do that, and those were totally organic rips. I would never fake a god pack opening, and you're a mouth-drooling psycho if you think I would. And okay. So let's drop the kayfabe and break the fourth wall again for a second. Why has no one picked up on the fact that mouth drooler is not a fucking thing? It's mouth breather is what you say. Like, why would you ever preface the word drooler with the word mouth? Like, are you implying that there are other places to drool from other than your mouth? Are there also penis droolers and ass droolers and the ever elusive vagina drooler? No, there aren't. But like, no one has called out the fact that that's like, there's a word for it. I don't want to say eggcorn, where like someone pronounces a word wrong, like bon appetit instead of bon appetit. But there's like a word for like a close but not the right like idiom, I guess, or colloquialism. And like mouth drooler is not one of them. It's mouth breather, and nobody has called that out, and people just rolled with it, and that drives me up a fucking wall. But thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and we'll resume the kayfabe. Yeah, I'm definitely getting more hoarse. I definitely want to know what I sounded like in the beginning compared to now, because I've been talking pretty much nonstop for 3 hours now. We got a little over 5 hours because I think we were probably streaming for about 15 minutes before we started, and this takes 8 hours. Hey, Sasquatch Afterbirth, I recognize you from Twitter. What's up, my dude? You're I like you. I always, even on my shitty shorts, you're always a reliable guy to like my shit. And I want you to know that doesn't go unappreciated. So yeah, Grand Theft Nato says maybe take your wife out for 10-minute walk or text some whales. All right, like as far as taking my fat alpha wife out on a walk, she is not a walker. Okay, she's more of what you call a waddler, and I think 10 minutes would be a lot more than she could handle. And as far as texting whales, I mean, unless they're gonna give me money, I don't know why I'd ever want to talk to those losers. So while I appreciate your intent to give me suggestions, I suggest you maybe work a little bit harder on them and give me suggestions that don't fucking suck like those two. But again, thank you. I respect and appreciate you, even though your ideas are trash. And fuck you. Sorry. You know I'm fucking with you, but I always worry about how I come across. That's like my whole life. I've always towed the line between like class clown and guy who takes it too far. And so I don't know. I'm probably on the spectrum. It wouldn't surprise me if I was to some degree. But like whenever I do like make a social faux pas and cross some sort of line, it's not like I'm oblivious to it. Like I recognize it right away, and I just, you know, the social acceptability calculus I'm capable of doing, and sometimes I just miscalculate, you know. But I don't know. I just, you know, that scene. If anyone who's seen The Office, where like they're on like a conference call and Jim starts saying like, Dwight, why are you taking your shirt off, or something to that effect, and then eventually Andy takes it too far and he goes like, I'm cutting off Phyllis's head with a chainsaw, and like he just ruins the joke for everyone and everyone goes silent. Especially it's not so much a thing now. I've definitely kind of tempered myself, but like growing up, I was Andy in a lot of situations like that. Like and it would always start out like, usually I'd start off by like, people would be on my side. Like I'd be, you know, I'd be getting the laughter that the class clown in me craves, and eventually I'd start escalating, and eventually I'd get to a point where I'd cross the line and everyone would kind of turn. And that was, you know, I would say it was like a problem for me. It's not like I would like destroy relationships with it, but I would definitely find myself in those situations more than my peers, I would say. So how'd I get onto this? I was giving Grand Theft Nato shit as a joke, and I do, when I'm doing that, I do have this thought in my back of my head. It's like, is someone gonna take me seriously? And I don't think I have to worry about that too much. I think the kind of people who would be attracted to a stream like this are going to be aware of what's going on, but still, like, it does happen. And that's another thing too, is I tend to have a very dry sarcasm, and so I would kind of hope people would pick up on being sarcastic based on like how ridiculous whatever I'm saying is. But then I would do it around people who don't know me well enough, and so they would just assume I'm a fucking mouth drooling idiot when I said something like that. And like I would say something as a joke, but it'd be in my very dry sarcasm, and so someone who doesn't who wasn't kind of used to me saying things like that would take it seriously, and then eventually, like through the grapevine, it would get back to me that like whoever I said it to was like talking shit about me for weeks after I said that, and I'm like, I was clearly joking, and I don't know, man. That's another situation I find myself in pretty frequently, and that's all. Like let's call a spade a spade. That's all some pretty that's all like pretty autistic shit if we're being honest, you know. So it wouldn't surprise me if I was on the spectrum to some degree. But I don't know. But that's, you know, I think we all have kind of our social struggles that we've kind of learned to live with or temper or fix about ourselves, you know, throughout our lives. And that was just my destiny, is to maybe take things a little too far, or to just be a little too fast and loose with the unseriousness. And I think, you know, and like that's, even though I might have found myself in those situations more frequently than your average person, it's definitely not a unique experience. I know we've all been there, where we make a joke in a social situation that just falls flat and you just want to fucking crawl under a rock and hide. You get like a couple of like forced chuckles maybe, but you look at their faces and you can see the disgust there. You can see the how off-put they are. God, I'm definitely going horse as shit. We got 8 minutes until the next pack rip. I'm getting the itchy fingers though. I'm getting the grabby hands. I'm looking at this big pile of card packs on my desk and thinking, I can just grab one right now and rip it open and jerk my little weenus to my god pack, you know? And maybe, you know what? I bet you one of these packs has a Gengar in it, and if I get that Gengar, none of you motherfuckers are ever going to hear the end of it. And you guys are going to know how much better I am than all of you, because I have a Gengar, and you guys don't even have a Metapod, right? That's a Pokemon? Or you don't have a, we just pull one up here. You don't have a Dark Fortune, which declares a name. I'm not going to read that. That's a lot of text. Fuck it. But you know what I'm talking about. You guys don't have any of that shit, and I do, because I'm better than you. I keep looking up at the name tag on the visor. And it says your driver is Bill. And every now and then I'll kind of like talk to myself during a stream and be like, good job, Bill, or go get him, Bill, you know. And if anyone out there is wondering, no, that is not my real name. And I am absolutely shocked that in the 2.5 months, something like, let's see, been about, let's just call it 8 weeks, 6 streams a week. So, and some 50 plus streams I've done, right? Yeah, like 50 something streams I've done, maybe more. I'm shocked that I have not used my real name at all yet. And I think that day is fast approaching. And I've been careful, like on my desktop, like the user directory has my real name in it. And in some, like in this emulator, for example, it would show the file path and it would show my real name. So I've been like pretty careful to scrub that shit. But I'm shocked in the time I've been doing this that I haven't told on myself yet. I haven't minorly doxed myself yet. But that day, I think it's inevitable at some point. I'm gonna let it slip. And when that day comes, hopefully as normal, there won't be any viewers, and I'll be able to cut it out of of the YouTube record. And it'll, and the time I slipped up and gave my real name will be considered lost media that no one knows about. Even now, I'm thinking like that little ramble I just went on is like, did I say my real name in that ramble? I might have and just not even realized it. I don't know, man. I think the most exposure I've screwed up and ended up cutting out with YouTube is and it wasn't anything major, but I do, when I was streaming Bully, hang on, when I was streaming Bully, because of it's like a weird old game and it's like kind of difficult to capture, I just did I did a full display capture, and so I had to move like all the stuff, like all the icons off my desktop, and I would hide my my taskbar, and there's nothing revealing on there, but for some reason I just wanted to like not show it. I don't know. It just seemed like a reasonable step to take. But anyways, it did pop up once during a stream. I ended up cutting it out, and that's like the kind of anal retentiveness I feel like I need to practice. I don't know why. It's kind of irrational. I'll be the first to admit it, but I don't think taking little stuff like that is kind of unreasonable in good online hygiene. Yeah, I'm also just running out of shit to talk about. I don't think people want to hear about my ass falling asleep, but you're going to hear about it now because I need to stretch my legs for a second. So prepare for my neck to stretch in inhuman ways and then my avatar to disappear. You can still hear me though because I use a headset mic. Oh, shit. Fuck, that was almost a disaster. Oh shit. That would have been fucking awful if I lost right there. That might have been the end of the marathon. And then, you know what? If I lose, I think I'll just start. I'll leave the towing animation up, which, for anyone who wasn't around for the initial explanation, when you lose, and you'll lose if you either go off the road or you stop for too long, a tow truck comes and grabs you, and then the tow back is the same amount of time you've already spent playing, and then you start again. And obviously I think most people, how many virtual miles have you driven? Shit, I don't know. There's a odometer on the fridge. If you go back to the beginning, you'll be able to see it. But it takes 8 hours if you like don't slow down at all. So it'll probably take me like 8 hours and a little bit of change because I have like slowed down and stuff like that. But the timer starts at 7 and now it's 10:24. So it's been 3 hours and 24 minutes of driving. No, that can't be right. No, it starts at 7:30. So it's been almost 3 hours. We didn't start playing exactly when the stream started. But if you were to go back to the beginning of the stream, you could look at the odometer. And actually, I'd be interested to know too. So if anyone does go back and do the math by looking at the odometer at the beginning of the stream and looking at it now, I would be interested to know how many miles I've driven so far. But I have about 5 more hours to go, give or take a few minutes. And it's almost 4:20, and that means we're due for a pack rip. I need to update my marquee. I've I added the totally real, totally legit anonymous dono of $10,000 at the top. Maybe like a month ago. And I've always had my Twitter handle on there. But I need something else to put up there. I don't know what else to do. I don't collect donos, obviously, so, and even if I ever do get monetized and I'm able to collect donos, one, I'll never do like PayPal donos. I don't like the implication of like I have people's personal information, and when people who accept PayPal donations tell you that they don't see your personal information, they are 100% fucking lying. They 100% see your name and your address and stuff. So keep that in mind whenever you PayPal anyone money. But if I were to ever be able to like accept super chats or anything, I don't know that I'd want to keep track of leaders and stuff. Honestly, like I think about what would happen if I ever got to the point where I'm able to accept like super chats and stuff. I don't know how comfortable I feel with it, because I feel like I'd want to provide value. Okay, it's 421, so we're pack ripping. But I know Aloof Liberty is busy scrubbing the timeline right now. So I might want to wait till he's, or she, I just kind of assume, but I assume we're not going to track that many women, maybe, but I assume that they're still scrubbing the timeline, so I'll wait till they get back to rip the pack. I am curious to see how long it's been. I can't do that math right now, but yeah, I'm glad you're back. Now that you're back, we can do a pack rip, and I appreciate you looking into that for me. And not to be too much of a nuisance, but if you want to also figure out how many miles that is, that'd be dope. 230. That's I think it's like 360 miles in total. So. Actually, no, that can't be right. Maybe it's like 4, because we have to be less than halfway. All right, whatever. We'll figure it out. But now that you're back, it is pack ripping time. So prepare your body and your soul for what's sure to be a god pack or a Gengar that you're all going to be super jealous of. Honestly, I'm like a little bit shocked about how I've been able to keep this up with relative ease. Like I was worried this was going to be like a fucking disaster. It's actually gone about as smooth as I would have hoped. Yep, we have 0 concurrent viewers. We might have scared everyone off. Or there's I don't know, Luke Liberty, if you're still here, this pack group's for you. Hope you see it. We got Lightning Aura. That's kind of cool. Not really. Fuck you, bye. No, I can't cover up Space King, though. Space King. The King of Space. Oh, I see some emotes going up. It says 0 concurrent viewers, but I'm glad to see that my new friend Aloof Liberty is still with us. Island. That's kind of a cool island, but that's, you know, that's what makes me think that this might actually be a Magic set, because I know Magic uses islands. So maybe this isn't a Pokemon set at all, but who gives a shit, right? It's all the same. Bone token. There's a joke in there about token on a bone, but I can't find it right now, so yeah, I don't know. That one I thought about putting it in the vault, but I don't think it's going in the vault. Uh-oh. Lady of the Lake, we already know. Hold on. We already know that this is not suitable for a married man, and my fat, awful wife will have a field day if she ever saw this. So this is going to go in the vault with the other Lady of the Lake. Let's just pull over to the left all the way, and then we'll grab the vault, and we'll put it in. And we crank, crank, crank. And there we go. Now it's safe in the vault from the prying eyes of our fat, awful wife. Did I say our fat, awful wife? I meant my fat, awful wife. You socially inept losers don't have any kind of wife, let alone a fat, awful one. All right, what do you have now? Clairvoyance. Let's actually read this one. You may contract this page from your cemetery by placing it into your afterlife. What the? Okay. So the cards can go either into limbo or the cemetery or the afterlife. This card game is fucking stupid as shit. Yeah, that's like, yeah, the royal we, it's the parasocial R. Because like Aloof Liberty and I, we are like besties now. Like, they might say differently, but don't believe them. We're best friends now. And so we share my wife, and yeah, my fat, awful wife, whom I love. Oh, shit. I pretend you didn't see that. All right, this was the one in the back, but pretend it was the one in the front. Shit. All right, let's go. Uh oh, we got a shiny basket ogress. If a basket is within eyesight, this BC enters the arena awakened. So this is like, I don't think they're talking about like a basket like card out on the field. I think they're talking about like in real life, a basket. Like if you have like a basket somewhere in the room and you play this card, it shows up awakened. And I think that's a mechanic in card games. Not that I'm any kind of expert. I played Magic as a youngster and haven't really looked back since. But I think that's an idiotic game mechanic to put into your trading card game. I think that's like something that like joke cards like Magic Unglued would get away with. But like if you do that in like your actual card game, your game is not to be taken seriously. But you know what? This ogress is a woman, and my fat, awful wife doesn't let me interact with women. And so you know what? This is also going in the vault. It's definitely not an excuse to just crank a card, because it's very satisfying. Boom. In the vault. I mean, if you want to just take my fat, awful wife, 130 miles. That sounds right. That sounds. I mean, 230 miles, 130 miles. I'll believe you whatever you say, because I don't remember. They tell you exactly in the beginning how many miles it is, and they tell you that you can max out at 45 miles an hour, which they say would take 8 hours if you do it perfectly. And so, yeah, 130 miles, 230 miles, it's all the same. But I appreciate you doing the math for me and taking that burden off my shoulders, so thank you. I probably should have just written it down and saved us all the trouble. Fuck, don't open that. God damn it, Bill. You have one job, to pull apart the cards right and present them correctly. Fuck. All right. Sorry, everyone. You deserve better, even though I'm the best trading card streamer ever. Even I make mistakes as the best trading card streamer ever. Temperance. 3 per spell book. See, like, so I just want just to point out how dumb these cards are. Well, let me pull over real quick and then find one. So like if you look at this card, there's like all this little fine print and symbols and rules and shit, and then you look at like the tokens. Okay, tokens I'm not going to count, but there's one I just had. Where'd it go? Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Shit, fuck, balls. Shit, fuck, balls. All right. Okay, I found it, though. Right before I almost died, I found it. So this one, which is one of my retirement cards, you see, like, there's just a block of text that says, like, what you do. All right, which, you know, it's kind of lengthy, but, like, whatever. It sounds pretty straightforward. And then this one is, like, all this fine print and all these symbols and all this bullshit and, like, all these ifs, ands, or buts. And it's like, pick a fucking lane, all right? Either make it simple or make it complicated, but don't mix and match. Whatever. And I love these cards. I'm very serious about this hobby, and I love trading cards. And it's definitely, I spent 62 or somewhere between $62,000 and $70,000 for all these packs. All right, this is my retirement, and it was a good investment. So, all right, let's get on with it. Phantom Steamboat of the Tombigee or Tombigee. It's T-O-M-B-I. Is that a G or a Q? I think that's a G, but the printing isn't so great on these. Yeah, that's a G. Phantom Steamboat of the Tombigee or Tombigee. I don't know. I don't think that's a real word. I think that's shit they made up. I actually don't hate the artwork on this, but I'm not going to read the bullshit underneath. All right. Death. Cool name for a card. The artwork is kind of lame. I don't love it. And I'm also, I'll read. So if it's just a straightforward block of text, I'll probably read it. But all this like little fine print shit, like I don't have my glasses on and I don't feel like squinting to read that. I should just get contacts. The glasses don't work with the model though. And my eyes, I only wear my glasses pretty much like if I'm watching a movie with subtitles in the living room, I'll probably need my glasses to read it, or if I'm driving, or if I'm in a meeting and someone's screen sharing. But I don't like wear my glasses like for every daily thing that I do. But I probably should just get contacts. That's like probably one of my red flags. It's like it's a very non-grown-up thing to do, is to not wear my glasses that I need to see. Oh, did you order cards online? So I went to a very special card dealer and made a backroom deal and spent $85,000 on this box of packs. So I definitely, no matter what anyone tells you, I definitely didn't buy any packs like specially resealed to be god packs that'll make me look cool on the internet. So if anyone says that I did that, don't listen to them, because they're liars and they're mouth droolers. This is a very robust price, but you know what? You gotta spend money to make money. And also definitely don't look up what these MetaZoo cards cost on eBay, because I definitely spent more than like 17 bucks on this box. Okay, I kind of like the artwork on this card. I don't know why. It basically looks like shitty mutant. It has like vibes of Bulbasaur a little bit, but it's Wind Tosser with an H for some reason. Not Wing Tosser, and not Wind Tosser. It's Wind Tosser. What's up with that? Let's hold on. Let's take a second and dig Space King out a little bit. He deserves our respect. Shit. All right, these are the cards. Yeah. What about this card? This one I already looked at. Yeah, that's Wind Tosser. Wind Tosser. I fucking hate that. All right. Ooh. Sam Scarf. Oh, we have something that if it has Sam's in the name, you can do something when you play that card. That's for an opponent, not for us. So this card is fucking useless. Thanks for nothing. And Dimension in a Bottle. That's I kind of the so this like style of like it's usually used to depict in like comic books like Poison Gas or something, where it's like a light green with a darker green outline and like well, not outline, I guess it's like more of a gradient, but I guess like darker towards the outside, and there's like kind of like bubbles and stuff in it. It feels very like 90s Spider-Man to me, and I kind of like that. But yeah, I don't care about yeah, fuck that card. Everything else about the card is lame, but I like that color scheme. You know what? Fuck it. Let's put this guy in our wall of fame. Okay, let me just make sure the bus is okay. 1, 2, 3, push! Whoa, you know what? Let's try that again. No, fuck it, that's fine. Alright, that's in our wall of fame now. You'll be seeing it in streams, and whenever I want to flex on you stupid chuds, I'll pull this out and say, you guys are jealous of my Gengar. Like the haters are saying I suck, but they don't have Gengars. That's not a Gengar, but you know what I mean, alright? Eventually I'll get a Gengar, and it'll be awesome. All right. So we got a good 5 more hours of this shit, I think. Yeah. Just maybe a little below 5, maybe a little under 5 hours. And I appreciate everyone who stopped by and chatted and kept me company. I very much appreciate it. It's been what's for dinner tonight? So oh yeah, so let me just finish that up real quick. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Anyone who's here now, anyone who's been here. I'm used to completely dead streams with no audience whatsoever. So the fact that people are showing up for this, I'm definitely glad. This is going. The numbers are super tiny, I know, but for me, it's like this is about as good as I could have hoped for it to go. So thank you all for showing up. But for dinner, we got this very healthy Kung Pao chicken from Trader Joe's, and it has a little naughty treat. And most people will think like, oh, is the naughty treat peanuts? And no, the naughty treat is actually semen, which is delicious. I love semen. So we're having Trader Joe's Kung Pao chicken that I paid a guy to jerk off into. Oh god, I'm sorry for laughing at my own joke. That was fucking stupid as hell, but yep. The naughty treat is semen. That's the secret ingredient. And it's not naughty because it's unhealthy. It's naughty because it came from a man's penis. God, I should... that would have been... I'll have to cut that later. Normally, so if anyone's seen like my shorts on YouTube, they do usually better on Twitter. It's weird, like the ones that I think are really funny, they usually do okay, but the ones I'm like usually kind of like down on and think suck usually do better than the ones I really like. But I usually just when I first did it, I would like screen record the video on YouTube and then cut it that way, and then eventually I just started turning on the recording real quick in OBS, and this is like boring behind the scenes shit, but I'm running out of stuff to talk about. But I would just like record it in OBS during a stream, and then eventually I moved to like if I had an idea that I'd actually write down before the stream, I would just record it off stream, and it would take a couple tries sometimes. Where was I going with this? Oh, so if you see my shorts, that's how the magic gets made. And I hadn't thought to record anything from this, but I don't think there's going to be any shorts from this. That would have been a candidate though if I remembered to record it, but that was very much off the cuff, and I wasn't I did not know when I started the explanation of what was for dinner. I didn't know where it was going to go, and it ended up just taking a turn in the moment, and it was very stupid. I understand if most people just think it was stupid and not worth laughing at, but I tickled the shit out of my funny bone with that one. But I do apologize for that also, because I understand. That's one of those possibly taking it too far moments. So we've been driving for like 3 hours and 15 minutes, and the 8-hour estimate is for like if you don't stop whatsoever, and we slowed down a little bit here and there, but nothing major. Oh, I mean, that's in this house in the snort fort. That is a very planned out dinner, you know. That's what we consider cooking, is putting kung pao chicken with semen on it in the microwave. Because normally if we don't plan something out, we just DoorDash fast food and then lie about eating it and tell everyone that we're eating healthy. But really we have the truth of the matter is we have some sort of wasting disease that's causing us to become a shriveled up skeleton while we're pretending it's healthy. I'm surprised. I mean, I guess I haven't been taking too many drinks so far. I also have a pretty large bladder. I didn't expect myself to be able to make all 8 hours without a bathroom break, but I figured like 1 or 2 bathroom breaks tops would be in the cards for 8 hours. But I'm surprised I haven't taken one yet. Hopefully I'm not like dehydrating the shit out of myself. But yeah, I mean, I worry about that shit too. But I mean, I don't think normally I'm pretty good about hydrating. I use single-use plastic bottles because I'm an asshole. But like normally, when I'm working, like this is kind of mirroring my 8-hour workday on my computer. Only like when I work, I'm like getting up and stretching my legs a couple times an hour. And you know, I also take a lunch break too for an hour. But I'm usually like pretty good about hydrating. So I think like one day being shitty about it isn't going to be too big a deal. And again, too, I have a pretty legendarily large bladder. Like I'll usually have like three plastic water bottles. And yes, I know I'm destroying the environment and I don't give a fuck, but I usually have like 3 or 4 of them by this point in like a work day and still haven't taken a pee break. But I appreciate you looking out for my health. That's definitely... I don't want to be one of those people who tells like other adults to stay hydrated because that annoys the shit out of me, but it is still good advice. But I think I have a little bit of a oppositional defiant disorder where if someone reminds me to stay hydrated, I say, fuck you, I'm gonna dehydrate on purpose just to show you that you can't tell me what to do. I mean, I don't, but that thought does cross my mind, like in the back of it, when another adult, even like when like people, there's some YouTuber who does like the occasional video on like internet drama. I forget his name, but like his catchphrase at one point was like, remember to drink water, or remember to stay hydrated or something. And that like I think that's probably why I stopped watching it regularly, because that just like annoys the shit out of me. I hate when adults tell other adults to remember to hydrate or to drink a lot of water, to stay hydrated. It's like, just worry about yourself, Chief. Not telling you that though. I do appreciate the looking out, because I am outwardly saying that I'm doing a bad job hydrating currently. And I'm also drinking Diet Pepsi instead of water today. I usually... Now I'm going to sound a little bit Phil-esque, but like my I don't want to call it a naughty treat because I don't view it that way, but like I allow myself to have like 2 Diet Pepsis a day, because it used to be all I drank. It used to be like no water and all Diet Pepsi. Exactly. I'm glad you agree with me. So I used to drink like almost exclusively Diet Pepsi, and a couple years ago I made the conscious decision to like actually drink water, and I still did it the shitty half-assed way. I just started investing in single-use water bottles. I got like a filtered water dispenser that goes in the fridge, and I did that for a while, but like I ended up like going through and like emptying it every day and having to fill it up every day, just a pain in the ass. And like I need a new fridge, one that has like a built-in water dispenser. But like when it comes to replacing like big appliances, I'm like, I drag my feet like crazy. I don't know. I hate making big purchases like that. And it's like absolutely like a fridge I would like probably be like a grand tops, which I can easily make work. But like, and I probably wouldn't even spend that much. I'd probably cheap out because I'm a cheapskate. I'd probably spend like $600. But like, I don't know, man. I'm a big believer in like, if what you have works, then don't bother trying to fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it type of thing. But like, I really do want a fridge with a built-in like water filter and ice maker. And I've been using the fridge that the previous owners of the house left behind, and they had decent taste in appliances. They have a, let's see. I mean, it's something that oppositional defiance disorder is something that like is usually found in children, but some of us never grow out of it, you know. And I don't think I actually have that, but I definitely. It's usually a thought that crosses my mind. I don't act on it, but I definitely kind of think to myself like, don't tell me what to do. Fuck you. Or I was like, oh, but like yeah, the previous owners had like pretty good taste in appliances. They definitely like are the Consumer Reports types, because I have like a Speed Queen washer dryer set, and like for anyone who knows anything about like consumer appliances, like Speed Queen is the gold standard in like reliability and durability for washer dryers. So I very much like the washer dryer that the previous owners picked out for me. And the fridge is also part of a set with like with the range, and the range is another thing I kind of want to replace, because like it's just a pretty standard electric range, and I would love. Where I live doesn't really have natural gas, but I would love to have like a gas stove. I love cooking on gas so much more than I like using electric. And like induction stoves are cool, but like the cooking experience on a nice gas stove is like so much nicer. And I haven't regularly used a gas stove since I lived with my parents. Like I've had electric just because like I don't know if it's true everywhere, but like most landlords, when you're renting, they give you electric because you're much less likely to burn the house down with it. And I imagine going forward that's going to be replaced by induction, because you're even less likely to burn down an apartment with an induction stove. But no, there's no stopping for gas in this. Gas just see like the gas meter on the bottom left has been empty this whole time, and it doesn't move. You just need to keep on driving. That would be, I mean, that'd be like too much. That'd be like way too much to add to the basic gameplay loop of this. What was I saying? Oh, so I think at some point in the next couple of years, I'm gonna like. I've been like dreaming about redoing my kitchen. I have this fantasy of like rebuilding. Remodeling my kitchen and doing all the cabinets myself with like a there's like these kind of DIY CNC routers you can get that are like very easy to set up and do like a pretty good job. I have a coworker who used it to redo all their cabinets, and so like I kind of have like this you know, DIY. It's incredibly lame, don't get me wrong, but like this kind of DIY fantasy of redoing the cabinets myself in my kitchen. And hanging them up with like French cleats and stuff. Because like right now, the cabinets that the previous owners had were like fine. They're like laminated fiberboard. Like they're actually no, they're wood. The fiberboard, the cabinets are fiberboard, but the actual like outward facing cabinet doors are wood, and they're a little chintzy, but they're fine. They work. But I would want to like update. If I did that, I'd also want to update the stove, and then the fridge and the stove are set, and so I probably need to match. I probably need to get a new fridge to match the new stove, and then also I probably want to put the old fridge like in the garage or the basement, and have it just be like a beverage fridge. God, I'm such a fucking boring old fogey talking about this shit. This is like if you, for anyone out there who has not hit the age where they realize that you're turning into your parents, it's inevitable. We all turn into our parents. Like I found like a little, I was gonna say the other day, but this happened like probably a decade ago at this point, but I found like a little strip of wood going through my basement, and I specifically set it aside. Because I'm like, oh, this would be awesome for stirring paint. And like that's like such a, that is my dad to a T. Like that's probably like kind of a lot of dad's thing, is you find like a little piece of wood and you keep it for some intended very specific purpose in the future. So if anyone hasn't experienced that yet, you will. But it's funny too, because I know exactly where that little piece of wood is in my basement. It's in like a little jar full of like miscellaneous screws and nuts and nails and stuff that like I thought even like saving screws and nuts makes a little bit of sense, but I disassembled cheap furniture and like just took out like they're like cheap futons, but they were made of like, you know, like white pine or something. And I took out all the staples and nails that held it together and like just stacked it up in my basement for some future project that I'll never do. But even like the nails, if they're straight enough, I was like, you know what, I could probably find a use for this nail at some point. And I threw it in that coffee can that has my little strip of wood that's perfect for stirring paint. Yeah, I mean, I think of like let's say in that coffee can there's like let's just call it like 100 different items. It's probably like a reasonable estimate. I think in the rest of my life, I will find a use for maybe like 5 of those items tops. So I think like 5% of those items will be useful at some point, maybe, and even then there'd probably be like I have like boxes of nails and boxes of screws that like I bought like specifically for one project and used like, I don't know, like 10 or 20 of them, and then like just had like another like 100 left over or whatever. And like I'll probably anything that could be done by my random bits and bobs could be done better by shit I already have that's like brand new. I don't know though, what time is it? 4:53. Let's set a goal for 5:30 for another pack rip, because we're gonna be here till like 9 o'clock, I think. Maybe a little after. I started streaming at 1. I think I started playing the game probably around 1:15. So 9:15 is probably a reasonable estimate. Between 9:15 and 9:30 is how it's gonna go. But yeah, let's say 5:30 for a pack rip. I need to grab a water bottle soon. I'm almost done with my Diet Pepsi and I'm about to finish it. And it's gone. I don't know if you can hear that. I think I think my filter might filter it out of the background. But rest assured, I did tap an empty can. Yeah, I mean, sometimes if you're getting a really big bolt, it's, you know, it makes sense. But I think like when you need a specific screw or bolt that's like, you know, normal size, you just go and get like a whole box of them, and you use whatever you need for the project, and then you look at that box and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do like so much awesome stuff with this, and then it ends up just like sitting with your tools and your hardware and shit for like the next decade collecting dust. And you maybe you have like a wobbly table leg or like a door shaker that's like come loose or something, and you'll dig through that box and grab like a single one to just like pull shit together until you can fix it properly. Which that's been a thing on my list. I have like an unfinished door slab that I need to replace the door that leads to my basement, because it like started coming apart at the shakers like right when I moved in. It was already like that, and I ordered the door slab, and I already had like the hole saw and shit and the templates to like cut the doorknobs and the latch and the cutout. I can have all the shit I need to cut the mortises out for the hinges, and I ordered hinges too. I got all that shit ready, but in the interim, when I was like waiting for that stuff to arrive, I just like put the door back together with screws, and it's the basement door, so like I just put all the screws on the side facing the basement, and so like when you're upstairs in like the actual house part of the house, you don't see all the screws holding it together, and it looks like a perfectly normal, perfectly functional door. But like once I got that half-ass fixed in, I completely lost interest in like finishing the door project I had planned, and so that door slab is still sitting in my basement in its box, untouched. And like I that was like one of the projects, like I forget what I got the screws for initially, as something I had just recently moved into this house, so it was something I was doing in my old apartment. But yeah, like that little box of screws is probably gonna last me the rest of my life, because I'll use like one or two at a time just to do like half-ass fixes around the house. Maybe I'll do that next weekend. I recently kind of committed to like crossing more stuff off my to-do list around the house. And I've been doing a decent job keeping up with it. Not great, but decent. And I think maybe installing that door slab is something I should do. Thing is too though, I got hinges for it that are like brushed nickel, and I feel like if I replace the hinges on that door with brushed nickel, I'm gonna have to like replace all the hardware in the house with brushed nickel, because right now I have just like shitty brass hardware on all my doors and stuff. Yeah, man, that's the thing. Like when you're responsible for taking care of where you live, like the list never gets shorter. It only ever gets longer of shit you need to do. I don't know, man. And like I always get like, I'll go through like these like periods of where I get like really excited about like thinking about like redoing like some major renovation on my house, like redoing the kitchen or redoing the master bathroom, and that's one I really want to do, because like my bathroom, perfectly functional but like very plain, it has like a decent sized tub and just like a drop-in standing shower. I think I just want to get rid of the tub and get like a big walk-in shower, like a tiled jobby. But then like I get that like, you know, it works, so who gives a shit? Like everything, I'm a fairly handy guy, so like anything that does go wrong with like any hardware or appliance in my house, I can usually fix. Same, like I can, you know, I'm not doing anything crazy, but like I can, like I replace like a zone valve in my heat that was on the fritz, and like I haven't done this in this particular house, but I've like you know wired in outlets and and light switches and stuff. Like nothing crazy, but like nothing to shake a stick at either. And like all those little things I'm capable of doing on my own have kind of kept me from like making the big steps I need to make to like completely redo something. Because like I don't have it in me to like redo a bathroom. That's definitely like way beyond my skill set. Same thing, like I could figure out how to do new cabinets and like build them with a with like a relatively simple to use CNC machine. I could like do the doors and just follow some simple patterns. Like that's within my skill set. But, like I don't think I could like tile the floor. I have linoleum in there now, and I fucking hate linoleum. The counters are granite. The counters are nice, so I won't need to redo that. I probably want to redo the plumbing and have like a I kind of want to like redo the sink in its entirety. I want to get one of those like boiling water faucets, and that's something that one I probably wouldn't do on my own because that one mixes like water and electricity. But if I had to like just run a line, that's like if I get a new fridge and had the water dispenser and the ice maker, I'm pretty confident that I'd be able to run the hose and like and plumb it into my kitchen sink plumbing. I've looked that up online, and that's like something that's definitely within my skill set. But I don't know, like the bathroom. I think I'd enjoy a nicer bathroom more than a nicer kitchen. I don't know, and this is the boring shit I think about. It's not a glamorous life, but I'm a very successful, mature adult with a middle unit condo and a fat awful wife, and we're back. I don't know where I go with that one though. I've just been rambling. I'm running out of shit to talk about. I appreciate you engaging though and setting me up, because it's much easier with some prompting than it is to just figure shit out of thin air. Well, this would just be running like a tube for the water supply to the fridge. This would just be running a tube from like under the sink behind the cabinets and to the fridge, so it wouldn't have to go. It would not have to go. Like I wouldn't have to go. No, there's no plumbing under any concrete or anything. It would just be like running a water supply hose that like you put like a little fixture, you like sweat it into the cold water supply under the sink, and just like put like a splitter on it, and then you just run a hose to the fridge and like tie it on. So it'd be like if you order a fridge from Best Buy, it costs like $100 to get them to do it for you. But like, because it's something I feel like I could do, I feel like I feel like I'd be unnecessarily outsourcing the job to like the Geeks Water, whoever the fuck does it. It's probably just actually a local plumber that they contract with. But that was another thing too. I had to replace my water heater like a year ago, and that's something that I thought maybe would be in my skill set, but then like I ordered the shit from Home Depot, and like the quotes I got from plumbers were like in the thousands of dollars, and then the installation from Home Depot was like $100, $200, something like that. It was like super affordable, and I ended up like getting the water heater from Home Depot and having them set up the installation of it. I think all in all it was maybe like $3,500, and the plumbers I talked to buy the water heater and like hook it up were all quoting me like over $10,000. So it was like insane, and I was like, shit, I'm gonna have to do this myself if I want to like not break the bank on this one. But then, you know, Home Depot to the rescue. That was like a totally reasonable and affordable way to do it. So, and then also I got my dream. I got, because I needed an electrician to add like a sub panel to my panel for the water heater to plug into. Because before that I just had on-demand hot water from the furnace, which which kind of sucked and blew out. When I got my water heater, I also had the electrician install an exterior outlet for a generator. And actually, no, this is probably more like 2 or 3 years ago that I did this. And the power used to go out like fairly frequently, and like right before I got it installed, the power had gone out for like 2 days. And as soon as I got that goddamn generator hookup and bought a generator, the power has not gone out since. It's gone out for like 10 minutes at a time since then. But I prepared. It's like Murphy's Law. Like the only reason the power would go out is when I don't have a solution handy to deal with it. But yeah, 'cause getting back to the DIY shit, like, yeah, that's all stuff. Running just like, it's one of those like blue plastic lines that you can just like cut with a utility knife to length, and it just like goes on to like a little brass fitting, and then you put like a hose tie around it and run it to the yeah, PEC. I think that's probably it. That sounds right. Yeah, one of the PECs. I think that's right. So yeah, you just run. Actually, no. Maybe it's not PECs. I think PECs is like the one you use in like plumbing in the walls. And like I know when I was getting homeowners insurance, so like you can't have that in your house. We don't like it, or something like that. But this is like a clear kind of like vinylly acrylic thing. It's like blue, but it's like see-through. So it might not be PECs, but it might be. I'm not like super up to date on this. I haven't looked into it in a while, but it is like a very easy installation. But I don't know. But all that is to say, if I get a new fridge that has the water dispenser and ice maker, I'll probably just do it myself and not spend like the extra $100 or whatever on top of the expensive ass fridge to have a professional do it. Or maybe I will. I don't know. When it's much easier to say I'll do it myself when it's not right in front of me, but when the decision's right in front of me, I might just pay the extra to get it installed. Yeah, this is like I don't know, if you just like do a YouTube search on like how to plumb in a fridge with an ice maker, you'll probably see it right away what the actual tubing is. Actually, maybe I'm even like making up what the tubing is, because now I'm also thinking it could be like that white tubing that has like metal like reinforcement webbing on the outside of it. But either way, all you have to do is run a flexible hose from the sink to the fridge, and all you have to do is like sweat on. Actually, maybe you don't even need to sweat it. I don't even know if I might even not have to do any soldering. We just have to basically run a hose from a splitter from your sink water supply to the fridge, and it can just go behind the cabinets and the stove and stuff. But yep, that's Oh, I just realized there was a new chatter in there, Mr. 30 Below AK. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. Your message got lost in the sea of boring DIY homeowner bullshit. But thank you for swinging by. I appreciate it. Yeah, God, that's how you know. Like this, it's like the equivalent of like talking about the weather is like talking about like boring DIY shit. I've been at this for 3 hours at this point. No, 4 hours at this point. 4 hours and 10 minutes. And I'm just like running out of shit to talk about. Not that I ever really have a whole lot to talk about, but man, it is. I'm definitely not going to watch this back, but I'd like to think I didn't do too much dead air. I think I was pretty good about keeping the dead air to a minimum. But goddamn, do I just ramble and ramble about inconsequential bullshit. It's much easier when I have a pack grip to fall back on and make all the haters jealous of my super expensive packs and my Gengar, which I definitely have. Just believe me. God, I'm gonna have like 8 hours of footage on the, a little more than 8 hours. I kind of want to edit into something, but I don't want to. Oh man, I have. Yeah, I mean it's tough talking to yourself. Like most of my streams are about an hour. Sometimes if I'm starting a new game and I really like it, it'll be like 2 hours or an hour and a half. But they're usually about 45 minutes to an hour, and I spend the whole time talking to myself because no one ever shows up. And so I've gotten, it's definitely like a learned skill to just be able to keep on talking without a lot of dead air, and I feel like I've gotten some practice with it, so I'm all right. But as for the packs I've gotten some pretty solid packs. If you do scroll, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just open the pack right now. We got someone new in the chat. I don't want to wait till 5:30, and I still have like 30 some packs here. So let's just rip a pack right now. Fuck it. I'm calling an audible. But look at all those cards I've gotten so far. I've gotten Dimension in a Bottle. That's a good Pokemon. And I've gotten the Kind Ghost. I have like 4 of those. And those are good Pokemons. Or Yu-Gi-Ohs. Or Magic cards. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't care. But yeah, let's rip a pack right now. This is gonna be a god pack. I can feel it. So yep, these are my Pokemon cards. Be jealous. I spent about $92,000 on this box of packs, and I'm gonna retire on them. And so we'll have at least one card that's either shiny that goes in the vault or has a girl in it, which because I'm a married man, my fat awful wife can't ever see those cards, so they go in the vault. But yeah, let's see. I'm rich as fuck, boy. I'm gonna retire on this shit. I'm gonna walk into my well, I work from home, but I'm gonna slack my boss tomorrow and say, fuck you, I quit. I'm becoming a professional Pokemon card pack ripper. Forest Aura. And the artwork is, I like the colors. The artwork on all these is kind of meh, but the colors selection is usually pretty good. This one I don't like. City of Spirits. What is that? Okay, can anyone see at the bottom how tiny that text is? That is like, hold on. Who the fuck is gonna read that? All right, I'm gonna crash. But yeah, fuck this card. That's not going in the vault. No! Can't cover up Space King. He's the king of space. All right, let's see. Stone Jug Token. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. Something about this artwork I kind of like. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about it. You know what? That's going on the Wall of Fame. Ah, God damn it. Okay, so it's supposed to be funny that I shove it in there as hard as I can and like bends and gets fucked up, but the last like 4 that I've done of that have just slid into the sleeve just fine. So that bit I guess is over. But we still got the vault. The vault is still a moneymaker. So let's go. Houdini's hat. Oh no, this has a regular block of text instead of like a bunch of bullshit. You may fatigue this artifact at any time to generate one white thing with like a black sun or star or something, and one black ghost on a red background. You may not control more than 2 artifact essence in the arena. Neat. Ooh, all right. Here's our vault candidate, the Reaper's Crown. It's a shiny. You may fatigue this artifact at any time to generate. Okay, this is like the same thing. This just generates different stupid bullshit. But you know what? This one's shiny, so it's way better than the other one. That's a hit. You are correct, Mr. 30 Below, AK. That is a hit. And where do we put our hits? We put them in the vault. Boom. Nice and safe, away from prying eyes. Look how much stuff we have in our vault right now. That's pretty good shit right there. Overall, it's been a bunch of really successful hits and pulls and what have you. I'm just making mad acts. I mean, millions is a conservative estimate. I mean, keep in mind too, we have like 30 or, you know, high 20 more packs to open. So we're like a fraction of the way through. And two, the value of these cards, especially the ones in the vault, can only go up. So yeah, our retirement's set. And like, yeah, okay, so really I'm like 38. But for the sake of kayfabe, I'm only in my mid-40s, so like, why would I even think about planning for retirement at this point, you know? Like, I'm not planning on retiring ever, so why would I ever plan for retirement, you know? I'm gonna be streaming for my haters and my detractors forever, and I'm gonna be a blue-collar streamer until... and then I'm gonna retire and be a partial day streamer or something. I don't know. Fuck it. I'm babbling right now. It's been a long day. Yeah, see, this guy gets it. I like this guy. He understands exactly. Gold is a guard against inflation, and that card had gold in it. So obviously that card is immune to inflation. This guy gets it. I like you. I like your style. I mean, that's just plain old fiscal responsibility right there. Criminy. It would be I did not realize kind of like I didn't know what it would actually be like keeping the bus on the road. I wasn't sure if I'd be like have a hard time doing it and like ripping the packs and keeping it all together. Oh yeah, I mean there's already some silver in the vault, I'm sure. So gold, silver, and some risque ladies that I didn't want my fat awful wife seeing are all in the vault right now. So and I bet the ladies. What am I playing next? That's a good question. I just hold on. I had a thought. Okay, let me finish the previous thought I was on. So I didn't know like what it was actually going to be like sitting through all this, and if I was going to be able to like actually pay enough attention for 8 hours to like keep the bus on the road. But so far it's been like pretty easy and going pretty well. There's been like a few close calls, but I think like it's pretty lenient with like how bad you have to like veer off the road or stop. But I think like at this point with 4 hours and change, like about 4 hours I put in so far, I think it'd be fucking tragic if like at this point I failed. I really want to make it to the end now. I mean the rollback netcode is fucking bullshit. Like we talked about this earlier. There are people who have played this game from the 90s on like day one, and so they know the meta and they know how to abuse the lag. And like it's total bullshit. They're all just like a bunch of Desert Bus tryhards who, you know, they just take the fun out of the game, you know. But as to the next game I'm playing, so we finished Brainlord on Thursday, which anyone, if you're into retro action RPGs, it's called Brainlord. It's for Super Nintendo. Just emulate it. You're not going to be able to find well, you probably could, but like it's not. I have no idea what its status is in the retro market. I don't follow the retro market really at all. All the retro gaming I do is pretty much emulated, but it's like a very underappreciated action RPG from the 90s that it's not like some kind of 90s jank to it, but it is very easy to appreciate if you like action RPGs. Like if you like Link to the Past, you'll have a good time with Brain Lord, I would say. So I recommend that. But as for what I'm playing next, I'm not sure. There's this incremental game I just saw. There was like a demo a couple months ago, and I just saw that it came out because a YouTuber I like who does a lot of incremental games started playing it. And instead of watching him play it, I think I might play it on stream. It's called Project Hit or something like that. But basically it's like, if you've seen like Berry, it's like a put the thing in the hole to get the money and then use the money to buy the upgrades. And I think that would be a decent candidate for a stream tomorrow. So I might play that, and we could probably knock it out in one stream in like an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe. I don't know, we'll see. But I think that's probably the most likely candidate for tomorrow. And then during the week, depending on how I feel, I might fire up Mega Chameleon. That's like a nice kind of lazy but fun stream. I usually enjoy my time with that. And also, if anyone has suggestions, I'm open to it. The only thing I really have like planned in advance is that when the Ocarina of Time remake is released, I'm going to stream that like probably at midnight. Like I'm gonna like, you know, hop on it early. That's what I'm usually not excited for remakes, but that for some reason has kind of captivated me. I'm very curious to see what they do with Ocarina of Time, because that's been like Nintendo's sacred cow for a very long time, and I think like a lot of gamers, especially like around, you know, from who are my age around there, who played it as youngsters, I think like a lot of people are excited about it. I think more so even than like the Star Fox remake was like, I like Star Fox a lot as a kid, but if I wanted to revisit it, I'd probably just play the original, and I'm not too curious to see what they're doing with a remake. But the Ocarina of Time remake, I don't know, it's really just kind of captured me. So that's the only thing I really have planned that's big. But if people have suggestions or games they're interested in me checking out, or if like they just, you know, they want to see someone play it before they invest in it, they want to put my money on the line first, then like I'd be cool with that. Any suggestions or what have you. I have a very eclectic taste in games. Oh, and then also because I'm a consumer whore, and the U2's plush I ordered of Cranky Frank from Schedule 1, I ordered it like 6 months ago or something, and it just showed up. And it's making me remember how awesome Schedule 1 is. So I'll be playing Schedule 1 again at some point, maybe this week. But I can definitely feel you on the remakes thing. I don't too much worry about like the change in lore, because I can accept that like sometimes you want to like you become a better writer, or the art form has matured, and so if you bring it into the modern day, then you make some changes to it. I understand not liking that, but I also understand I don't personally have a problem with it. What I don't like though is kind of the lack of preservation of the original. Like I want, if every remake came with like a port of the original, like a, you know, warts and all, like shitty quality of life features, issues, even bugs, if I'm being honest, I want that preserved, and I want the ability to play it like without having to jump through hoops with like, you know, emulators or like having to like if it's like a PC game that runs on like some archaic version of Windows, you have to like get some fan-made patch to make sure it like runs, you know, reasonably well. Like that was with Bully. When I played that, I had to use a fan-made patch to get it to work on Windows. I use Windows 10 because I fucking hate Windows 11. But even then it still had some issues, but it did let me also crank up the resolution to 2K and the frame rate to 60 and all that, but it did cause some issues. I had to crank the frame rate down to 30 for one mission that bugged out otherwise. But I went on a tangent there. I get what you're saying about remakes, and I kind of understand, like, there is a part of me that wants to preserve, I like want it perfectly preserved in amber and want the experience, maybe with some quality of life tweaks, but otherwise to remain the same. But I would love if they just included the original, like, with the remake, and so you could like play, you could have like an easy, accessible way to play the original that everyone get into, and anyone who wants to check out like the piece of history that they're remaking, they could easily check it out. Because I know like a lot of your average gamer might not want to fuck around with emulators or anything like that, and giving them a way to play it would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, I have an N64. Actually, I think I have a couple N64s buried in like my basement and my attic. Actually, no, I emptied out my attic. I don't. Fun fact: you're not supposed to keep stuff in your attic. Your attic's supposed to be an empty space for like moisture and heat management in your house. But I took all this. When I learned that, I took all the stuff out of my attic. But I have like 2 or 3 N64s I've collected over the years, and I have a CRT I got on Craigslist like a year ago. And I was so excited, like, oh, I'm going to do all this, like, awesome retro gaming. And, like, I moved the CRT from my car into my basement, and it has not moved since. And so, I don't know, man. And I have, like, I have, like, my Super Nintendo, and I have all my games from when I was a kid. There's probably, like, 15 or 20 Super Nintendo games, like, maybe 10 N64 games, and probably, like, 15 or 20 PlayStation games and a handful of PS2 games, and I still have all that shit. And then also, I randomly collected retro gaming crap off of Craigslist for like the past decade. That came with like consoles and a handful of games and stuff like that. And I've always wanted to just like set up like a little retro gaming corner somewhere in my house. I just haven't gotten to it. And like, I know it's one of those things I would like play once and then get bored of and just go back to emulating because it's so much more convenient. But there is something about that like original like cartridge on CRT experience that you just can't beat. But and then I'll see those like upscaler consoles, like there's an N64 like upscaler console that just came out that's like, you just plug in a HDMI thing and plug a cartridge into it. Champions of Norath, was that a... I know I've heard the name. It's definitely something I never played, but is that like a D&D universe game? It sounds like a D&D universe game, or like like one of those like Icewind Dale, like the same like universe as like Icewind Dale and Baldur's Gate and all that. Is that like one of those? Yeah, okay. I'm familiar with the IP. I don't think I ever played Champions of Norath, but I did play a lot of the PC. I played like the first 2 Baldur's Gates. I played a little bit of Icewind Dale. Or did I? I pirated it at some point, but I remember there was one. It might have even been no, it was Neverwinter Nights, where there would like when you're playing it, even in single player, there'd be like online dungeon masters who would like watch your game and like fuck with the difficulty and stuff on you, or at least I never actually played it, but that was like the marketing of it. And I don't know if it was like actual like admins or like probably like Indian outsourced guys or no, maybe it would have been before that time. This would have been like early 2000s. But I always wondered what it would be like to have like some random person screwing with the mechanics of your game, or like the layout, or if it was just marketing bullshit and it was all just like random, or would randomly tweak the layout or the enemy spawns or something. I'll have to look that up. I'm pretty sure it was Neverwinter Nights though, and I definitely remember that as part of the marketing and don't know if it was real or not. Oh, like you can have like someone. Oh, actually, I think I've seen that where like people can wire Diablo up to Twitch, and so then like Twitch can vote on like harder enemies and stuff like that. Is that what you're? Is that the mechanic you're talking about? Yeah, so I've seen that, and I think I think that's like a fan like modification to Diablo, or maybe it's just like using an open API. I don't know that much about the Diablo modding scene, but this was like in the marketing, like factory out of the box. You would be connected to the internet when playing single player, and someone from like the studio or whatever, like there'd be like some real person dungeon master who could like screw with your game while you're playing. And this was like a vanilla feature. This wasn't like added on or anything. And I never really looked into it because this was back in the day of like most online gaming was like a subscription thing. Actually not most, but there was like a lot of online gaming that was a subscription thing. And then like the only games I really played online were like Half-Life mods and stuff. Like I play a lot of Counter-Strike and Dave Defeat, if anyone remembers. Dave Defeat was awesome. It was like a World War II shooter. It was like pretty basic, but I spent so much time playing that. It was so good. And Team Fortress. Team Fortress is another one I played a lot of. And then Team Fortress 2 came out like years later and totally rewrote the book on what an arena shooter could be. But yeah, like the idea of playing like RPGs online was totally foreign to me. I don't really understand what you're saying with that. You got to dumb it down a little for me. You said you did a deal with game devs, changing game files on Mag. That sounds like industry speak that I'm not smart enough to understand. So if you could simplify it for my teeny tiny brain, that'd be dope. Actually, and while you do that, I'm going to grab a water bottle, and I have roughly 1 minute and 3 seconds to do it. So I'm gonna pull my mic for a sec, and I'm gonna set it up, and I'm gonna run across and grab it, and then come back. All right, I'm back. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know the extent to like what they actually had the power to do. It was probably just like change enemy spawns. I would guess it would just be like sending a variable, or even like they could have just been like predefined layout. And you say like use enemy spawn layout 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. Or even just like sending an integer and being like spawn this many enemies at the next turn or whatever. But I'll look into it and I kind of see what it does, because like I was probably in middle school when I saw the advertising for it. It was like, it might have been on the Baldur's Gate disc back when they would have like trailers for other games on CDs, like the install CD. But yeah, that sounded like a very cool concept, very like sci-fi futuristic at the time. Hold on, I got to adjust my headphones. There we go. My hair got caught between the headphones and my ears, so it was all muffled. And I need to be able to hear this high fidelity shit. The sound cues are very important in this game. All right, I got my water bottle, but I haven't had a chance to open it yet, so let's do that now. Oh yeah. Oh, and that sloshing water and taking a drink that awoke in my bladder a little bit. I think in the next hour or so I'm gonna have to take a bathroom break, and we have to time it out because I can get there and back in about 45 seconds, and I have about 1:03 to do that. But yeah, I imagine there's a lot of modern enhancements in like D&D CRPGs. I haven't really stuck with the genre. Like, I enjoyed the first two Baldur's Gate games a lot. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, even though it's like everyone fucking loves that game. I think a lot of it is like, I'm kind of like a relic of the past. Like, I don't play like modern JRPGs because there's like so much extra shit to do, and I don't want to like spend like tons and tons of time doing all the side quests and 100%ing it, but I don't want to feel guilty about not doing that stuff. Whereas like back in the day, like the Final Fantasies on like Super Nintendo, and to a degree the like 7 and 8 on PlayStation, like those were all like it's very reasonable to 100% them to like get all the side content and stuff. Whereas now it's like I don't want to invest as much time as it would take to 100% a game, but I also feel guilty not 100%ing it. So I'm like, I don't know, man. When it comes to like single player experiences that you need to dedicate yourself to, I kind of just stick to old shit. The new stuff is kind of like a little bit too much for me. But then I still kind of break that rule. Like, I'll still play like New Vegas. I'm never gonna 100%, but I still love that game. Fallout 3 to a lesser degree. Fallout 4 I barely played. It just didn't really appeal to me. I think of the modern Fallouts, I'd definitely say New Vegas is my favorite, and I don't think that's a hot take. I think there's probably a lot of people in that camp. Yeah, the Final Fantasy VII remake, I have like no interest in playing. Like, I know a lot of people liked it, and then they kind of turned on it after the second one, or like towards the end of the second one. But like Final Fantasy VII, the original, like there's like a significant jump from like the previous generation of Final Fantasies of like extra side bullshit to do, but it's still kind of like all pretty manageable. Like, there's like the different colored like weapons, like the monsters you like find flying around the map and fight them, and there's like a handful of side missions and stuff. But like it feels more manageable. Maybe it just feels more manageable because I did it when I was like a kid and didn't have to like worry about like work and stuff. I could just like plop myself down and tear through it all. But it's definitely gotten like pretty insane, like how much side shit there is in your standard like single player like AAA experience. And like the Final Fantasy VII remake, I'll play the original if I ever get the itch to play that again. And then, like, Final Fantasy VII also, like, it's not even in like my, I probably wouldn't even put it in my top 10. I think yes, the Super Nintendo era is like much more my speed. Yeah, I think that's. I don't know if my complaint with them would be that they feel large and empty, because I don't even like think about them enough to assess that. But they just feel very much not for me. They're made for a very different audience than from what I want. One game I definitely want to play on stream that's like sort of another hidden gem is Brave Fencer Musashi. That's an action RPG for the PlayStation that is it's just awesome. And weirdly, the original reason that that I bought it as a kid, I guess my brother bought it and I played it, but it was marketed with a demo of Final Fantasy VIII, like a few months before it came out, and that was the driving force to wanting to get it, is to play the Final Fantasy VIII demo. But I have to say, like, I like Brave Fencer Musashi way more than I like Final Fantasy VIII. It is an awesome game, and it's like, I would kind of classify it as like, kind of has like hidden gem status. Like, I don't see many discussions of like when people are talking about like classic Squaresoft PlayStation era games. I don't see it pop up as much as it should, but it's fucking awesome, and I'll definitely be playing it on stream at some point. It has like really great voice acting, which like at the time, especially for Squaresoft games, that was like unheard of. But everything is like, almost everything is like fully voiced, probably like 99% of it. It's like got a really weird, goofy sense of humor, and then the actual mechanics of how you play. You have two swords, and one of them's like a big kind of buster sword that has like a purpose in the lore of like breaking the seals on like kidnapped townspeople. And then you have another sword that's like a little katana, and what you do is you charge it up and like throw it into enemies, and then you mash the button and absorb them and get their power. Sort of, there's like I feel like there was a Castlevania that had that same mechanic, but it's like you got to use it to like solve puzzles. And yeah, let's see. I'm a little behind on your chats. Let me catch up. I was too busy reminiscing about one of my favorite underappreciated action RPGs. That's not Brain Lord. Yeah, Final Fantasy. I would say old Final Fantasy is probably one of my favorite IPs. But like after 8, and even like 8, I never really got into, but like after that, I kind of fell off. So like retro Final Fantasy is my jam. But the new ones, just, I'm sure I could get into them and enjoy them. But like with my limited gaming time, I probably won't ever get a chance to do that. Yeah, and then it's weird too. Like people, I remember when 15 came out, everyone seemed to like really like it. And then like recently, I've seen like everyone turn on it and fucking say it sucked. So I don't know what to think about that. But I do remember seeing 15 and being like, huh, maybe that might be like a decent one to jump back into the Final Fantasy scene with. But yeah, now, so there was a question asked a while ago. I don't know if Sasquatch Afterbirth is still here, but I was asked what I'm playing next, and I think now that I've had a chance to kind of stroll down memory lane, I'll be playing Brave Fencer Musashi at some point soon. I'll be playing Schedule 1 at some point soon. Maybe I'll do like a different one each day of the week. Maybe I'll mix it up, because like mostly I've been sticking with like one game at a time. But I think, and I'll mix it up when I want to take a break with like some stupid filler game like Mecha Chameleon. But maybe I'll put a little more thought into like scheduling a different game each day of the week and doing it that way. Yeah, I've definitely, I mean, maybe it's just like the algorithm fooling my brain about Final Fantasy 15, but I definitely remember it being like very, very praised when it came out, and then maybe it's just because like the people who love it have stopped talking about it, but the people who hate it are never going to get tired of shitting on it. But I've definitely seen like a lot of backlash against it in like the past year or so. But I mean, also like I definitely part of the reason I started streaming like 2 months and change ago is just because like I wanted to get back into gaming and having a way to motivate. Did I just found like a big pile of unturned cards. I'm wondering if I forgot to go through all of them. I think I did. Shit. All right, you know what? I think I fucked up that last pack rip. I am all over the place. Sorry, 16 was the... I might have said 15 was the one people started shitting on, but liked at the beginning. 16 is the one I was thinking of, that people loved at the beginning and then turned on. And I think because 16 is the one that has like, you know, like there's like a road trip kind of story to it, and there's like a mechanic where you find recipes. That's 16, right? And 14 is the MMO. Or do I have that all wrong? I don't know. I'm very far removed and out of touch with the Final Fantasy scene, if I'm being honest. Shit. All right, let's I completely fucked up a pack rip. I don't know how I did that, but I have more cards from that pack rip that we didn't look at. So sorry about that. Wait, Martian Bees, we looked at that one. Boojum, okay, Boojum we did not look at. And that's like a monkey with a pipe. That's kind of Gandalf-y. We're not reading the flavor text or anything. I like... Okay, this is good. I'm gonna like hyper fixate on the stupid part of it. I like the way... Focus, you fuck. I like the kind of like artwork on the border. I don't much care for the actual artwork on the card itself, but it's something about the border artwork, the texture I kind of like. Which is a very autistic take, I know. This one I just fucking hate. The Wazooey Man. Yeah, I don't like this card at all. Bad pull. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, so 15 is the one I'm thinking of. I think that I saw people turn on. 16 I'd know like nothing about that, I guess. Wait, so when did 16 come out? Did 16 come out like this, like in the last 6 months or something? Because I don't know, like I don't follow Final Fantasy, but I feel like Final Fantasy 16 getting released is something that would have been on my... Oh wait, no, okay. No, I do remember seeing people play it. I do remember, it feels like very Monster Hunter-y, right? Final Fantasy 16. I think I do remember I do remember seeing people play it when it came out. And like in the opening scene is like you're like you're a knight on like in like a castle guard or something, and there's like an attack, and then like a big dragon comes or some shit. I think it's coming back to me now. Let's see. Seashell Divination. I hate everything about this card. The artwork is ugly as shit, and I don't know anything else about it, but it probably sucks. Haley Bones. I don't hate it, but it's obviously not good enough to make it into the Wall of Fame or go in the vaults. Sorry, I'm hoarse as shit, and my voice is going to be cracking quite a bit because of that. So please don't make fun of me for it. I'm very self-conscious. Or do make fun of me for it. I don't give a fuck. Locked contract. Ooh, this has very short words. You may contract this page anytime a beastie is contracted. Do not resolve any contract effects on that beastie. This game sounds like a fucking nightmare to play. Jeez. Appendix. If the dictionary is within eyesight, this artifact gains black hand thing. Shuffle a page from your chapter into your spell. Okay, so like, I've discussed this earlier, and I think it's a very bad mechanic for trading card games. Not that I'm an expert, which is why I'm the best trading card streamer ever. Can I fucking say that? Okay, so basically, this game is constantly talking about like, if you see a basket in the room or if there's a tower nearby, and it's like referencing real world things that might be around when you're playing. And I think that's like an incredibly stupid paradigm to rely on or even include at all. Like, shit. I can't talk and take a drink and keep the bus on the road, apparently. But like, the conditions under which you're playing, the game should be like completely agnostic of all of that shit. Like, it should be completely indifferent to the circumstances of that you're playing under, and it should not affect the gameplay at all. Like, every game you play, regardless of venue, should be exactly the same. And I think it's like Magic has used it as a joke in their like joke packs in like their own include sets, and like this is a game that unironically includes shit like that, and I don't like it. And this is coming from someone with like very limited trading card game experience. I haven't played since like the early 2000s when I was kind of into Magic. But oh, you're confusing me with DarkSydePhil. I'm BrightSydeBill. I'm not a piece of shit like him. But also sometimes I do piece of shit things like he does. I don't know. It's a very muddled character that I haven't really figured out what to do with. But if you want me to berate you, then you're gonna have to pony up some money to get what you want. Links. I've either seen you on Twitter or you popped up as one of my subscribers, I think. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you stopping by and saying hello and dropping an emoji. It's always appreciated. But yeah, this is. So I guess I'll just address the elephant in the room. I have no idea what I'm doing with this persona or character or whatever you want to call it. I sort of just got the idea that it'd be funny to do like a burnt peanut style avatar of DarkSydePhil, and before I knew it, I had made the avatar and set up all the accounts and just started streaming and have no fucking idea what we're doing. So yeah, maybe sometimes I do like Phil parody shit and sometimes I do like the opposite of what Phil would do. I don't know. I have no plan for it. But getting back to the discussion of Magic cards, that's something like, I know they made like Marvel and like Spider-Man Magic cards, which is like, feels totally antithetical to what Magic is. I know that a lot of people hate the Spider-Man cards, but Final Fantasy Magic cards feels like very organic and like appropriate for like a Magic card theme set. I don't think I'll ever get into them, but I can absolutely appreciate that they exist, and I think that they're good. Especially like I'm kind of a sucker for Final Fantasy VI as well. I think everyone who was playing JRPGs at that time, I think they all kind of have like a special place in their heart for Final Fantasy VI, because it's just like, it really is that good. So yeah, I feel like, and also like, the Final Fantasy VI was at a time when like you would like glom onto a character and like hyper fixate on them, like if you were playing Power Rangers, everyone had their favorite Power Ranger. If you're like, you know, pretending to be in Final Fantasy VI shit, everyone had their favorite character that they liked. And my favorite character that I made my AOL screen name, like I named them after it, and none of my friends are really that into RPGs, and so no one would ever want to fucking pretend Final Fantasy VI with me, or Final Fantasy III as we called it at that time. I was always Sabin, and I thought like Sabin was so fucking cool, and he was always in my party and always just awesome. And yeah, Sabin fucking rules. Although these days these days I feel like I kind of identify more with Edgar just because he's like an engineer and like a gadget dude, and I think that's always kind of cool. But Sabin, man, Sabin's just pure awesomeness. Like the Blitz thing is one, it was like very, I remember it being like very revolutionary that like each individual character could have like their own battle technique that wasn't like strictly magic. And I know Final Fantasy 4/2, the Japanese version did that a little bit more. Like in the Japanese version, Cecil, before he became a paladin, had like a dark wave thing, which was like a kind of shitty attack that would take health away. Like he would spend health to cast it, and it would attack all enemies, and it didn't really do much damage. But they didn't include that for some reason in the American version. And then like other characters also kind of had like special abilities, like some could throw. Yang had a kick, which I thought was like kind of a good thing. I forget what the drawback was. Maybe it used MP. I don't know. And Edge could throw. He was cool. But then like Final Fantasy VI, I felt like took it to another level, and like the blitzing and the Terra was like such, I don't know, man. Like every character feels like so three-dimensional, and like I don't know, man. It's just in Final Fantasy II, like everyone felt a little cartoonish, and I think it's partly because like they would kind of you didn't have control over who you had in your party. You were just kind of like wherever you were in the game, you'd have like a predefined party, and like people would come and go, and like that was it. Whereas like in 6, everyone, all the characters, all the people you get on your team, they're all kind of like competing for your attention, because like you make your party on the fly, and like you have like your A team, and they get all the leveled up shit, and then at the end when you have to divide everyone into 3 teams, you're like, well shit, I have like my all-stars, and then I have like all my bench warmers, and I need to use all of them. And so most of the time now on subsequent playthroughs, like my first playthrough, I didn't get that at all, and I was also a stupid kid, and so like I don't think I ever finished my first playthrough. But then when I returned to it when I was a little bit older, like I was in middle school, I had like a little bit more of strategy in mind, so I could grind up all my bench warmers to be pretty good and finish the game that way. Yeah, like I just the character development in Final Fantasy VI is like really where the series kind of like really succeeded in its storytelling. Like that was like a turning point that like it stopped feeling cartoonish the way previous entries did, and started feeling a lot more mature in its storytelling. I have not played Final Fantasy 14, but I can definitely relate to the feeling of relating to a game through its characters in a way that you don't with other games. So I gotta stretch my legs, which means you're gonna see my next stretch, and then I'm gonna disappear for a second. All right. Oh shit, I'm gonna crash. So 14 isn't the MMO, is it? Is that because like MMOs, I played my fair share of vanilla Warcraft, but like that was that was kind of all the that was kind of like all the MMO juice I had in me. I spent it all on World of Warcraft in high school, and that was kind of it for me. I think so, yeah, because we're a little over 4 hours in. We're like 4.5 hours in, so we should be about 3.5 hours away from Vegas. Yeah, I mean, I think like World of Warcraft, I think is kind of like the best all around, like accessible, fun MMO, and like I think it probably has like the most mainstream appeal. And like I'm just not much of an MMO guy, so that's why I could kind of like, even being a casual in that field, I could get into it. I guess like at the time too, like MMOs were not like there was World of Warcraft and there was EverQuest, and that was about it. And like EverQuest was very dense and hard to get into, and kind of ugly too. And then World of Warcraft was like the design was very likable, and like I don't want to say like the artwork was beautiful, but it was like very it hit all the right notes that it needed to hit, and it was like very accessible. And like I think that like I was only ever a very casual MMO guy, and I don't think I'll be going back to it. But I don't know, man. If maybe, you know what, I think I need to step out of my comfort zone more often. So I think I will check out at some point before. How about before the end of the year? I'll check out Final Fantasy 14. I think that I don't want to be a no person. I want to be a yes person. I don't want to talk myself out of something I might like. So maybe I'll play Final Fantasy 14 on stream. And it doesn't have a subscription, does it? Because if it has a subscription, then I'm definitely going to be going in with like a time limit mentality. But if it's just a single purchase, then Titan Quest 2. I've never even heard of Titan Quest. I'm like a very out of touch with the MMO world, so. Oh, okay, yeah, then if I can play more or less for free or for a small investment, then I'll definitely check it out. But yeah, that's part of the reason I also decided to start streaming, was just to expand my horizons, kind of force myself to play games I wouldn't normally play. It's 6 o'clock-ish. Let's I don't know, I'll do a pack rip at 6:30, I guess. We'll say 6:30, maybe we'll do it sooner. But 6:30, if we haven't moved a pack by then, we will rip a pack. My favorite part about the pack rips is putting stuff in the vault. I very much like that bit, and I very much like what it does. It's a very satisfying experience. I think I've been doing, I think, a pretty good job of avoiding dead air, but I think as we approach our destination, the dead air is going to get a little more present. I don't know, man. I'm really feeling it. This is my gaming sessions, like even just in my personal life, are usually like an hour tops. Like if I'm playing with friends, maybe we can squeeze like 2 hours out of it, and even then I'm like, we're taking like 5-minute breaks here and there. Like I got really into some friend slop that I played with friends. If anyone's played Repo, I had such a fun time just like goofing off with friends in that game, and I haven't been back to play it in a while. And like the the group I was playing it with is kind of like disbanded from gaming a little bit, and none of them were in-person friends. They're all people I had met throughout the years gaming online, and my IRL friends never really got into friend swap the way I did. Like they're more of like the shooter crowd. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, I was just talking about how my sessions are usually short, and then I started reminiscing about the good old days of playing some high quality friend slop. The game was called Repo. Oh yeah, it was awesome having you here, Mr. 30 Below AK. Thanks for sticking around and keeping me company. Oh yeah, but the game is called Repo. It was basically like a goofy version of Lethal Company, where like you go in and you have to like collect like this random shit that's worth money and then get it back. Yeah, Phasmophobia is one. A lot of the people in that same repo group were into Phasmophobia, and it looks like a very fun premise, but it just looks like it would get thin kind of fast because like there's only like a handful of possible ghosts it could be. I don't know, maybe they've expanded it since then, but I kind of when they were into Phasmophobia, I kind of like poo-pooed the idea and didn't join them. But it's I definitely get the appeal. I just felt like it needed, I think it was early access at the time and probably still is. I felt like it needed a little more time in the oven before I committed to it. And maybe it's had enough time in the oven now. I should definitely look back into it. It definitely looked like something I could have had fun with. I just wasn't ready. But I love, like, I like the, I really like friend slop. I think it's like, I know it's like a very easy kind of section of the gaming market to shit on, because it's like very, I mean, it is slop like that. It's not an inaccurate term for it, but if you have a good group of people to play with, then, you know, yeah, you have to kind of make your own fun a little bit, but yeah, that's what I've seen pop up. I think part of the problem too is like the group I played friend slop with, I haven't really done a great job keeping in touch with. And like there's a handful of them that I have kept in touch with, and then one of them turned out to be a creep, and that was like there was kind of like not very many of us left, and that was kind of like the death blow, was having to jettison him for being a creep. Yeah, and then I've been kind of badgering the people who walked away to kind of like get back into it, and they're polite about it, but I think they're just kind of done. I don't know. But yeah. Oh man. Yeah, that's definitely true of my IRL friends. They I mean I still squeeze in, you know, not quite once a week, but almost, of gaming time with like my IRL friends that I don't see in person as much as I used to, because they're like busy with family and stuff. And also like now that their kids are older, then they're like a little more, they can take care of themselves a little more. They're not like old enough to be left at home, but like going over to hang out with them, like their kids can kind of, they don't need round the clock supervision, so they can kind of like make themselves scarce while I hang out with my friends. Whereas like when they're real little, like you can't like leave them alone, or they'll like strangle themselves with the mini blinds or something like that. That's, yeah, so I have I have nibblings, which I've learned was the gender neutral term for nieces and nephews, and they're not old enough to game yet. But like when they are, I'm very excited to like keep in touch with them through, because like right now I'll like FaceTime with my family, and I'll talk with the nibblings that way. But I'm like very excited for when they're old enough to like do some online gaming, and I'll be able to like interact and keep in touch with them that way, because that's like a very easy way that I can, you know, kind of I can keep like relating to them in a meaningful way and like keep in touch with them. It's all very cool. And I'm much more comfortable being an uncle than a parent, with much less responsibility. I think that's like you know, I'm not, you know, anti-kid, but I really don't think the lifestyle is for me. Like I'm a bit of a train wreck when it comes to relationships. You know, it's been a while since my last serious relationship, but things with me very rarely progress beyond situationship. And it's, you know, I'm just not built for it. So I obviously, if I can't, you know, if stable long-term relationships aren't for me, then obviously having kids will not be for me either. I think that'd be a pretty irresponsible situation to bring kids into. But I definitely I do envy my family members who have like young kids who like kind of always have someone to like keep them company, whether it be like their partner or their kids or what have you. And that is definitely something that I feel to a degree I'm missing out on, but I also feel that I can reasonably fill that void as an uncle. So God damn. Time is it? Let's do, I guess it's 6:30 earlier. Let's do a pack rip at 6:20, which is 8 minutes away. God, I'm so excited for this shit to be over. Like I'm definitely having a good time like hanging out and talking to people. This is like a very new experience for me, considering my streams are generally completely unpopulated. All right, man. It was awesome talking to you, Grand Theft Auto. So this has gone better than I could have hoped for. There's been like a steady stream of chatters, and it's been awesome. But goddamn, am I ready for this fucking game to be over? Holy shit! I cannot believe I've been doing this for as long as I've been doing this. And the sound, man, the sound is just... it's brutal. And there's a good 3 hours left in this shit. Maybe because... Okay, so I think the clock... the clock in the game, I think, started at 7:30. If there's anyone who wants to go back and confirm that in the earlier part of the stream, that'd be awesome. But I'm pretty sure it was 7:30. So which means when the in-game clock hits 12:30, that's when it'll be 5 hours. So I guess there's about 25 minutes of fucking around before we started the game. I don't know. Next person who chats, I'll try to rope them into going back and seeing what time the in-game clock started at. Oh man. We got some lurkers in here who aren't chatting, and that's all good. I appreciate you hanging out and keeping an eye on things, and even though we're not chit chatting, I appreciate you being here. God damn though. I mean, like, for like how terrible a streamer DSP is, like getting like you know, 100 viewers or 200 or whatever he usually gets, which is like very shitty by like professional streamer numbers, by professional streamer standards. That's still like a lot of fucking people watching him. Like that number to me is like still pretty fucking mind-boggling. And granted, like, of the 300 people or 200 people or whoever who are watching them, like 95% are there to manipulate him or to shit on him or whatever. But that is like, that's still, man, he is part of the zeitgeist if you're terminally online like I am, which, you know, I think I don't know if I would call myself in general terminally online, but when it comes to DarkSydePhil lolcow shit, that is like my most terminally online trait. It's just like watching clips of him and watching the coverage on the casino of him. He is without a doubt my favorite lolcow, and like I kind of vacillate. Like, for the longest time, I thought he was just kind of like fascinating. I thought like, oh, he's a lolcow and he sucks and he's stupid, and like people laugh at him and what have you. But I at the time didn't understand, like, kind of. I thought it was kind of like not really my jam to think he was like a piece of shit, and I didn't kind of understand like a lot of the vitriol that people had for him. But eventually, like, everyone learns, like they talk about it, like the casino guys, after interacting with them, they talked about it. Like, eventually, if you spend enough time watching him, you realize like he really is a piece of shit. Like truly just like no redeeming qualities. Not even like no redeeming qualities though. Like, he is just actively like dishonest, stupid, incompetent as an adult, like basic adult shit he just can't do. And then, so this is maybe kind of a tangent, because there's just like, there's not much to say about what a piece of shit he really is, but like he was talking about how he and Kat wanted to have kids, and like I can't even, the environment that a child fathered by DarkSydePhil would have to grow up in would be like the most horrible, depressing shit ever. Like, I could see, like, if he was still in Connecticut and had like his parents to pick up the slack, that would be one thing. But he has like zero support, like no support system. He is fucking incompetent. It would be, a child in that house would be like a fucking tragedy and a disaster. Just unbelievably so. I cannot believe how long I've been at this shit. How is it? Oh, you know what? 6:20. I think I said we're doing a pack rip, so let's do a pack rip. All right. This guy looks good. This looks like a potential god pack, right? God, I can't believe I spent like a whole fucking day doing this. I have accomplished nothing useful today. So I got like barely any sleep, so I slept in not super late, but still late enough. And then I started streaming at 1. And now it's 6:20. What am I doing with my life? All right. Here's our Pokemans. And let's see. I bet we'll get a shiny pull that'll be worth at least $200,000 to retire on, and we'll put it right in the vault. Spirit Aura. I don't like this one. Daytime. Daytime is not a card. Daytime is daytime. Ghost Goop Token. I don't hate it. It has a kind of a Pokemon vibe to it, a little bit, like kind of a either like a muck slash like ghastly type feel to it. Maybe a little bit of Cubone in there with a bone, but that's mid. The mid card. Frost Shield. Now, we already got a shiny Frost Shield that we put in the vault. So, this guy, we don't really need. Oh, here's our shiny. Orange eyes. And he does, in fact, have orange eyes. And, yeah, you know what? I think this purple shiny with the orange eyes. Look at that. Look at that dazzle. Look at that sparkle. It's beautiful. That's gonna fund our retirement there. That's at least 150,000 bucks right there. So this has already covered the $102,000 I spent on the box of packs. So this is going right to the vault. So let me just set myself up on the bus game, and then we'll pull the vault out and put it in there. All right. Into the vault you go. Boom. Nice and safe in there. Oh, you know what? That's last time when I found that random extra pile of cards I never actually looked at. I think I got distracted by the vault, and that's why they stayed face down. Nope. All right, you know what? Since we already spoiled that card, well, did we? Oh no, it was mostly behind the game cam. I keep fucking that up and looking at the bottom card. The bottom card you're supposed to save to the end, and I keep fucking up, even though I'm the best trading card streamer ever. The tower. I think I already have this one, and this is another one of those things that, like, let's see if we can get that in there. If you're playing at a MetaZoo Towers event or buy a real tower. No, like stop trying to pull real world shit into the game, all right? Just stop. Every game should be a level playing field. The venue should not have an effect on the gameplay. Magic Scarecrow. This kind of gives me Mario RPG vibes, so I don't hate it. But the only reason I don't hate it is because it makes me think of a better IP. So, meh. Here we go. Chibi Babe the Blue Ox. That is a pull right there. That's our hit. And it's not shiny, but this is probably the rarest Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever the fuck cards these are. That's probably the rarest one ever. That's another easy $300,000, which is good. So yeah, we're gonna put that in the sleeve. Bippity boppity boom! There we go. Look at that. Nice and protected in the sleeve. Ah! Oh shit! Though, if I had died there, that would have been a fucking tragedy. Holy shit! All right, we got a few more cards to look at from our pack rip. I just did it again. Oh, I got a bug on the windshield. How do I turn on the windshield wipers? Is it mode? Nope. There's got to be a way to turn on the windshield wipers, right? All right, I guess we're just gonna drive with that on our screen the whole time. I think that squeaking is opening the door. Start his horn. Yeah, you know. Oh shit! Don't stop! Don't stop! Shit! And trying to push all the buttons, I almost got myself killed. Okay, you know what? That bug's just gonna stay there forever. If anyone out there in audience land wants to look up if there's a way to squeegee off the dead bug, that'd be dope. All right, more bugs, more cards. Materialize. I don't love the artwork, but I kind of like the character. It's like I don't know. I like the idea of like weird scarecrow things come to life, and this is not a terrible vision of that. But like the artwork itself is kind of lame. I don't really like the rainbow shit. It's kind of it feels half-assed. Spontaneous voyage. The spell costs 1 less aura to contract for each opposing caster that owns a Terra page in the arena. Equip the spell to target beastie vehicle. Each time a Terra is contracted and leaves the arena, bookmark 1. I've said it before and I'll say it again, this game sounds awful to play. EVP, this is like the third or fourth one. I think this is the third one we've gotten. And then Chibi Salem's Witches. I'm not reading all that shit. I don't hate the artwork though. The little witch thing is kind of cute. But yeah, that's our pack rip. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I enjoyed it immensely. I'm going to look up in Desert Bus if they can get rid of the bugs. I'm typing with like one finger, reaching under the camera arm for my desk view camera, and it's not going well. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, to clean. Ah. Bugs on. This is going to be one of those rare times that I'm actually going to be glad Google's going to give me an AI overview. Okay, so it's telling me, so I actually don't. Okay, so I guess it did answer my question. Desert Bus is a simulation game within Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors, where the players drive through the desert. And while the game itself does not include a windshield cleaning mechanic, the real-world equivalent involves several effective methods. To remove bug splatter, soak the windshield with warm water, vinegar, or bug remover spray, and let it sit for several minutes to soften the residue. Alright, I guess there's no way to remove the bugs. Well, now we know. I wonder if that bug is like a penalty for almost flying off the road. Because that was like by far the worst, like the worst I had done with going off the road. I don't know. I'm thirsty though. That much I know. Looks like I'm mostly back to talking to myself, and that's cool. I can do that. Damn, I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten all day. I think I'm gonna make myself a chicken salad sandwich. I love me some chicken salad, and I'm trash, so I make it with canned chicken. I've already discussed this back in the earlier part of the stream, but for those who weren't around here, my position on canned chicken is something I hold pretty close. I know, like, people hear canned chicken and they're like, ew, that's gross, but then no one bats an eye at like canned tuna fish. And I think it's just like weird how canned fish has become more normalized than canned chicken. And also, like, as much as I love tuna fish, you can't have it like more than once a week, because like with the mercury, like they recommend like having like 3 or 4 ounces per week at most, which is like not a lot of tuna fish. That's like that's probably like one can of tuna fish a week, maybe less. But with a chicken, you can do like pretty much anything you can do with tuna fish, but you know, without the mercury. And I would argue it's actually, I enjoy it more. Before I was mostly a tuna guy and never really got into canned chicken. I was like, it's, you know, it's fine, but I think at this point I like it more. And you can do a lot more with it. It's great in a casserole, great in a soup, great in chicken salad. But yeah, I very much enjoy a chicken salad sandwich made with canned chicken. You gotta get the Swanson's premium white breast though. You can't be cheaping out. And I always keep it on hand. But they have like the white and dark meat mixed, and it's okay, but like the premium white breast meat, that's, you know, that's the solid white albacore. That's the money maker. And actually, I think ounce for ounce, because you can get them in bigger cans than you can get tuna in. But they're like they're like the size of like 2 stacked tuna cans. I think like ounce for ounce, the chicken comes out to be cheaper most of the time, except like unless you're buying like chunk light tuna, which is like chunk light tuna. It's like dirt cheap, but there's a reason it's dirt cheap. Even like I went through a phase where I liked canned crab, and even then, like, you gotta get the lump meat crab. You can't get like the mushed up awful stuff crab, but the lump meat crab is pretty good. And then also just like imitation crab I enjoy. I like a good like seafood salad, and that's very low in mercury too. So I usually get the seafood snackers, which is like 4 little pieces of imitation crab legs. They're intended to have them as a snack. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say I enjoy them as a snack, but if you chop them up into some seafood salad, it's pretty good. Some celery and some carrots, maybe some relish if you're feeling saucy. I get a little acid in there. If anyone, a couple years ago, I was gifted the book Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat. I didn't finish it. It's not like a difficult read or anything, but I just kind of like lost track of it, and I think I was like partway through it when I started reading Dungeon Crawler Carl, and that kind of supplanted it. But I don't read a lot of fiction, so Dungeon Crawler Carl was kind of like a outside my comfort zone thing. Most of what I read is I prefer nonfiction. But anyways, that's all that to say, if you want a little acid in your seafood salads or your chicken salads or your tuna salad, relish is a good way to get that in. but the salt and fat's easy to get in there because there's plenty of salt and fat in the mayo and in the canned chicken or canned fish. Some would even say there's too much. I gotta pull some cards off my Space King. There we go, sire. God damn. I am really getting fatigued as shit right now, to be honest with you, but I am very, very happy with the way this went. This you know, I joke around asking what the fuck am I doing with my Saturday or my life for that matter, but I am very glad I not only set this up but actually stuck with it, because there's part of me was like, this is gonna suck, it's not gonna be any fun, I'm not gonna want to finish, I'm gonna want to like peace out of there after like an hour or two. But honestly, like with people stopping by and chatting and keeping me company, this has actually been like a breeze to get through. Exhausting, yes, not physically, but just like this is like mind-numbingly like it's like a mind-numbing exhaustion. But yeah, this has been, I've enjoyed this way more than I anticipated. But definitely, maybe I'll do this again. Maybe I'll like have an annual, if I stick with streaming for an entire year, which is looking, hold on. It's looking like that is going to be doable. Like I kind of, you know, just dip my toes into the water. And even though like no one really shows up to my streams, I am still enjoying it. It is still doing exactly what I wanted to, in the sense that it gives me a little bit of an extra push to actually set time aside every day to play some games, almost every day. Fridays for the boys. Friday, you know, a Friday. So that tangent time again. I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but I felt this way even like going to school and working and everything, because I only work Monday to Friday. But I feel like a Friday night is way more fun to chill and hang out than like a Saturday night, because like you're still like fresh off your school day or your work day or whatever, and like you can enjoy that like unwinding feeling a lot more, whereas like Saturday, like you have the whole day to kind of do whatever, and then you kind of like hang out with your friends at night, and like it doesn't hit the same way. And granted, like I mean these days, you know, I've said it plenty of times, most of my IRL friends have like families and shit, and like Fridays just seem to be easier for them to swing than Saturday nights. Actually, I probably the Saturday nights I think are usually like they usually hang out with like their couple friends and shit. Yeah, I mean Friday night, like I'm perfectly fine, you know, surrendering custody of my friends on Saturday nights, because Friday nights just hit so much different. But Oh man, I gotta stay hydrated. But I won't, like I talked about earlier, I won't remind other people to stay hydrated because we're all adults. We can hydrate our fucking selves. Oh, I'm flickering out of existence like Marty McFly. What's up with that? I definitely should have had a plan though to like use like a clothespin or something to clamp down the accelerator. It's getting hard to carry on, but there's only like 3 hours or so. Let's see, I've been 1 to 6, 5 hours. Yeah, so only like 3 more hours, give or take. We're more than halfway. I can do this. I can finish this. God, I feel less hoarse than I did like an hour ago. I feel like my voice is kind of maybe acclimating to it, but there was definitely a period where I was hoarse as shit. And maybe I still am and just don't hear it or feel it anymore. Or maybe it's just because I'm less dehydrated. What does that sign say? Oh, we're not going to read it. God, I need a nap. I ain't doing shit tonight except sit in front of the TV. I didn't do anything last night either. Stayed in last night and it was nice, but now I feel kind of more shitty about wasting my Friday night after wasting my entire Saturday. Wasting isn't the right word, but like spending it doing this. I kind of wish I had done something outside the house last night. Horn honk. I feel like that's not the kind of horn you'd expect on a bus. That's like the horn you'd expect on like a shitty hoopty. On a jalopy. I have to imagine, like, there's not that many people who have ever finished this game. I know that there's the Desert Bus for Hope, and that's like kind of a popular event. But like, I have to imagine, of all the games people have finished, this is pretty low on the list. Or of all the games people haven't finished, to be pretty high on the list. But I mean, I think, you know, I obviously get it. This game has not been an enjoyable experience. The marathon has been enjoyable, but this game, I get it's what they were trying to do, but holy fuck, is this mind-numbing. Goddamn 90s Penn and Teller. Fucking up my day. This would definitely be the kind of game that, like, if I had a, well, obviously, if I had, it wouldn't matter if I had a Sega CD as a kid, because I don't think this was ever, I'm pretty sure this was never commercially released, and this is the kind of thing like you could only would have ever been able to play via emulation. Although I guess, I mean, I emulated it as a kid, but like this would definitely be the kind of game you would like do in shifts, like at a sleepover or something, where you take turns being the one driving. But that was also, when I was a kid, all the emulation would have had to been done on the family computer, and I don't think the family would appreciate me taking up the computer for 8 hours to do this stupid shit. God, part of me, in the back of my head, I'm like, I have this little voice saying you could just hit the fast forward button. You could hit the fast forward button and be done with this in like half an hour. But no. No cheating, no fast forward button. We're doing this legit. We're doing this legit for my pack rips and my retirement cards. Even if it kills us, which it might. I mean, it might kill me. I don't think it'll kill anyone watching at home. God, what if I get almost all the way to Vegas and then I just decide to run myself off the road and say, fuck it. This really is brutal, though. I understand, like DSP didn't want to do this. He like outright refusing, and then he raged at one of his dents to be like, "Give me enough money, and I'll do the Desert Bus marathon." And like, on the one hand, I kind of get it. But on the other hand, like, this shit isn't that bad. Like, yeah, I'm wiped. But if I had an audience his size keeping me company, this would be a fucking breeze. And like, it's been pretty easy just with like the handful of people who have swung by to chat and hang out. Like, that he really is just bitch made. I don't think there's anyone here to answer me. If there is, feel free to let me know in chat. But I've been thinking about moving my webcam to the right, so I'll be kind of like looking left. The avatar will be looking left towards the game, because right now I'm just kind of staring blankly into space and not looking at the game according to the avatar, and I feel like that makes more sense. But I don't know, something about maybe it's like, that's like my stupid, you know, boomer trait, is like thinking that the webcam just always has to go in front of you. But I mean, I say boomer, that's a perfectly good candidate for a millennial trait, kind of like saving our cell phone boxes. but I feel like it just makes, you know, when we say boomer shit, we just mean like people who don't get with the times, even though like millennials and Gen X are starting to get there too. They're starting to become the thing they hated. This is already by far my most viewed video. I think like my highest number of views of like on other streams or videos is like 6, and they're not even like, they don't even like really get counted that much. Like in studio on the dashboard, it's like this has 6 views, and then I open it and it's like this has 1 view, because it doesn't count people who are there for like a second. So this is probably gonna be the same way. This says 47 views, and I'm sure that's gonna be cut down to maybe even single digits. I don't know. But still, this is by far the most successful. I think the peak concurrent viewers is going to be around like 5, which again, not a lot, but you know what? Like I dropped in on Lord Diaz's Final Fantasy 6 stream, and he had like 6 viewers, and he got 2,000 subs. So, you know, maybe I'm not doing too bad. Although I think he probably had a lot more on like on Twitter. He was multi-streaming to different platforms. And on the YouTube side, which is where I was watching, it was like 6. But still. Shit ain't bad. Shit could be going worse. I could have no one here, and I could just be sitting here by myself for 8 hours with no one to talk to. That would have sucked. I kind of want to pull out my phone and confirm where the in-game clock started. You know what? I can probably just ask Google. Let's do that. God, I have to like reach under my webcam arm and type with one hand, and like it's very low to the desk, so there's like 0 clearance. Like if I move my arm up like half an inch, I touch the arm. Almost there though. In Desert Bus. Okay, so this is in the original Desert Bus game, the in-game clock starts at 8 a.m. I don't think that's accurate. Let's you know what? I'm gonna do my own research. I've opened up my own stream, and I've gone backwards in time. All right, there's me opening the first pack rip. Oh, and I can't believe I started with gloves. That was such a funny joke, guys. I wasn't being serious at all. That was just a joke for my very serious hobby that I'm very serious about. All right, there's my first pack rip, and then we started the game. Oh shit, I'm going way too far left. All right, still in the first pack rip, and we're, I don't know how deep I am in. There's no time counter. God, this fucking. All right, what time does the clock in game start at? I'm about to find out. I'm watching the bus start up. It starts at 7:30. I was correct. And Google AI stupid overview was wrong. So we've been doing this for 5.5 hours. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, so that's 2.5 hours left. This is gonna be fucking brutal. Let's I don't know, next person to ask in chat for a pack rip, we'll do a pack rip. How about that? We've already done a bunch, we still got a bunch more. My vault is getting hungry for more hits though, for more shinies, more gold, more silver. So if there's someone out there who wants a pack rip, ask and you shall receive. You know what? I'm gonna scroll my phone for a minute and go into Twitter. So I checked there a little bit, but there's a bunch of notifications that I didn't look at. I just looked at the DMs from one of the viewers. Oh, I got a fuck ton of notifications though. I got some followers, got some big ups. Oh, Aloof Liberty. Dope. Got some screenshots. Nice. So this is, you know what? Everyone who shouted me out and stuff and quoted me and responded to me on Twitter. Big ups. I always love to get some interaction, even if it's just a little bit, even if it's inconsequential. It feels good to have people talking about it. Got a hair stuck in my finger. Boom, that's awesome. I'm gonna like all this stuff. All right, then I'm gonna make a little tweeteroni. Gotta go to my profile though. All right. Sorry, I know I'm putting out some dead air right now, but I'm just busy writing a little tweet. Not that I don't think anyone's really here right now. I see 2 concurrent viewers, but they might just be people who left it open and went to do other stuff, which I appreciate. That's the watch hours. Our watch hours are watch hours. I need some dang watch hours. Let's power through the lull. And rip some packs. Nope, not peaches. Some packs. There we go. All right. How many followers do I have on Twitter? Not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4 followers on Twitter today, it looks like. Let's see what my YouTube studio is saying about my numbers. 31 subscribers, up from 24. That's pretty dope. Thank you to everyone who subscribed during the marathon. That's pretty awesome. Content live. Let's see what my view count is on here. Doesn't say, but I mean my live little dashboard thing says 49 views altogether, which isn't bad. I'll take it. Yeah, it says 49 on my dashboard too. I guess those are pulling from the same place. But yeah, man, this has been about as good as I could have hoped for it to be. But I am, as much as I've enjoyed the people hanging out, I'm ready for this shit to be over. This is brutal, man. We got like 2 hours and 20 minutes left. We got 2:20 left. 2:20. Let's go. Actually, there's one more thing I want to check, but I don't need my phone to do it. I can just pull up Twitter on my PC in a browser like we used to do before smartphones. Back when you used to text your tweets, and that's why they could only be 140 characters, because that was the length of a standard SMS message. That just like constant bus sound and like that like da, 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 that like rhythmic beat is just like, God, I'm gonna hear this sound in my goddamn nightmares. This has really just been like so mentally draining. You know what? I think I'm gonna be lazy today and just DoorDash some dinner, because it's gonna be like 9:30 or so when I'm finished. I want to do a pack rip, but I don't think there's anyone here. And I'd rather do it when there's people here to ooh and all over all my success. To say, oh, Bill, what a successful, mature adult you are. Look at those awesome rips. Look at those hits. Look at those pulls. You're so successful. I wish we had a Gengar like you did. I'm getting heartburn and hiccups at the same time. And my tummy's rumbling. Stretch my legs. Here comes the weird neck stretch, followed by disappearing. Whoa! God, that'd be unsettling if I was a real person, huh? Ooh, I got a twinge in my back. That's not good. I really hope I don't throw my back out doing this stupid shit. What a pathetic thing to do. Like, oh yeah, I threw out my back because I sat on my computer too long. I don't know. What bitch made trash would that be? That'd be awful. I wouldn't tell anyone that. I'd just tell them I did it lifting something heavy over the weekend if I threw out my back doing this shit. Oh god, I can smell my... I'm like, kind of been sitting here sweating, just sitting in ball soup the whole time. It's not like, it's not super hot, but just like being in the office chair, like that gets to me. I'm not like sweating otherwise. The room is perfectly comfortable, but it's just, it's where the rubber meets the ass, you know? That's where you're in the swamp zone. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Honk, honk, honk. Now the dead air is coming on. Now I'm kind of like, my mind is kind of wandering. I'm kind of like drifting off into my thoughts. God, this is maddening. This is like, like I was doing pretty well before, but now that I'm getting to the home stretch, this is getting fucking brutal. I wish this game was on retro achievements. This would be fucking awesome to have in my retro achievements. And also, so there were two versions in the zip I got. Maybe if the other version works with retro achievements, because this one isn't recognized, but if there are like two versions that are in retro achievements, and I picked the one that doesn't have it and went through all this shit and didn't get the achievement, I'll fucking flip my shit. God, I'm almost like afraid to check after this because I don't want to be like, fuck. God, I have trouble believing this isn't on retro achievements, and I'm sure I just picked like the wrong one, the wrong ISO. But for anyone who isn't aware, like there are ROM and ISO collections on Internet Archive, which is archive.org, which is, I would say, is kind of like a pretty safe place to get them from. Not that like, not you really have to like, you don't have to really worry about malicious shit taking its way with like a ROM, because it's just like a file. It's not like executable or anything. But I mean, just some like basic common sense will protect you there. But still, it feels less illegal too. It feels like renting a bootleg movie from a public library. Oh God. So I'm probably gonna end up door dashing dinner at like 9:30, and what I'm worried is gonna happen, which has happened in the past, is I'll order DoorDash, and I'll fall asleep, and then like I'll wake up and my food will have been sitting there for like fucking hours and be like inedible. I want to check again. God, these fucking cards are making... My desk wasn't exactly neat before this, but now my desk is like a fucking disaster of stupid ass cards. I actually got these cards like way before I actually started streaming, with a plan to do like some kind of bit like this. And it took me quite a bit of it wasn't that bad. I did it in like in the evening, maybe like an hour or two of searching. PvP and Andy say Phil's business. Pedo Casino Pigs are Phil's biggest supporter. Well, thank you, Zionist Run USA. I can't really find a whole lot of fault with what you're saying. I think that's all pretty reasonable. And I can appreciate your stance. Just don't put anything in chat that'll get me in trouble with YouTube. I think there is a line, and I appreciate you walking right up against it. Just, you know, please, if you could make sure you stay walking up against it rather than crossing it, that'd be copacetic. But that's definitely true. The detractors are definitely... I mean, there's a couple of like true and honest whale fans that keep them afloat. And then there's also just the fake donos. But then, yeah, I think detractors represent... I would love to see, like, a legitimate pie chart of where Phil's donos come from. Oh, fuck, I'm tired. I think I talked about this earlier, and you know, I'm gonna keep repeating a lot of the same stuff because, you know, there's only so many ways you can say the same shit. But like, I understand people who don't want anyone, even like troll tips, to go to Phil, but at the same time, like, none of it matters because Phil is so terrible with money. Like, money is just ash. Like, it is ash in his hands. You know, like nothing will ever change that, and like nothing will change by by giving him money. Like, his life will never improve. Like, yeah, he'll live another day, but that's all he ever gets out of any type of dono. It's like with alcoholics, like a drop is too much and too much is never enough, or whatever they say. That's some kind of like AA thing. And that's like it doesn't matter how much money he gets, he'll always spend it on stupid shit. And like, I honestly don't want to live in a world where DSP doesn't stream. And I know that I'll never live in a world where DSP is a success. So like, there's really, the only thing that could happen by not giving him even troll tips is that he could quit streaming. I don't want that. But again, he'll never be a success. He'll never like be anything. He'll never ever have anything beyond like a subsistence living. That's it. He'll always blow his money on stupid shit. He'll never save it. Unless he like, I just like, unless he wins the lottery. But like, people who win the lottery are fucking notorious for blowing all the money they win on the stupidest shit. And Phil would absolutely, he would make his lottery money last like a couple years, and then he'd be fucking destitute. God, what an incredible arc would that would be. He wins like $10 million in the lottery, and he quits streaming, and then like 2 years later he comes back like hat in hand, just out of nowhere. There's been no Phil stream for like 2 years. There's like, you know, just nothing, no Twitter activity. Maybe he gets into bullshit Twitter arguments, and like he tries to talk down to people and tries to flex his money, but eventually he just goes silent. No one knows what happens to him, and then he comes back, and he comes back hat in hand, saying, "Oh, I need the donos. I'm gonna lose my house or whatever. I need that money. I really do. You know, my internet bill, my electric bill, stupid fucking trolls, man. I just want to chill. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis, and so on and so forth." He just comes back, he streams, all the money is gone, and this time the whale call goes unanswered. There's just, the only people in this chat are there to gawk at him, and the man who blew $10 million in like a year and a half, 2 years. Or you know what? Let's switch that fantasy up a little bit. Let's take that scenario. He wins like $10 million, and then Kat divorces him and takes half of it. And after like lawyers' fees and stuff, he's left with like maybe 3 or 4 million. Because it's a bitter divorce, just brutal fighting over who gets the lotto money. And then he just spends. Definitely didn't stream anymore. But he doesn't spend it on, what do we spend it on? We spend it gambling on stupid shit like loot boxes and stuff. And that's the thing too. Pulling Hogans and like gacha games and mobile games, that isn't gambling, because gambling implies that there is a chance to win your money back and win additional money. Like if you're playing poker, you're gambling. Maybe you lose your money, or maybe you'll win extra money. All right, that's a gamble you're taking. But if you're pulling Hogans in a gacha game, that is not a gamble, because no matter what, that money is fucking gone. You are buying a product whose selling point is it'll give you like a little dopamine hit and a picture of a sweaty wrestler man, and that's it. Like that's the product you bought. Like the sweaty wrestler man you get is random and different every time, and the amount of dopamine you get is tied to whatever sweaty wrestler man you pull. But your money is gone. You bought that product, it's gone forever, and that's what you bought. There's no gamble. There's just some pulls could be described as better than others, but not in any meaningful way. It's just the size of the dopamine hit you get. And you know, it's all equally fleeting. You might reach a higher high with a picture of a sweaty WrestleMan, but it won't last any longer. It'll just, you know, you'll reach a higher high and you'll be back, you'll crash even lower in the exact same amount of time. So, and that's gacha games again, that's not gambling. Now Pokemon pulling packs, it's a little closer to gambling because there is some real world value in it. But I would say, it's, I don't know. I mean, it's gambling the way like Lotto is gambling. Like you're still better off in like some kind of casino game where you can have some sort of effect on your odds. And also like when you win the lottery or whatever, like that card is going to be worth a certain amount of money every time. Like it's going to be whatever the amount, the lottery commission or whatever, the scratch card or whatever you pick is printed on there. That's how much you get. Yeah, there's like fees and stuff, or like you can take it as an annuity or one lump sum, but there's still like a hard and fast amount of money you are going to get from winning that gamble you took. Whereas Pokemon cards, maybe you'll get something worth money. Like maybe you'll get a card that can be converted into a real profit, but like the clock's going to be ticking. That card might be losing some money. You know, that card might get damaged. You might have a, you know, Phil could legitimately pull like a $10,000 card, and then because he doesn't take care of it, it becomes, you know, a $2 card because it gets creased or something, because he didn't wear his silly gloves that he gave up on because people made fun of him for it. Alright, so this looks like our new friend Zionist Run USA is left. So I guess he doesn't. If he had just asked for a pack rip, I would have done a pack rip. But that's all we're waiting for. Anyone in chat who wants a pack rip, ask and ye shall receive. So we're just about to hit the 5-hour mark for the game, which means we have. Wait. 1:30. 1:30. We're just about to hit the 6-hour mark, which means we have about 2 hours to go, give or take a couple of minutes, because we haven't been maintaining a perfect speed. But yeah, we have about 2 hours left. God, I can't believe it. I thought I spent less time fucking around with card pulls before we started. Oh, I gotta fix something that's annoying me in OBS. Shit. There we go. All right, I had like the red highlight on one of the elements in the preview pane, and I just need to click off something, sort of deselect it because it's annoying the crap out of me. But now let's refocus Desert Bus. Yeah. Even when it's not pulling focus, you can still push the buttons on the controller and have it do the thing. I think like right before we hit Vegas, I might tweet out and try to get as many people as possible in here. which may or may not work. I mean, it's Saturday night, regular people are out doing fun shit while I'm in here playing a goddamn SEGA CD game from the 90s that never went to market and sucked on purpose. But I'm okay with that. I'm an old man. Sometimes staying in, I mean, not this time. This time staying in is like brutal and mind-numbing. But when you're old, like having a Friday or Saturday night in is nice. Maybe you invite someone over off of Hinge or Meet Me or something. And maybe you don't. These days it's becoming more and more rare, if I'm being honest. I'm okay with that. It's mostly, you know, the other parties being less interested in me, but I'd be lying if I said I was also just less interested in the whole rigmarole. And less frequent endeavors are enough to meet my needs these days. And again, just staying in by yourself and chilling out in front of the TV. Also cool. We got one on the line. Let's see if they stick around. Let's see if I push them away with my desperation. Hey, you want to see a pack rip? All you gotta do is ask for it in the chat, and I'll do a pack rip just for you. A bespoke, rare, and amazing pack rip. All you gotta do is go in the chat and say, yes, I want a pack rip. Or something that conveys the same message. Oh, God. Yeah, the last guy who chatted was a ray of sunshine who had nothing but nice things to say. So hopefully we can keep that tradition up. But yeah, the dead air, the stretches of dead air are getting longer, and I'll definitely cop to that. It's getting harder and harder to keep running my mouth. So tired, so mentally numb. Numb. Man, maybe I'm feeling the call of the void. I think there's some fancy French term for what that is, but I just wanna ram this fucking thing off the road. Going for the authentic controller was definitely the way to go, though. With this officially licensed by Sega Mega Drive / Genesis controller. And if you ask for a pack rip, remember there's no purchase necessary. All you gotta do is get in the chat and say, rip that pack, or something to that effect, and we will rip a pack. And you'll see my officially licensed Mega Drive / Genesis controller. It even says Sega on it. But what's funny, when you plug it in, the Windows recognizes it as a Super Nintendo controller. It says like such and such SNES controller is connected. So I'm guessing it just has like the same firmware or guts or whatever as the Super Nintendo controller that the same company makes. Which makes sense. I mean, I don't think you need new firmware. You just need a new shell in the correct shape, a new motherboard in the correct shape. But it's all the same shit. All right, that's one water bottle down. So I'm taking a bathroom break, which is crazy. I mean, I haven't drinking that much water. I have a large bladder, so I guess it's not that crazy. But I really thought I would have taken the bathroom break by now. I'm trying to think how much I pee when I have a big pee, and I feel like if I held that size water bottle in front of it, I'd be filled up in like a third of my pee time. I don't know though. That's just an estimate. I don't measure how much I pee. That would be, how awesome would it be though if there was a toilet that when you took a dump in it, it would weigh your dump. That'd be a #1 seller. And then you could have it connected to the internet, and there could be like leaderboards. that'd be awesome. I'm sure there are like old like PHP bulletin boards type forums where people compete to see who has the biggest crap. Like there's definitely some relic of Web 1.0 where that was the thing. But now it's moved on to the dark web, where people shamefully share the sizes of their poops while ordering drugs from the dark web, black markets. I'm trying to watch the bottom of the left wiper go in between the yellow lines. It's like when you're a kid in the car and it's raining and you're watching the wipers and you're trying to watch them either jump or, like, if they extended out beyond the car, would they jump or smack into the telephone poles or whatnot on the side of the road? I think everyone kind of played that little mental game in the car as kids. This is similar. This is slaloming the yellow lines with the left wiper, which don't do anything because I can't smear that bug off. I have no idea how it got there. I think it was punishment for when I went off the road. I didn't see it happen, but that's about the time it happened, is when I almost veered off the road. I need to adjust. Man, I'm pretty sure I got it in me, but goddamn, is it getting difficult at this point? I was feeling pretty good like an hour ago, but now it's rough. I got like 2 hours left, or like an hour and 50 minutes. Ooh, getting close to the rough. God, I wanna vape so bad right now. But I can't. That's bad for me. Still might though. I know it's just in the living room, sitting there waiting for me, calling my name. Hair in my eye or something. I was still attached to my head. How about that? I thought it was a loose hair, and it was still firmly rooted in my cranium. Let's I'm gonna schedule a tweet while I'm here. Studio, I need to catch the link. Bobby. Oh shit, I went too far. I really wish you could, from the Twitter app, schedule tweets ahead, but it only seems to be available from browser, from the web app. God, typing with one hand, and not even like one hand, like, this is... This is brutal. Oh dear Lord, do I fuck myself? Okay, good. I had to take a screenshot of OBS, and everything kind of froze up for a second. Because the window screenshot it kind of freezes everything on screen. All right. I can do better than that, though. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to use the thumbnail in the tweet. I don't give a fuck. Usually I hate the drop-down ways, the setup, the way the schedule is doing, but now that I'm typing impaired, now I'm good with it. Actually, I'm gonna reschedule that. Scheduled. Let's schedule it for like 9:24. Let's set it for 9:30, but 9:25 would be exactly 8 hours. And I don't know if we've lost more than 5 minutes in fucking around. It's entirely possible we have, but that's cutting it kind of close. So let's do it 9:24 p.m. But 9:24 is like a guarantee. It'll be before we finish, but not by a whole lot. All right, we're done here. All right. Oh shit, did I? No, I'm pretty sure I did. Hold on. Hold on, did I remember to put an image on there? I think I did. Post, drafts, scheduled. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I wish there was a way to pin it as soon as it gets auto posted. But we work with what we got. I want to do a pack rip, but I don't know if there's anyone there to actually watch my pack rip and say ooh and ah, ooh and ah. Ooh, that was rough. I see 3 concurrent viewers, and I think one of them is actually here. So if they can put in the chat, yes, I want you to rip a pack, you will get your very own bespoke pack rip just for you. Oh, now we have 5 concurrent viewers. Dang. Someone's got to go to be able to go in chat and say, "Rip some packs, Bill." Start pulling my little puppet strings. You got this, Bill. Yeah, you're back. You want to watch me rip a pack? You know what? You don't even have to answer that. We're ripping a pack. It's good to have you back, buddy. All right, this guy. Here's our god pack right here. I can feel it. Let's fucking go indeed. All right. All right, which one's going in the vault? Probably gonna be the shiny. Oh, let's go, Spirit Aura. I have one of these, and I don't like the artwork, but fuck it. Harvest Moon, awesome game, mediocre card. Actually, modern Harvest Moon games kind of suck, and there's been weird rights things between Natsumi and some other developer. So Natsumi just puts out like crappy games with a Harvest Moon name, and then the developer puts out games that are actually good. Well, they're okay, and they're more like Harvest Moon, but they can't use the Harvest Moon name. So it's all kinds of fucked up. But there's your little Harvest Moon vague, possibly inaccurate history lesson. Stone Jug token. I have one of these and I still like it. You know what? Excuse me. Ooh, I am out of water. Since we already have one of these in a protective case somewhere in this pile, this one, no, you know what? This one's not going in the vault. This is going in the pile. I'm reserving this vault, the vault for this pack, for a shiny. I see a little bit of shiny. I see a little star at the bottom. Do we count that? Edgar Case. I mean, I don't hate the artwork, if I'm being honest. And there is a little bit of shine. We'll put that as a maybe for the vault. Yeah. God, I am not good with my hands this way. There we go. Oh, there's our shiny. Oh, and that's a beautiful shiny right there. Look at that. That is the calcified Dunes orb. Ah, shit. I'm trying to catch the light, and you see that shiny? You see those sparkles? glorious indeed. That is one for the vault. Let's put these cards down for a second. Get our bus in order. Get our vault. Put it in and turn the crank. Boom. Safe in the vault with all its friends. Let's mix it up too. There we go. Let's get a clean shot of that vault too. That's our retirement right there. That's gonna keep my fat awful wife and cake and ice cream until she eventually keels over. All right, we got a few more cards to go through. I don't want to get distracted by the vault again and forget a bunch of cards. Pub Jigglypuff Games 5076. That's awesome. It's a pretty awesome. I mean, it's not a paper shredder. It's a vault to keep all my best Pokemon cards, you know, safe and you know, for my retirement. But yeah, it's pretty good. And thank you for stopping by. Always nice to have some new faces in the chat. The World. I don't hate the artwork on this, but I'm not reading all that tiny ass text. I can barely read as it is, even when it's good sized text. Alright, I don't hate the artwork. Permanent possession. Choose a beastie in the arena and take control of it until that beastie leaves the arena. Alright, so the arena not the same as just like the playing field? Because we have the arena, Limbo, the Afterlife, the Cemetery, and it's just, this game just seems awful. Yo, it's been, I mean, the fun is what we make of it, and honestly, hanging out, chatting and pulling cards, getting big hits on my Yu-Gi-Ohs and my Pokemans. There we go. That's been the real the real treasure was the rips we had along the way. Blood Grimoire. I don't hate the artwork, but I don't love it either. For some reason, you know what? It reminds me, if anyone remembers those like big boxes of Crayola crayons, and they had like a contest to name the different colors, and one of the only winners I remember was the color that was like a light orange, and the winning name was Macaroni and Cheese. And this reminds me of that crayon. And I mean, I submitted my name for that color, and I think it was way better than Macaroni and Cheese. But apparently the big wigs at Crayola don't want to name a crayon Burnt Smegma, which, you know, whatever. They're just bitches, because, you know, Macaroni and Cheese, that's safe, that's boring, that's, you know, anyone can come up with that. Like, you know, Dan from Dayton, Ohio, age 5, came up with Macaroni and Cheese. Fuck you, Dan. That's Burnt Smegma till the day I die. Alright, I don't hate this. Third Eye Man, I hate the name. This is like who came up. All right, on the topic of coming up with names, a better name for this guy would be Stupid Piece of Shit Man, because that's what he is. But he also has a third eye, so his other name fits too, but Stupid Piece of Shit Man would have fit better. Sky Burial. I don't hate it. I kind of, when they're kind of like watercolory and like, you know, not super bold in the colors. They're subtle, they're understated. I kind of like that. I mean, all these cards are trash. I mean, these cards are awesome because I spent $132,000 on this box of packs, and this is going to be my retirement. All right, this is definitely our 4th EVP. So that's trash. You can go hang out with Space King. And then bourgeoisie birds. This looks like a thing from Birds Aren't Real. If anyone's familiar with that little subset of conspiracy theorists on the internet, which I think is kind of a lot like Flat Earth. Maybe there are fewer people who take it seriously, but like it started out as most people promoting it as a joke, and then other people joined in like a less joking manner. They maybe took it seriously. I mean, for every stupid joke on the internet, there's at least one person who believes it's real and doesn't understand sarcasm. But I like this. It looks like a flock camera had sex with a bird. You know what? I'm gonna put this in a protective case. I think we might have already done that for one of them this pack. We already put it in the vault. We already put one in the vault, so we can't put another in the vault. This is going in our wall of fame right here, right next to Space King. I'm gonna have to pull back and go this way. Ta-da! You can lean against my wall of fame, which is actually just a power strip in square form. But yeah, that was some good ripping. So thanks for showing up to watch me rip that. I know you guys are super jealous of my Gengar, which is in one of these packs. I don't know which one, but there's definitely a Gengar here. And when I find it, you're all gonna be like, wow, we were wrong about Bill. All right, Bill's actually pretty cool because he has a Gengar. What's this that's sitting on my keyboard? Oh shit. Oh, this is Sam's backpack. Fuck you, Sam. Yep, so I hope you antisocial losers like watching me rip those packs and are super jealous of my retirement strategy. God, I'm just gonna switch right back to my desk view for a second, because look at the goddamn mess that I'm dealing with. Like my desk was not like neat by any means, but this is like, if you look at it before I dumped all the cards on top of it, it was better than this, and now it's a fucking disaster. And I do this for you, all right? This isn't for me. This is for you. This is the sacrifice I make. Not a terrible idea to do a desk cleanup stream, but I probably won't do that. I'm trying to keep the window into my actual physical space as limited as possible, and I don't want to end up like Phil, looking like a T-Rex skeleton man. The way he got caught in 4K like that was brutal. I mean, Soulmate doesn't clean my office. She'll clean everywhere else. And, you know, I know some people call them soulmates. I just call her my fat, awful wife because that's what she is. But yeah, she doesn't really clean up the rest of the house either, but she sure as shit doesn't clean up my office. So, you know, there's mold in the carpets, and that's going to be there forever, and there's just a lot of electronics that her girl brain just doesn't understand, not like my big, smart, successful adult brain understands. So she just stays out of here. I mean, sometimes she comes in to yell at me to be quiet and go to bed when I'm talking to my my internet boyfriend late at night, hiding in the closet. But other than that, she doesn't come in here. But yeah, this is now we're picking up some steam again. The lull, it got quiet in here for a bit, but now we got some chatters, we got some concurrent viewers. We're having a party up in here. And it's 7:55 p.m. my time, and I expect us to be wrapped up around 9:30 p.m. So that's in an hour and 35 minutes, give or take. God damn, I can't believe how long I've stuck with this. I'm a little shocked that I didn't just say like fuck it and give up. But honestly, if people hadn't come by and kept me company the way they did, I probably would have. if this was like all the rest of my normal streams where like no one shows up, and I had been there for like 3 hours with no one there, I would have just been like, fuck this, and I probably would have just bailed. So again, thank you. I know I sound like a broken record, but it really is appreciated that that people are swinging by and hanging out and watching this and being super goddamn jelly of my awesome hits and pack rips. Because again, this box, you brokies probably couldn't afford it, but I paid like about $180,000 for that box, and I've already made probably like $2 million off of it. And you know, don't go look up MetaZoo on eBay, all right? Because I definitely didn't pay like 17 bucks for this box just for a bit. This is, you know, these are super rare and exclusive Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, MetaZoo cards that are very expensive. And you know what? Like after this, you might not see them again, but I assure you they'll be safely in my closet, and if I ever do a closet cleaning stream, you'll see these cards again. And they might be a little beat up, they might be a little moldy, but you'll see them again if I ever do a closet cleaning stream. But at the same time, they might just end up in my garage, piling up with all the other trash next to the pallet and the hand cart that doesn't exist. And anyone who says a hand cart exists, like seriously, you're psychotic and you're a loser and you're jealous of my success, because I don't have a hand cart. And the only reason to say that I have a hand cart is because you're a liar. God damn, this is brutal. What's crazy too is like there are people who who actually drive buses day in day out like this, like across the country, and there are also truck drivers who do this, and they don't even have, I mean, I guess they have like podcasts to listen to or music to listen to or whatever, which maybe I should have invested in some royalty-free background music for this to make it a little more palatable. That honestly, that thought didn't even cross my mind until just now. But you know what? I've had to listen to this shit, this droning of the engine, so everyone else can too. But yeah, I mean, honestly though, like this is, for as ball-numbingly, mind-numbingly exhausting as this has been. Yeah, I mean, that's all you gotta do is play some little word games, and I'm, you know, the most honest person in the world. Like, yeah, I don't have a hand truck, but you didn't say hand cart, you said hand truck, or maybe you did say hand truck, but it's a hand cart, you know. And all you gotta do is wait 5 minutes, and the story changes, and you're the most moral, intelligent, handsome, buff dude on the internet. Ooh, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be remembering these, because I think this might be a regular thing in like next year. Maybe every August we'll do what's it called? A Desert Bus stream. I don't know if the pack rips will make it. I mean, we'll see if Pokemon is even still cool. I mean, by then I would have already made my millions, and after I lose some interest in something, like, it stops being cool. Like I'm the one who made Yakuza successful in the West. Like, nobody played Yakuza, and then I played Yakuza, and then that saved the entire franchise. All right, that was all me. So, oh man, I really, you know what, I think I got to go grab another water bottle. I'm getting a little parched, and I'm staring at some empty plastic. So I'm gonna put down the mic for a second. I'm gonna get to speed. I'm gonna pull over, and then I'm gonna go to the fridge. So hold, please. All right, I'm back. And yeah, I mentioned briefly the Desert Bus for Hope people. In that I was talking about how I might have been alone when I talked about this, but I was talking about how like probably very few people have completed this game, and like most of them are probably Desert Bus for Hope competitors. But yeah, I mean, Desert Bus for Hope, for those who don't know, it's kind of like Games Done Quick, except it's just Desert Bus, and they raise money for something, maybe cancer research or hospitals or something, some charitable event. It all goes to a good cause, and it's just people playing and streaming Desert Bus. I guess I don't know. I've never actually watched it, but now that I'm about to count myself among the elite few who have finished Desert Bus with like no fast forwarding, no save stating, no nothing, just totally legit run, maybe I'll take a keener interest in it. All right, I got my water bottle, but I had to jump on the sticks and then get to drink it. Ooh, that's good. Ice cold right out of the fridge. Yeah, man, like people think yellow paint in games is new, but like, look at this. I mean, this shit's basically holding my hand the whole way through. Because like, I'm like, oh, maybe I should go to the right. Nope. Left. Nope. Nope. I gotta go in the middle right here where the yellow paint's telling me to go. So, I mean, this came out way before I started streaming. So obviously it's not me who's ruining games. I mean, it's, you know, yeah, the God of War people may have used me as an example for idiot players who need their handheld the entire time. And, you know, played that clip of me being a terrible gamer at a GDC event. But, you know, it predates me. Yellow paint predates me. I mean, obviously though, like the game never explained what to do. It's like when you're playing a platformer, like they don't explain that you got to jump on the platforms and avoid the enemies, you know. And if they don't explain it to you and hold you by the hand and tell you you're a special boy while they comb your hair and say how handsome you are, then how are you supposed to learn how to play the game? And so it's just, yeah, like how would you know? It's just there's no way to know unless they grab you by your ears and shout in your face what to do. And you know, that's what regular people need. We're not psychics. We're not, you know, we're not mind readers. And like if you don't grab your player by the ears and look him in the eye and say, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to push this button at this time, and if you don't program your game to play itself so you just always win and always get the highest score, then you're just a bad game developer. And you know, you're probably a mouth-drooling idiot with no family, and you're not successful. You have no Gengar for sure, and you're just a loser. You know, you're not a successful, mature adult like me. But you know, yellow paint, that's for successful, mature adults. If there's no yellow paint and you're playing the game, you're just a try-hard loser. And like the Desert Bus meta, people figure it out like day one because they're try-hard losers. And like some of us, it takes like 30 years to get to this game. You know? We just gotta figure it out like real gamers. That's why they call me the King of Retro, because as long as you explain the game to me and play it for me, and it also plays itself a little bit, and all I have to do is sit there slack-jawed staring at it and I can win, then I'm awesome. I'm like the best gamer ever. I mean, they should really just call me the king of successful mature adults who have Gengars, because that's way more accurate. God. And you know, my fat awful wife, when she found out I was talking to that lady who banged her dad, whew, that was, I mean, I played it off. I was like, oh no, I was just going there because like I want to do IRL streaming, and I was wondering how you make the phone battery last longer, and she told me that you use like an external battery, and that will make your phone battery last longer when you IRL stream. So like now I know that, and I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't talked to her. And so, you know, my fat awful wife, she bought it for now, but I think she knows something's fishy. I think she's gonna leave me, if I'm being honest. But you know what? She can, if she leaves me, then you know she can keep the house, she can keep the car, she can keep everything else. But I'm taking the Pokemon cards, all right? Because those are my retirement, and I worked hard for them, and you know those are mine, fair and square. Yeah, totally. See, this guy, he gets it. Luke gets it, you know? It's totally legitimate convo. And like, people are saying like, oh, she's saying you reached out to her, and you're saying, you know, she reached out to you. But you know, I'm the most honest, moral person on the internet, and anyone who doesn't believe that is a psychotic liar. So, you know, honestly, like, you can believe me when I say it, because I never lie. I always tell the truth. And, you know, I'm just the best person ever. I'm the best at a lot of things. I'm the best, you know, trading card game streamer. Like the people who get the views, who know all this shit about Pokemon cards or whatever card they're ripping, like that's cheating. All right, that's being a try-hard loser to know all this stuff. Like just look it up. If you can just look it up on stream and just have lots of dead air and being like, oh, is this worth a lot of money? I don't know, let's find out. And there's suspense there, you build it up. But if the person who knows about it is just like, oh yeah, this card's worth a lot of money, like where's the build up? Yeah, where's the entertainment value? All right, they're trying to save their businesses by knowing about Pokemon cards, right? Like, you have no idea how to save a business. If you want to save a business, you got to find someone popular and suck up to them, and then when they snake you, you got to act like you were the one who was both the puppet master who was snaking them the whole time, but also a pillar of morality who doesn't get involved in that misery merchant bullshit, you know? So, I mean, some of you might not understand because you don't have jobs and live in your parents' basements and are just losers, so you wouldn't get it. But you know, I'm not like that. I am a functional adult who knows what the real world is like. You know, I used to have a job in helicopters. All right, do you have any idea how grown-up helicopters are? Like, you can't even. I found this out working there. I thought like, oh, I'm an adult with a driver's license, so I can drive a helicopter, right? No, you actually need, get this, you need a special license to drive a helicopter, which is crazy. Like, you figure, like, you know, once you take your driving test at 16 and pass, which, you know, it took me about 8 or 9 tries, but, you know, I did it eventually. You know, and I figured, like, no, now I can drive a helicopter. No, the government says, like, no, you need to have a special helicopter license for that. And so, you know, my dream of flying a helicopter while I worked at the helicopter company, it you know, it just never happened. And like, I thought like I just would be like, Dad, like, you work at the helicopter company and people like respect you and like you here. Why can't you just like pull some strings and let me drive a helicopter? And you know, it was the Wolverine doll all over again, if I'm being honest. They couldn't get me the Wolverine doll, and they couldn't let me drive a helicopter. Like, my parents are just the worst parents ever. They can't do anything for me. But God, that fucking Wolverine doll. I mean, sure, I got it eventually, but it was like the second run of that doll, and like, how am I supposed to say like, oh, I got the second run Wolverine doll, and they're gonna be like, oh, well, that's not the first run of the Wolverine doll, so you're not actually better than us. You're just like a faker, a poser, a loser. And you know, they'd be right. They'd be right saying that to me, because you're only as good as your best Wolverine doll, and if your best Wolverine doll is a second run of the Wolverine doll, then you're a fucking loser. Oh yeah, I mean, when they gave me that bunk second edition, second run Wolverine doll, I was like, thanks for nothing, you chuds. And I did spit on it. I spit on it, and then I ripped the arm off. I said, here, take your fucking doll back. So yeah, it's really weird that my parents don't want to spend a lot of time with me anymore. Because I mean, I was 8 when I wanted the Wolverine doll, and I was, you know, 19 when I got the second run of it. And you know, that was they thought I was still a stupid kid who wouldn't catch the difference between, you know, a real Wolverine doll and a shitty second run Wolverine doll. But you know, I'm not a dumb kid. I knew right away that the doll they got me was not legit, and they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes because they're bad parents. I really need to eat something. Jesus. There's no way I'm cooking. I'm just gonna be no kayfabe, no character shit. I'm just gonna be a lazy piece of shit and DoorDash some dinner after this, because it's gonna be late, and I could just make a sandwich. I have been kind of craving a chicken salad sandwich after talking about it. That's like my favorite comfort food. I call it a struggle meal because it fits the bill, but I eat it, you know, even when there is no struggle. There hasn't been a struggle in a very long time since I wore a younger man's clothes, but I still unabashedly, unironically love struggle meals. You know what? This is a struggle right here, getting through this. I'm still trying to slalom the yellow lines with the left wiper. All right, that's enough of that. Ugh. God, there's so many buttons on the original Genesis controller. Had like three face buttons and a start button and a mode button. Wasn't the mode button on the standard controller? I think it was. I had friends with Sega growing up, but we were a Nintendo household for a while, for most of it. But I got the controller that also has the XYZ, and it has a mode button on the right bumper. I don't know what the mode button ever really did in games. Doesn't do anything in this game, but the start button honks the horn. But you can't be hitting the accelerator when you push it. Same with the opening the door button. You can't be holding the gas. It can only do one button at a time, apparently. Which I don't think is a limitation. I think it's just a limitation of the game, because when I was using the Genesis, I got like a controller test ROM to when I was mapping out the buttons, which mapping out buttons in RetroArch is a fucking nightmare. Yeah, I mean, I had friends who had the NES, but my first console that we got for Christmas when I was in kindergarten was a Super Nintendo. And Super Nintendo, it still holds a special place in my heart. Like, I mainly game on PC these days, but man, the Super Nintendo, before I found out about emulation, when I had to beg my parents, if I wanted a game in like middle school, I'd have to like beg them to let me do jobs around the house or like around the neighborhood to save up money for it. And like, damn, you go to Funko Land and get it a little cheaper used. But I mean, that back in the day, the used game market was just the same, where like they'd buy your used games for a pittance and then sell you a used game for almost the same price as new. No manual, no box, no nothing. Yeah, so I looked up I looked up if I could use the windshield wiper to remove the bug goo, and the information is sparse, but the Google overview said that there's no way to wipe the bug goo. There's no mechanic for that in the game, but it was very helpful in saying if I encounter this issue in real life, that I can use warm water or vinegar to loosen up the bug goo from the windshield. But I think that bug splat is punishment for earlier in the run. I kind of like ran off the road a little bit and got like pretty deep into the dirt, and that's about the time I noticed the bug splat. So I think they're punishing me for almost dying. God, I feel like my throat's gonna be sore as shit tomorrow from all the talking I'm doing. But it's not as sore as I thought it would be right now. I thought it'd be much more hoarse by then. And I was in the middle of the run. I was getting like noticeably hoarse. I bet if you compared how I sounded when I started and how I sounded a couple hours ago, it'd be like very noticeable. But it kind of cleared itself up. Maybe because I started rehydrating it. I don't know. But man, like in a typical weekday when I'm working, it's from home. So like I'll talk to people in meetings, which, I have collectively maybe an hour and a half of on any given day. Some days I have like 4 hours of meetings, and those days suck. But yeah, man, like this is a lot of talking for me in one day. Even like when I hang out with people in person, it's like, we chit chat, we shoot the breeze, but like never am I just on full ramble mode, like it's a combination of like a back and forth and just vibing, especially like when you have people you've been friends with for a while, like you don't feel the need to fill the uncomfortable silences, But I mean, this streaming is nothing but uncomfortable silences for most of it. Especially my normal streams where no one shows up. Those are just me talking to myself for 45 minutes to an hour. Or sometimes 2 hours. I was looking back at my earlier streams, and I was playing like when I was playing Mina the Hollower, which is a fucking awesome game, by far the best game I played this year. My first stream was like 2 hours, and then they slowly kind of started falling off to like an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half, and now they're like 45 minutes to an hour. So I think I mean it's a combination of things. It's getting like a little tired. Like my first Brainlord stream was also like 2 hours, and I finished the first dungeon in one sitting, and that's like, that game has insanely long dungeons. Like two hours, and most of it was the first dungeon. Probably like an hour and 45 minutes, hour and a half of it was the first dungeon. But yeah, I definitely start out much more gung-ho and then kind of peter off a little bit and want to take breaks. And also like some of it just lined up with like real world obligations, mostly work shit. Because it gets to crunch time, and you gotta spend some of your off the clock time catching up. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of more complicated than that, I guess. I guess like it does make my work life easier if I spend the occasional hour here and there off outside of work hours getting shit done. But there's no like real crunch culture. Things are pretty laid back and good. I feel like I just started hearing something like a screeching wiggling in the audio mix that I didn't hear before. Maybe my lug nuts on the wheels are coming loose or something. I very much doubt there's a mechanic in there for that. Maybe it's just been the whole time and I just never noticed it. All right, we got a little over an hour left And so the way this works is when you get to Las Vegas, it gives you 1 point, and then you drive back to Tucson to get another point, and then you drive back to Vegas to get another point, and that's the whole game. We are not driving back to Tucson. We are just gonna get to Vegas and then put this motherfucker to bed. And then after we put this motherfucker to bed, you can't see it, but we're gonna put this motherfucker to bed. And I'm pointing at myself because I am an old man, and 9:30 at night is not past my bedtime, but pretty close to it. And I made the mistake of staying up until like 5 in the morning watching the casino last night, and it was absolutely worth it. It was such a good Phil segment. I follow along with the other stuff, like the Jer stuff it's there. I enjoy most of it, but like it's kind of ever since their very public feud with Ham Planet, it's like it's very much dominated most of their shows, and I get it. Like it makes total sense, but like I'm there for the Phil, you know. I'm there for the DSP segments. That's actually how I came across them, and I didn't really pay attention to when the arc was ongoing, but as soon as the snaking happened, and as soon as the arc concluded, that's the first episode of Kino Casino I watched. Was the first episode after PPP cut ties with Phil, and I've watched not every episode, but most episodes. I usually fall asleep where they're going, and then I'll wake up in the middle of the night during the Phil segment. It's like I hear it in my body. It's like when you put a piece of bacon next to a sleeping dog's nose. I hear the Phil segment starting, and I wake up and watch it. Sometimes I just sleep through it all entirely, and then I'll watch the VOD in the morning. But definitely, as far as 8 to 10 hour podcasts go, you know, the casino's definitely up there. It was definitely losing the clip channel was a huge bummer, because I was like great background noise when you're just like doing shit around the house. I might need to stretch my legs again. Let's see if I can get away with repositioning a little bit. Oh yeah. And I think at 9 o'clock on the dot, I'm gonna do another pack rip. Definitely, I think luckily DS Pikachu on YouTube has done a pretty good job archiving all the Phil segments. So that's good. But it's not the same, because like I mostly tune in for the DSP, but every now and then there's a quartering clip or a Ralph clip or a Styx clip that, you know, was something special, and DS Pikachu pretty much only archives the DSP stuff. I need some butter. I can't believe I did this marathon. What was I thinking? I mean, it's been pretty solid, but at the same time, Jesus Christ, what was I thinking? Got my, I bet my blood sugar's crashing right now because I haven't eaten all day. God, I'm fucking hungry. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to make the decision as soon as I wrap up here if I want to just make myself a sandwich or two, or if I wanna DoorDash something. I mean, I do got to use the celery in my fridge pretty soon. It's getting up there in age. And who wants wilted celery in their chicken salad? Not I. What did I say? I said 9 on the dot. We're gonna do a pack rip. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's what we're doing. So I got 59 views in total on this, which is way more than I normally get. Like sometimes, like that's like my shorts, which I know don't really count because they're shorts, but that's like the numbers they typically pull on YouTube. I mean, my best short did like almost 500 views. Which, like, again, not much in the grand scheme of things, but for me, that's, you know, that's a milestone. Not a goal, a milestone. They're totally different things. But this one on, like, an actual stream, getting 59 views, that's a lot for me. And yet everyone's withholding. I haven't gotten a single kick, a single super chat, a single tip, nothing. And you can say it's because I'm not a monetized channel all you want, but I know that you're just withholding from me because you hate me. Just everyone's against me, and like people used to take me seriously. Like when I made a video talking about SOPA and PIPA like 15 years ago, whenever it was, like people took me seriously, and like it definitely wasn't just the one time I managed to catch the algorithm that I still talk about like a decade later. Like there were actually people taking me seriously and watching that video because I was a serious person. All right, it wasn't just slop that got scooped up by the algorithm because everyone was talking about that shit. So I don't know, man. I was very educated on that subject, and I talked about it with all my expertise of being an internet celebrity who's very successful, mature. Oh, we have like an hour left. Holy shit. I bet it's going to be like incredibly underwhelming. I bet I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't even like a graphic of Las Vegas. I bet it just says you got to Las Vegas. I kind of hope it's the latter. I kind of hope it's like complete anticlimax and you don't even see the city. That'd be so much better than actually seeing a city. We got an hour left, and we got a pack rip in half an hour, and it's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna pull that Gengar. I can feel it, and then all you losers are gonna be jealous of my Gengar. If I pull a Gengar, that is going to define me for the rest of my life. I'm gonna be that guy with the Gengar for eternity, and everyone's gonna be super jealous. Every now and then, without even thinking about it, I just find myself trying to slalom the wiper through the yellow paint. You gotta make your own fun in this game. That's the meta. A lot of people figure that out as tryhards on day one, but I had to look it up on the internet like a real gamer. I think I need to make a new fill model, because this one I made kind of like I need it to be like a little longer in the trunk, because I want to put it sitting at at the desk with the gamer chair and the gamer lights in the background. And like right now I have to, if I want that to happen, I need to like stretch it out and make it look all fucking weird to fill out the entire chair. Because like it just cuts off too low. And it just needs a new outfit too. And also I've gotten better at fiddling around in Blender and stuff like that. So just like the Athening model came out way better than my Phil model did. And granted, like I used AI from a picture to make it, but it still takes some like tweaking and fixing in post. And I had to smooth. I didn't know what I was doing with rigging up the model, so I had to like the auto weighting wouldn't work because it was like too complicated a shape, and I didn't really understand how to do it manually. And so I had to like smooth the shit out of the model, and it came out looking like kind of janky and fucked up. But now I know what I'm doing and can weight the model, you know, as it's spit out by the converting tool. So, and again, like, I feel like that's, obviously I'm biased because I'm the one who's doing it, but I feel like that's kind of like, that's kind of, you know, treating AI like a tool and not the creator. Like, obviously, it's kind of up for debate because using AI to turn a picture into a 3D model, that you couldn't, in a million years, I could never produce even a model of this caliber on my own. But like, it's a very small part of what I'm trying to do. Like, it's, you know, it's just an asset that I can kind of, for lack of a better word, hide behind. But, you know, it's not, I don't think the quality of the stream is determined by the model. I think it's what I can bring to it. But I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are people who I agree with on the anti-AI side, the anti-generative AI side, that would say that no, that is AI bro shit that you did. And I really don't know. I really don't know that I could like fully rebut those accusations of just being like an AI using chud. But I did it. I used AI to make my my avatar. But the rigging was still all me, and the rigging is super easy. There's like a 20-minute YouTube tutorial that I used. Maybe I'll make my own tutorial and just kind of credit that one, because like you need to stray from the tutorial I use quite a bit if you don't want to use just like a generic model. And it takes some filling in the gaps. So like the first time I did it was a little tough. But the second time I did it, it was much smoother with the experience I had from the first one. I think I am just going to make some sandwiches after. I don't think I'm going to deal with DoorDash. Because like, I can't think of anything I would want to DoorDash. Especially anything that's going to be open at that time. Actually, I mean, I guess most things are going to be open. But I don't want fast food. Maybe I could do sushi. The more I think about it, though, the more I think I'm just going to make myself a chicken salad sandwich. Maybe two. I'm gonna make a fuckload of chicken salad, so it's as many sandwiches as I can get out of it, and that might all be in one sitting. Who knows? The shadow knows. I think it's more than 24 hours since I ate, though. I'm trying to think. Last night I ate around like 7:45 and that was it. I guess, I mean, Yeah, I think around probably 7:45, 8 is when I ate. And now it's 8:35 and I haven't eaten since then. Did I snack at all after that? I don't think I did. But normally after dinner on Fridays, I'll have like a couple of beers, tops, and that's kind of a rare thing. I'm not much of a drinker, but maybe I should have snacked a little bit last night, since I hadn't planned on not eating at all today. I was planning on eating at least something before I started, but that ended up going out the window. God damn, I want that point. I want that 1 point for getting to Vegas. As soon as I finish this, I need to check retro achievements and see if it's on there, and if I just have the wrong, if I'm just using the wrong ROM. Because holy shit, if I could have gotten a retro achievement on this and just used the wrong ISO, or the wrong bin file or whatever, holy shit, I'm gonna be upset. And I find it really hard to believe that there's no retro achievements for this game, because like, it is obviously, it's not a popular game, but it does have enough notoriety that like you'd expect retro achievements to exist for it. All right, we got about 20 minutes till our next pack rip, give or take. I don't know if there's going to be anyone around for it, but we're going to do it on the dot no matter what. I feel like at times having like a co-host would make my life so much easier. So I won't have to carry the whole damn thing on my back. It is not easy. I'm a fairly like uninteresting person as it is. So to keep talking when you're as uninteresting as I am. Boop, 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 boop. Maybe I could just slip a doobie doobie doo in there. Like the fattening. Oh, I new season of Tires came out. I gotta watch the new season of Tires. I spent time catching up on that earlier this week on the first two seasons. Which, like, fucking Netflix, like, they put so much time in between seasons that like you have to catch back up to remember what the fuck was going on. And like it's only like 6 episodes in the first season and like 12 or 10 episodes in the second season. You think like that's not a lot, but like I had forgotten a goddamn lot of stuff because it takes like a year and a half, 2 years between seasons. And I miss, you know, I miss the old days when there was like a year or less between seasons. Between like the end of the one season and the start of the next, it'd usually be less than a year. And, you know, there was like 24 episodes, 22 minutes a pop, or 44 minutes a pop, depending. And now, I mean, I like streaming, but streaming's also become like less, with all the options, it's become like just as shitty as cable for, oh, my voice just cracked real bad there. It's become just as shitty as cable for like nickel and diming you and making you buy shit up front. But I also pirate a lot of shit. Like Apple TV has arguably like a lot of the best new original shows these days. and I pirate most of that shit. Like I watch Pluribus on a streaming site. If you no, actually no, I'm not gonna put piracy tips in my stream. I think that'd be a bad idea. But there's a way to just take an IMDb ID and plug it into a certain Russian site, and it just finds a stream for you. It has subtitles and all that good stuff. So I watched a good deal of shit that way. But like the quality kind of sucks usually. It's pretty heavily compressed. But if there's something you can't find on streaming, it's a great way to go. So, how was everybody's weekend? And what are the oranges for? You gotta ask that multiple times. I've already asked multiple times how people's weekends were, but you gotta ask a bunch of times because, you know, it might have changed. I might have a different answer. I feel like if I stare... dope. That's awesome. What do you do for work? I bet it's something cool. Like a lion tamer. That's cool. Is that assisted living? Is it like people with disabilities or like old people? Okay, because I would say if it leaned the other way, then there's probably a lot of DSP fans there. I think that's what really kind of turned me on Phil, is that like these are people who are like openly like they're on assistance or whatever, and I'm fully I fully believe that as a society, as a country, as a community, as a whatever, that we're kind of all obligated to help out those who need the help. But I feel like letting them basically get tricked by someone like Phil and manipulated and abused into handing it over to him is like fucking disgusting. And I know that there's like a lot of jokes around the tractors, like saying, they're his wheelchairs, they're his dents, but there are legitimately people who are like proven. There's at least one, hard, undeniable case in Jade that he basically, I don't want to say steals because that's not accurate, but it's like morally in the morally similar ballpark. He like berates them and guilt trips them, and it's really just conning, vulnerable people out of money that comes from the taxpayers. So, I don't know, man. And it's a difficult situation because at the same time, like, yeah, these people are adults. It is given to them, with the understanding that like they get to choose where it goes. But like giving it to Phil, like, come the fuck on. That's the only. I normally don't mind like troll tips. I have no problem with. Those are people, who know exactly what they're doing, and for the most part, get exactly what they want, which is a crash out of Phil, or some laughter from the peanut gallery over in the raw Phil stream, But yeah, that's people feel a certain way about that. I don't personally care about that. I think that it's the people who are legitimately vulnerable that Phil takes advantage of. I think that's the thing to get upset about. That's the thing to really hold against Phil. And also, he's such a piece of shit about it. He's ungrateful. He's rude. He's manipulative. He's just a straight up liar most of the time. I don't know, man. I don't want to talk about Phil anymore, though. God, I'm starting to get the sweats. Like, I've been sitting in ball soup for most of the day, just sitting in my my vinyl office chair. But now it's starting to spread to my palms and my back. I don't think the temperature's really changed in here either. I think it's just the combination of being in it all day that's getting to me. I wonder how close to 8 hours this trip is going to be, because it's 8 hours if you like maintain speed the whole time and don't slow down or stop or anything. And we did that a little bit, but I can't imagine it's more than like 2 or 3 minutes worth of lost time, like in total. I keep thinking, like, what if I crash? What if I get a game over? How fucking heartbreaking would that be with like less than an hour left? And it's not totally out of the question. I have had some close calls, but that would be let's take a look on Twitter, see if anyone said anything. I've tried calling it X after the name change, but it just Twitter is so much better. Nothing. Oh yeah, I haven't. My auto tweet hasn't gone out yet. I wonder if that'll bring people in. We'll see. At 9:24. Oh sweet, yeah. That's I think like most of my views on my channel. Most of my views on my channel come from shorts, and most of them just come from the shorts feed. Very little traffic comes from Twitter, but it looks at least one person came, which is awesome. Yeah, I mean, my channel doesn't get a lot of traffic, and there I go talking about Phil again, and I talked about, I'm gonna say the exact same thing I said before, but like, it is the fact that he's able to, like, getting like a couple hundred viewers that he gets is like nothing in the world of professional streamers. But like, when you're a guy who gets, my peak concurrent viewers on here was like 6, and that's like incredible for me. Like, I couldn't ask for a better outcome given my position. And like the fact that like he gets hundreds and is considered like a small potato, like those numbers are just nuts, man. Like, building up regular viewers, I have no idea how that happened. And also, I mean, he had the advantage of like, he was an early adopter, and like it was much easier to, like, if I was doing exactly what I'm doing now, but when he started, I mean, one, I'd probably be a lol cow too. I'd probably be in a very similar situation as Phil. But I mean, I definitely all it took back then was a little bit of commitment to make it on YouTube to like some degree. Like obviously the ones who had the staying power, the ones who were still successful, they also have a mixture of like talent and creativity and, you know, probably just some business sense. Like there's probably like a whole lot of goes into their success, but that initial success that Phil got and squandered, all that takes is like a little bit of commitment. Before everything got super saturated. And like he, you know, he was the only one posting full playthroughs of new games, and like that was back when YouTube was basically seen as like what kids watch who don't have their own streaming subscriptions. They just, you know, they watch stuff on YouTube. And they were in like all kids, they probably, if they wanted to like buy a new video game, they had to save up, work odd jobs around the neighborhood or for their parents. And, you know, like they didn't have the ability to just go out and like buy a new game at launch, the way you kind of do as an adult. And like they would experience the game on YouTube, and Bill was, you know, usually the first to post and the first to, you know, really commit to completing new releases, and that's all you needed to do back then. Because like he hasn't, I mean, there are things about him that have changed, but he's always been the same old Phil. Even when he was enjoying some internet success, he was still the same piece of shit he's always been. Like it was never a character, like he says. God, I'm just gonna stop myself for a second. Like 5 minutes ago, I was like, I don't want to talk about Phil anymore, and then here I am. Like Phil really is like, you can talk endlessly about him. He's like, there's just so many aspects. It's like it's crazy how there's like a cottage industry of just like making fun of him and shitting on him, and people make more money clipping him than he makes streaming, which is absolute insanity. But also makes total sense. But man, what a time to be alive. Born too late to explore the world, born too early to explore the galaxy, but born just in time to fulfill. So let me think. I started like 1:25. So 8 hours would be 9:25. Yeah, I got that right. Yeah, okay. I was rethinking the math on the tweet I have scheduled for when I'm going to be nearing the end. And we're about half an hour away, and that's, yeah, it's gonna, yeah. Okay, we're all good. I cannot wait to just plop down on the couch after this. Granted, I mean, I have been like sitting all day, but sitting is not the same as relaxing. And like there have been, you know, I sit all day at a computer for work. And sometimes I go on like long multiple hour stretches of just sitting there when I'm like in the zone or stuck. When I'm very much out of the zone and stuck on something and I can't bring myself to walk away from it, even though walking away is probably my best bet to achieve some clarity on the problem I'm facing. But like, this is a whole different kind of sitting, man. This is brutal. Because at least during the workday, I'm getting up and walking around every couple times an hour. You know, I'm going to the bathroom, or I'm going to get a drink, or I'm just going to stretch my legs. You know, any one of those things. I might cancel tomorrow's stream. I'll see how I feel in the morning. It would be the first stream I missed, though. The first scheduled stream I missed. I've been doing 6 days a week. Let's see. I think my very first stream was Mino the Hollower on June 13th. which I don't know what day of the week that was. Let's find out. Let's open up our calendar and find out. June 13th was a Saturday. That makes sense. And I haven't missed a scheduled stream since then. Which I think that's probably, as much as, you know, commitment won't get you the eyeballs it used to back in the day, it's still like a major part of the puzzle, I imagine. I mean, I've been at this for a little over 2 months, and 2, don't really know what I'm doing. But I think it's probably a reasonable assertion that commitment is not, you know, it's a necessary ingredient, but it's not what's going to be, it's not going to be what puts you over. It's just going to be the bare minimum. All right, in 3 minutes we're doing our last. It's either going to be our ultimate or our penultimate card rips. I'm not sure. I might do one more pack rip when we finish. It would be nice to do a pack rip without having to babysit the bus. So I think I'll do one more pack rip after we finish. But I'm doing one in 2 minutes at 9 on the dot. And I'm definitely not cleaning up all these cards tonight. God, I got heartburn and the hiccups from not eating all day. Don't get old. That's such like old people shit. It's like heartburn for no reason. You didn't eat anything that disagreed with you. You literally just didn't eat anything, and it's giving you heartburn and random hiccups. God, I've gotten to an age where like I just think about eating some like big fucking pile of junk food, and that like gives me like phantom pain, heartburn. Like I was watching like some movie. I don't remember what the piece of media was. All I remember is that like a giant ice cream sundae, like cartoonishly big, was on screen, and they're eating it, and I'm like, I have a heartburn just looking at that fucking thing. And I feel like whatever I was watching, there was also someone else. I was watching probably on YouTube, and there was someone else making commentary, and I feel like they had the exact same commentary, right down to like, I'm getting heartburn just looking at it. God, now it's going to bug the shit out of me what that was. Because now, the more I think about it, I might just be creating false memories for myself, but now I feel like there was some kind of commentary over whatever media I was watching that said the exact same thing as I was thinking it. I'm never, sometimes I'll go on a quest, like I'll have like some song or something stuck in my head, or some quote or something, and I'll go on a quest to try and find it. And like I know I've heard it in the past couple of days, so I'll go through my YouTube history, and I'll go through what have you, and I'll eventually find it if it's not too like esoteric or obscure. That shit is, I can say right now with confidence, it's way too esoteric and obscure for me to ever find out what it was, if it even existed in the first place, and I'm not just making shit up. But man, also like there's a song, like it was part of a movie score. It was kind of like the theme. It was like a leitmotif throughout the entire movie, and I spent years hearing it play in my head and trying to remember what it was. And then maybe like this was a couple months ago, maybe like 6 months at the most, it just popped into my head what it was from. Like I saw the scene, and I remembered the actors and all that, and I looked up on YouTube, and sure enough, like I had nailed it. And I had been, this song had been coming and going from my head, literally no joke, probably like a decade. and then just one day, the answer just popped into my head, and it was right. And if you're wondering what that song was, it was from a movie called The Jacket, and it's like kind of this like kind of like peaceful melody. It's like kind of ethereal sounding. It's at the very end of the movie when they're like him and the girl are walking into the sunset and everything is all hunky-dory. It's what plays, and it plays multiple times throughout the movie. But yeah, if you look up on YouTube like The Jacket end scene, you'll hear the song that was playing in my head for like a decade before I remembered what it was. And I had seen that movie one time on like HBO at like 2 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. It's an okay movie. It's kind of weird. It's kind of, if anyone's seen The Butterfly Effect, that Ashton Kutcher movie, which people give that movie a lot of shit. I think that's a legitimately good movie. I think that movie gets shit on unnecessarily. I think that like the performances are adequate, the concept is interesting, and it does a lot. Like I don't know, man, it does a lot with its concept. I think it does a good job kind of getting the most out of it. Shitty ending, stupid ending, but I mean, it's a time travel movie, and most time travel movies are forced to adopt shitty endings because time travel presents all kinds of paradoxical shit to deal with. But yeah, let's get into our cards. Forest Aura. Meh. The more I see it, the less I kind of like the color scheme, the less I care about it. Desert. We already have a desert. That was the first one we pulled right before we started playing Desert Bus. And I was like, wow, oh, maybe it wasn't the first. Maybe it was like the second or third, but it wasn't the first pack. And we put it in a card sleeve right away and put it in our wall of fame, and then it got buried somewhere. Actually, is this it? Right here? This might be it. Nope, that's daytime. More like gay time. Somewhere around here is the first desert I pulled. Because it was Desert Bus, we pulled a desert like right away. And you know what? I do like the artwork on this one. I think like the colors are nice, it's understated, got some nice watercolor like feel. I like that one. Alright. Oops. Oh shit. I'm getting distracted by the card. Cisco robot token. I feel like I already had one of these because I remember saying Cisco is the guy who wrote the Thong song, and everyone loves the Thong song. I wonder if he's come out of the closet yet. He should have come out of the closet around the same time Ricky Martin did. Black Aggie. Not terrible. I don't hate the artwork. But I ain't gonna be reading your flavor text either. Ooh, there's our shiny. Medium's Crystal Eye. I want that extra large crystal eye, but look at that. Look at that shiny background. Look at them sparkles. Beautiful. Hypnotic. Wonderful. Almost died there. Hold on. Hold on. Alright. We'll put that in the potential maybe for the vault. I don't want to just put shinies in there. Temperance. Ooh, there's some naked ladies on there. I don't know if you can see them, but those fairies, they're not wearing any clothes. I think that might be a potential vault pick as well. I don't want my fat awful wife. It's just not appropriate for me. Okay, this guy, Sam's Cryptid Cam. I remember this. I got it before and I ripped it up because I hate it. Because like, look how fucking pervy that looks. That is a camera, a sentient camera who has some skeletons in this closet. Like, let's not kid ourselves. If you were to look at this camera's hard drive, you would not like what you found. But I don't feel like ripping it up again. Because I didn't like that bit. That was stupid. Next, Death. This is another dupe. I don't really like it. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I might have said I hated it before. It's just kind of lame. It's kind of mid. Wind Tosser. This one, seeing it again and hearing its stupid name. Wind Tosser. It's pick either like Wing Tosser or Wind Tosser. Don't do this in between. Wind Tosser. That's just, I hate you. I hate you so much. Seashell Divination is also another one, and I hate the artwork on this. I despise it. I think it looks terrible. Isaac Sky Lee, 129 of 165. You did bad. You did a bad job with this one. Sorry. I mean, not saying that I could do better, but you could have done better for sure. Ectoplasmic Sludge. This one, again, another dupe. It's okay. It's mid. Meh. And Chibi's Salem's Witches. Another... I feel like we got this exact pack already. I feel like we ended on this one before. 58 out of 165. I mean, I don't hate it. I think I like it. I don't remember how much I liked it before. I remember kind of liking it. I thought it was kind of cute, but I feel like I probably like it less seeing it a second time. I don't know. Which one should go in the vault? Should we put the Temperance with the naked little fairies on it? Or should we put the Medium's Crystal Eye in the vault? Anyone have an opinion on that? I'll wait like 20 seconds to find out. I don't think anyone's here to listen to me. It says 3 concurrent viewers, but I don't know if those are people who are just lurking or who left their shit open and walked away or what. You know what though? I think these are both candidates for the vault, because I think I want to save this very expensive shiny that's got to be worth at least $600,000 easy. And then I think I need to hide this nakedness from my wife, my fat, awful, terrible wife. So yeah, you know, I think we can put them both in the vault. So let's do that. Godspeed. Enjoy your time in the vault, and then you. Mwah. I'm gonna kiss the naked lady before I put her in the vault. Don't tell my fat, awful wife. You can keep the medium amulet thing or whatever company. Alright, I'm slowing down way too much. And we are like 20 minutes away, give or take, from finishing this. I mean, it's 15 minutes by the in-game clock, like 3:30 is when you normally end, but again, we lost some time here and there. I don't think it's more than a couple minutes, but yeah, man. All right, let's put the vault away. Let's switch back to our Desert Bus view, and let's pull away from the curb that's about to kill us. God, my fucking desk is a disaster. I would say this is a mistake, but actually the pack ripping was like the most fun part of this. I actually really did enjoy going through those cards and putting them in the vault and saying which ones I thought were good and which ones I thought were bad, and saying how this whole game sounds incredibly stupid and overly complicated. So I think I'll clean these up, and I'll save all the ones I put in protected cases. I think I'm going to Excuse me. I think I'm going to put them on display somewhere, and then when anyone says that I'm not a successful mature adult, I can reach back onto my set and grab those cards and say, if I'm not successful, then why do I have bourgeoisie birds? Why do I have that? Or why do I have desert? Oh wait, is this? Yeah, the desert I was looking for before is right here. The one that was like the first one I got, and then put in the card case. And then there's a couple cards on the floor. I should pick those up now. They're knowing that they're on the floor now is annoying me, even though they've been there probably like the whole time. So we're gonna pull over for a bit and then grab it. Oh, Cement Worm. I remember that. That was a good card. And then Cosmic Aura. You kind of lame. And they're both covered in hair now from the floor. Well, not covered. They have a couple of stray hairs on them. Because I have a big bushy beard and I shed a lot, and so my floors end up with a decent amount of hair on them between vacuumings. And then my office chair, the wheels, probably have like a shit ton of hair like wrapped up around them, because I also have long hair in addition to my beard. That I started growing out during COVID, and then just kept growing out. Yeah, that's a story for another day, though. But I think if I were to flip over my office chair and look at the wheels, I feel like it would look like the way a roller brush looks in a vacuum when you vacuum in a house with a long-haired resident, where it's just like wrapped all around it. And then the easiest way, I wouldn't recommend it for a vacuum because you'll burn the bristles. But just if you have like a roller chair with that problem, just taking a lighter to it and burning a hole through one side to get it all off. That's or just to loosen it up, and you can pull it away. That's the easiest way to remove hair from roller chair wheels. So if nothing else, you learned something about cleaning hair out of roller chair wheels today, and that's not nothing. So I think because I gave you such a good tip, you should give me money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. Oh man, I can't believe we're closing in on our goal. We're about 10 minutes away. I really hope there's like no fanfare and it just says like, you're done, you finished. I've been redoing the calculus in my head for that auto tweet again. I think I'm going to modify it just a little bit. Hey, I got a new follower on Twitter, sweet. Drafts scheduled and set for 24. Let's set it for 22. I think that's a little safer margin. Schedule. Boom. All right. I'm so ready for this to be over. As much as I've enjoyed my time with you fine people, and honestly I have, it's been very cool having people to talk to through this. God damn, am I ready to just throw in the towel and call it a day. This has been fucking brutal. I really should move my webcam to the other monitor, so it's to the side of me. It'd be much more accurate to what I'm going for as well. I really hope people show up for the end of this. That'd be cool. This has already been a great stream by my standards, but if a bunch of people could show up for one final pack rip, that'd be awesome. God, and then this video is just gonna sit unwatched on my channel forever. Like nobody's gonna. This is an 8+ hour stream. Nobody's gonna give a shit and watch it. We're already at 8 hours and 16 minutes. That started at 1, and then the gameplay started about 25 minutes after that. Oh. Fuck me. This is rough. Yeah, definitely one more pack rip after we finish, no matter what. This has been good though. I think a more reasonable marathon in future would definitely be something I'd be interested in. I don't know what I would play, but just something, just 8 hours straight. You know, I did enjoy my time here. I'm not gonna lie. The game is obviously stupid, but just hanging out. This is not gonna be a regular thing. I think I'll wait a couple of months at least before I do this again, because you don't want it to be old hat. But like overall, this has been everything I'd hoped it would be. So, you know, once again, I'm gonna get a little sappy and say thank you to everyone who has showed up and who's kept me company. You know, it's awesome that people can come out, and you know, your presence is support enough for me, honestly. And also that's kind of what I'm limited to because I'm not monetized, but we'll ignore that part, you know, because just people showing up, people liking the video, tweeting about it, chatting, all that fun stuff, that's as much as I could hope for, and I got it in spades, you know. It's been really cool just hanging out with y'all. So we're about 5 minutes from completion, give or take. Probably I'm gonna ballpark it around 7 minutes. We're about 7 minutes away from finishing. I'd say we probably have about 2 minutes in lost time. We'll know exactly how much time we lost though once we win. I wonder if the horizon has changed as we win. I don't think it has. God damn, this is... I can't believe it's coming to an end. It feels like unreal. Not unreal like the engine. I mean, the Unreal Engine could never produce a game this beautiful. And if it did, it would probably crash and take up like 80 gigs of memory. But unreal in the sense that it just feels unreal. All right, we're closing in. This is probably about the 5-minute mark now, because 8 hours from when you start and the in-game timer would be 3:30, and we're at 3:27, and we lost a couple minutes here and there. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens. I'm excited to join the elite ranks of people who have completed Desert Bus with no tomfoolery, no save stating, no fast forwarding, just raw gameplay on what is effectively an official Genesis controller. Like this is legit right here. Watch the game just crash right before. I still need to check. I need to check retro achievements and make sure it's not on here and I didn't just get like a funky ROM that isn't supported. I will be so fucking upset. I will be fucking heartbroken if there is a retro achievement for this and I got it because I just didn't use the right ISO. And I'm just looping now. And you know what? I'm just gonna let myself have it. I'm allowed to loop after all this. There was minimal dead air for 8 hours. There were pack rips. I was juggling shit. I'm gonna give myself a little bit of a pass for looping at this point. But if you don't want to give me a pass, that's fine too. You can call me a looping piece of shit in the chat if you like. Let's see if the tweet went out. I think it must have, right? Yep, it did. I don't think it'll get much traction. I think most people are out on their Saturday night, like kissing goyles and hanging with friends. Not me, though. I am sacrificing my Saturday night that probably would have been spent in front of the TV anyways, because I'm old. I'm giving it up for you. We're minutes away. 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops. And there's no way to get rid of that bug splat. That's been our companion for like 2 hours at this point. Come on. How much time did we lose? I'm hearing like different things in the audio mix now that I can't tell if we're new or we're always there. God, this is like all I've been listening to. Next time we'll put on some music. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll keep we'll make it a tradition to just listen to the goddamn engine. I don't think people are showing up though. I think I might be wrapping this up by myself. We've got to be close. No, I'm starting to get like a little worried. Like, did I lose way more time than I thought I did? Is there more to it than what I thought? So far we're at about 3 minutes lost. On the odometer too, I'm not sure if the white one is like a decimal of miles or if it's a whole mile. I'm so close I can taste it. I guess I lost about more than 3 minutes along the way. Thank you, J-Bed Pity. Nice of you to join us. I appreciate having you here for this monumental occasion where I enter the elite ranks of Desert Bus completers. Jesus Christ, for the love of God, please just end. I'm starting to get worried. What if there's like a whole nother hour? What if I completely miscalculated? For the love of God. If we reach 340 on the end game timer, I think I'm just gonna crash the fucking bus. I mean, I think my internal strength is all that's being tested, and my capacity to deal with inane bullshit. I think when it gets to 468, I think that's where we need to be. Because I think in the beginning they said it's like 368 miles, and I think you start with it at like with it already at like 1. And I think the white number is a decimal. So we'll know in a second if I made it. But God, we lost like 6 minutes along the way. That's insanity. Come on, I really think it's. I really hope it when it clicks over to 468. I really hope that's it. We got 69 views in total, so now no one else can join it. They'll fuck it up. Come on, 468. God, I think I don't know, man. I'm starting to worry. I don't feel we lost that much time. This fucking thing. I don't know, man. We got to be close. You're absolutely right, but how close? I don't know. I mean, I keep worrying that I completely miscalculated or misremembered or misunderstood or just fucked up somewhere along the way, and it's actually like a 9-hour thing, not an 8-hour thing. All right, we're at 469 and change. Maybe when it rolls over to 470. We've already lost, so we've lost about 8 minutes already, probably more. Yes! Oh! No, I do not want overtime. I will not be pressing start for yes. Oh my god. Thank you, J Bed Pity, for the congratulations. Tucson to Vegas, 360 miles. 1 point, road time, 8 hours, 8 minutes. Driver Bill, points 1. Ooh, all right. Oh, let me grab a drink. That's number 1. Oh my god. That was fun and awful at the same time. The people who have been hanging out on and off and keeping me company, it would not have been possible without you, and I really mean that, because god damn, I would have given up if people weren't here hanging out with me. Fuck. All right, well, we're gonna screenshot that shit. Let's do the window screenshot. Yeah, window snip. Then we're gonna save this. And we're gonna put it on the desktop. I'm gonna tweet that out after this pack rip. You know what? I love that. It's not about the journey. It's about the dents we felt it along the way. Grand Theft Auto, you are 100% right. That is 100% the case. So let's do one more pack rip for the road. And then I'm going to make myself some goddamn chicken salad because I have earned it. With just the right amount of pepper and a shit ton of celery, topped very finely. All right, one last pack rip. What's going in the vault, and what's going in the case, and what's going to fund my retirement? Keep in mind, I spent over $200,000 on these packs, and we still got more. But you know what? They've already paid for themselves. My retirement is secure, and it's all thanks to these Pokemon cards in the Gengar I know is in here, because that Gengar is worth millions, probably. I don't know. I don't really know cards that much, but we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it in style. Light Aura. I hate that artwork. I don't even know if you can see that. There's like a candle. Even like, I know there's like light reflecting off it, and it makes it hard to see. But even just in person, without it being blown out on the camera, that candle like flame in the middle, like little white, is difficult to see. Bonaventure Cemetery Suburban. You know what? I actually like this one. I like that artwork. I'm just saying right now, that's the one I'm gonna sleeve. All right, it didn't. Nothing funny happened that time. It just went in smoothly. But whatever. Hallmark cards, the game. If that's a real thing, then I would play that. Schmooze token. Those are schmooze. They're kind of cute. I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's meh. Jagged Peaks Orb. Destroyed. Until the end of the active caster next turn, Mountains is active. Target beastie or caster loses 20 LP. That means nothing to me. I don't hate the artwork, though. Oh, there's our shiny. There is our shiny. Sunken Gravestones of Manchac. Look at that. Look at the way it sparkles. Look at the way it captures the light. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. It's going in the vault to hang out with all its other shiny friends. Godspeed, newest member of the vault. I'll see you again when it's time to retire. There we go. Look at that. That's my retirement right there, all safe in the vault. I mean, it's weird to like through the glass, it looks like they're all shredded up into little pieces. There's like this weird optical illusion with all the cars where like it looks like it has been cut into little strips. That's kind of weird, but you know, whatever. I'll see you guys at retirement. Oop, wrong side. I just spoiled a little bit what's there. Tally Bones. We've seen this one. I wasn't super impressed the last time, and I'm not impressed again. I'll just one. Ice Worm. I kind of like it. I like the colors. I like the kind of smirk on the worm's face. It's kind of cute. It's wearing a hat. I don't hate it. You know what? I kind of like this guy. Chibi Babe, the Blue Ox. I think I have this one. I think I have this one either in a card protector or in the vault. I definitely remember seeing it and kind of liking it. I'm pretty sure it's in a card protector. Witch's Blight. I think, did we see this one? I like the colors on this one. I don't love the artwork, but I like the colors. I think that's the same opinion I had of it the first time, if we have seen it before. Snow Ghost. These, I'm just gonna say it, these look like Klansmen. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that's not a couple of Klansmen hanging out on a ski vacation with like the Grand Wizard with his goofy shit on his hood. And I mean, this one, the one on the right, it has like a star on top of it. The one on the left, come on, come the fuck on. Tell me I'm making this shit up right here. Whatever. I mean, that's, if anyone who's familiar with the controversies and the cards that have been like reworked or banned in Magic for being like politically incorrect, there's one like that has that exact problem. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like, yeah, whatever. Okay, I think I've talked about this one before. It kind of gives like 90s Spider-Man comic vibes, like the green kind of gaseous, you know, gradient with bubbles. Let's see if we can get a good focus on it. Yeah, right there. Doesn't that like, that looks like it would be like a green death bear or something in the Spider-Man comic. I kind of like the colors. The artwork in total, it's meh. And then this is like a red and black one because I kind of looked at it already. Yeah, Black Mass. This one should go in the vault because there's scantily clad ladies on it, and my fat awful wife will be upset by that. But we already put one in from this pack in the vault, and I just don't feel like doing it again. But yeah, that's our marathon. It's been 9 hours and 40 minutes, 8 hours and 8 minutes of which was spent playing Desert Bus. God damn. Let's get Space King. Let's put him out front and center so people can see him. Look at that cool dude. Also, anyone who's into Space King, who knows what that is, new episode coming out on August 29th, I think, which I'm excited for. Anyone who doesn't know what that is, go on YouTube and watch it. It's on the Flash Kids channel. It's great. You don't have to be, it's like a parody of Warhammer 40K, but you don't need to know anything about 40K to appreciate it. I know I sure didn't know anything about it. But yeah, it's just good, clean fun. Okay, it's good fun. I wouldn't call it clean. But yeah. I hope everyone who stopped by has as much fun as I did. And also appreciated that they were not shackled to the stream the way I was. God, I don't know what else to say. Thanks to everyone who stopped by. It was really cool having people to chat to and keep me company. I know I'm looping and I've said that a bunch of times, but I really do mean it. I am going to go find something to eat and then lie down and cry myself to sleep. But yeah, If you had a good time, put a like on the stream. If you want to see me again, you can subscribe. If you don't want to see me again, you can tell me to go fuck myself in the chat. What else? Oh, obviously there's no monetization, but if you want to support me, go donate to Kino Casino and tell them that I sent you. You know, I just want some attention, and I don't want to do it myself because that seems desperate. Yeah, any donations that you would have sent my way, send to Kino Casino in my name. And yeah, that's it. I'm gonna stop the stream, and I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow. I'm feeling it. I'll no idea what it's gonna be. It's not gonna be something boring like Mecha Chameleon. It's not gonna be filler bullshit. It's gonna be something new. Maybe Schedule 1, which isn't new to me, but will be new to the stream. All right. I'll see y'all later. Stay sexy.